Chapter 557. Huanji didn't understand. She looked at Mr. Mei and frowned. Why are you here again? Li Mu looked at Mr. Mei and Cheng Xian, then looked at the frost on the ground. After a moment of silence, he said to Huanji, You go back first. I'll find you later. Huanji said unhappily, Why? I just found you. Li Mu said, Be a good girl. After a moment of silence, Huanji said, Okay, I'll wait for you in the room. She glanced at Mr. Mei and Cheng Xian, then flew to the Taoist palace on the main peak alone. Li Mu walked to Mr. Mei and sighed. Your Majesty, what are you? He had confirmed it with the conch. If the one standing in front of him was the Empress, then who was on the other side of the conch? Did she predict his prediction and make preparations in advance? Mr. Mei's face was full of frost and his tone was calm. He asked, When did you start? Cheng Xian stood behind her and also looked at Li Mu with dissatisfaction. This was the biggest shame in Li Mu's life. He didn't want to talk about it, but since the Empress had seen the result, there was no need to hide the process from her. So Li Mu told her the truth and briefly what happened that night. Zhou Yi was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She said angrily, Did you forget what I told you? I told you again and again to be careful of that fox, but you were enchanted by her. You didn't take my words to heart. Do you want to anger Xiao Bai to death? Cheng Xian's chest bulged. She agreed, yes. Li Mu looked at her. She immediately hid behind the Empress. She was the one who was angry, but she always used other people's names. Li Mu said in a low voice, Xiao Bai already knows. She's not angry. Zhou Yi pointed at Li Mu and said angrily, You. She waved her sleeves and said coldly, Let's go. Then she and Cheng Xian disappeared in front of Li Mu at the same time. Li Mu didn't chase after them immediately. He lay on the grass with a blade of grass in his mouth and looked up at the blue sky. He wondered if he should make his relationship with the Empress clear. One played dumb, and the other didn't say anything. He didn't know how long they would drag it out. He might as well take this opportunity to confess his feelings to the Empress. Since she was unwilling to take the initiative to take that step, Li Mu could only force her. Li Mu flew back to the main peak and came to the Taoist palace where they lived. Cheng Xian stretched out her hands and stood in front of Li Mu, saying, Master said she didn't want to see you. Li Mu glanced at her indifferently. She immediately covered her head and hid to the side. She would never forget Li Mu's methods of killing the people of the Shen Kingdom. Even now, she was still a little afraid of him. Li Mu walked to the front of the Taoist palace and pushed open the door. Zhou Yi, who had changed back to her original appearance, was sitting on the table. She turned her head away from Li Mu and said coldly, Why are you still looking for me? Go find your fox spirit. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Mu had already walked to her side and turned to walk outside. Zhou Yi smashed the white jade table with a palm and said angrily, Come back here. Li Mu walked back and said, Didn't Your Majesty tell me to go? Zhou Yi said angrily, Now you know to listen to me. What were you doing before? I told you to be careful of that fox. Were you careful? Li Mu took a deep breath and said, This is my private matter. I am a public official, and I am worthy of the great Zhou dynasty and Your Majesty. Your Majesty is not my wife, so you can't meddle in my private affairs. Zhou Yi's lips trembled and her face revealed a shocked expression. She found it hard to imagine that such words would come from Li Mu, her most trusted official, the person she liked the most. Didn't he like her? In the dream, they were already like that. How could he say such words? Zhou Yi was extremely sad. When she was betrayed by her family and became the crown princess, she wasn't this sad. When she was used as a pawn by her father and was cursed by the world to ascend the throne, she wasn't this sad either. A sorrowful feeling emerged in her heart, and she couldn't control it. Zhou Yi turned her head away, not wanting Li Mu to see her tears. She did her best to calm herself down and said lightly, Go and be the Empress of the Yao Kingdom. I don't want to see you again. Li Mu slowly looked at her and said, But I want to see Your Majesty. I want to see Your Majesty every day. I want to see the sunrise and sunset with Your Majesty. I want to grow flowers and vegetables and plow the fields with Your Majesty. If this is all my wishful thinking, Then I will disappear from your majesty's sight and never appear again. Zhou Yi's tears were still in her eyes and her lips were slightly parted. She had gone from great sorrow to great joy in such a short period of time. Even she found it hard to come back to her senses. Was this Li Mu's declaration of his feelings to her? Watching the sunrise and sunset together. In any case, this wasn't something that a ruler and his official would do together. Zhou Yi looked into Li Mu's eyes. Li Mu met her gaze with sincerity. Zhou Yi looked away and a faint blush appeared on her face. She said in a low voice, It depends on your performance. Li Mu looked at the Empress, who had suddenly become shy, and his heart was already blooming with joy. Quan Ji had taught him that when it came to love, he had to take the initiative. The Empress was an inexperienced Xiaobai. By the time she opened her mouth, Quan Ji had already given birth to a nest of foxes. Li Mu knew that the reason why she was angry was not because Li Mu had hidden the matter between him and Huan Ji from her. Rather, it was because Huan Ji had surpassed her, and her competitive nature did not allow her to lose to another empress. Since he had taken the initiative and the two of them had already made their relationship clear, what happened next was just a matter of time. Li Mu tentatively sat down beside her and gently held her hand. The Empress's hand was a bit cold. She subconsciously dodged and then allowed Li Mu to hold her hand. Their fingers intertwined, and the hall was so quiet that only the sound of each other's heartbeats could be heard. Zhou Yi lowered her head. Li Mu looked at her and felt that the Empress at this moment was exceptionally moving. The blushing Empress exuded a unique charm that made Li Mu unable to take his eyes off her. Even his body inexplicably moved towards her. In the next moment, Li Mu realized that it was not just charm. There was really a suction force on the Empress. Not only his body, but also his magic power and primordial spirit were being sucked towards the Empress by this suction force. Zhou Yi also realized something. Her expression changed slightly. She lightly pushed Li Mu's shoulder, and Li Mu's body flew out of the hall. Li Mu and Qing Xian stood together and looked up at the sky. In the sky, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. All the white clouds in the sky within 100 miles seemed to be attracted by something and gathered above the Dao Palace. In the end, a huge funnel shape appeared, and it was spinning non-stop. In the eyes of high-level cultivators, this was not just a white cloud vortex, but a spirit chi vortex. There seemed to be a huge spirit gathering formation here. With the main peak of Baiyun Mountain as the origin, all the spirit chi within 100 miles was rapidly gathering here and being sucked in by this spirit chi vortex. It was Fulu School's grand ceremony today. The powerful cultivators of the Zhu continent gathered at Baiyun Mountain. Such a strange phenomenon immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Figures flew into the sky one after another and looked towards the Dao Palace. What pure spirit chi this is. Someone is breaking through. The Transcendence Realm. This must be a Transcendence Realm cultivator's spirit chi fluctuation. Which 7th realm cultivator's magic power has broken through again? This phenomenon. It's probably the peak of the 7th realm. Fulu School is really on the verge of replacing Xuanzong. There isn't a single cultivator at the peak of the 7th realm in the entire Dao sect. If he takes another step forward, Fulu School will really replace Xuanzong. While everyone was discussing softly, Miao Xuanzi's expression turned ugly in another Dao palace. He did not know that Fulu School was already so powerful that it could even threaten Xuanzong's position. From the main hall at the front of the main peak, a few people quickly walked out. An old man asked Xianjizi, "The aura is so strong that even we can't compare to it. I wonder which senior brother's cultivation has improved again?" Xianjizi was also confused. As the headmaster of Fulu School, he knew better than anyone that there was no cultivator of such a level in the sect. Countless people flew towards that direction. When they wanted to get closer to take a look, a huge bell fell from the sky and completely isolated the area. At the same time, Xianjizi also received Li Mu's telepathic message. "I'm here. Senior brother, don't worry." Xianjizi looked at the North and South sect Taishang elders and said with a smile, "Uncle Masters, let's talk about the interpretation of the heavenly book." The two old men looked at the spiritual chi vortex, and only felt that Xianjizi's smile was even more mysterious. Fulu School had changed too much in the past few years. Was it all because of the heart of 7 orifices? After coming to Mount Bayun, what they saw and heard strengthened their belief in interpreting the heavenly book. The North Sect Taishang elder laughed dryly and said, "To be honest, I came this time not only to congratulate you on finding a good partner, but also to ask junior brother Ling Jizi to help interpret the heavenly book of North Sect." Xian Jizi sneered in his heart, but the expression on his face was still kind. He said, "It's true that junior brother has the heart of 7 orifices, but Uncle Masters don't know that Fulu School has decided that he will be the next head of the school. And from now on, I have handed over all the internal affairs of the school to him. If Uncle Masters want him to help interpret the heavenly book, I'm afraid you'll have to discuss it with him face to face." The South Sect Taishang elder Taoist priest said, "I wonder where junior brother Ling Jizi is now. Let's go find him now." Xian Jizi smiled and said, "It's a little inconvenient for junior brother now. However, Uncle Masters also know that junior brother and Xuanzong have an irreconcilable enmity. South Sect and North Sect are too close with Xuanzong. I'm afraid he may not agree to your request." The North Sect Taishang elder waved his hand and said, "Rumors, pure rumors. To tell you the truth, North Sect also can't stand Xuanzong's disregard for the relationship between fellow disciples and bully others. Naturally, we won't be too close with Xuanzong." The South Sect Taishang elder continued, "Xuanzong is disloyal to his fellow disciples. Of course, we'll stand with Fulu School." Before the 2 Taishang elders came to Fulu School, they had a careful discussion with the higher-ups of the school. They had to make a choice between offending Xuanzong or seeking the development of the school. Xuanzong was still the leader of Taoism, but their decline was a foregone conclusion. These days, the things that happened to Xuanzong were obvious to everyone. Once Elder Tianjizi's lifespan came to an end, Xuanzong would become mediocre among the 6 sects. Whether South Sect and North Sect would become mediocre with them, or rise with Fulu School, Danding Sect, and Lingji Sect, there was no need to think too much about it. After saying so much, they still didn't get to the point. Xian Jizi could only hint. Junior brother Ling Jizi has built a market in Great Zhou's Shenduar Fulu, Danding Sect, and Lingji Sect all have a market in it. The market in Great Zhou's Shendu was built to compete with Xuanzong. This was no secret. Once the North and South sects, like Danding Sect and Lingji Sect, set up shop in that market, it was the same as clearly standing opposite of Xuanzong. Moreover, when other than Xuanzong, the other 5 sects moved their shops to Great Zhou's Shendu due to the geographical and price advantage, Xuanzong's market would be completely destroyed. This was the same as cutting off Xuanzong's greatest source of cultivation resources. It would affect the cultivation of the disciples. Wouldn't Xuanzong hate them to death? Clearly, Xian Jizi was letting them make a choice. They could only choose between Fulu School and Xuanzong. Other than being powerful, Xuanzong couldn't bring them any direct benefits. However, Fulu School was different. They could usher in a period of flourishing development for the South and North sects. The North sect's first elder thought for a long time, then said, "From now on, our 4 sects will have to provide more support." The South sect's first elder immediately said, "It's our 5 sects." Xian Jizi smiled and said to the 2, "Uncle Masters, you can give the heavenly book to me temporarily. I will persuade junior brother to help you decipher it." The 2 stretched out their hands, and a page appeared in each of their palms. They sighed in their hearts. From now on, they were completely tied to Fulu School. Inside the law bell, in the law palace where the empress was, there was a very powerful fluctuation of magic power, and her aura was still growing little by little. Just from the aura alone, this was already the most powerful aura Li Mu had ever felt, except for that elder Xuanzong. Although Li Mu hoped that the empress could advance to the 8th realm in one go, it was impossible. The Great Zhou had the power of a nation, and decades of accumulation allowed her to have strength stronger than ordinary transcendence when she just stepped into transcendence. This time, her strength had increased slightly, and she should be able to stabilize at the late stage of transcendence. If he knew that the Empress's heart knot was here, Li Mu would have made it clear to her earlier. Like Jade Sun, the Empress also had a heart demon. Jade Sun's heart demon was Xian Jizi, and the Empress's heart demon was Li Mu. Once the heart demon was eliminated, their cultivation would also have a small leap. The heart demon was a disaster, but it was also an opportunity. The process of defeating the heart demon and eliminating it was a process of fighting with oneself. If one lost, their cultivation would stagnate, and if it was serious, they would lose their rationality. If they won, it would be a vast sea and sky. After reaching the transcendent realm, any breakthrough was very difficult. The Empress shouldn't be able to finish it in a short time. Li Mu let Qing Xian watch over here. He just received Xianjizi's voice transmission, and the South Sect and North Sect's heavenly books had been obtained. Main Peak's Law Palace. The South Sect and North Sect's supreme elders looked at Li Mu with hopeful eyes. An old man asked, "How long will it take to decipher the heavenly book?" Li Mu, 10 years. The two's expression changed, and they blurted out, "So long." Li Mu sighed and said, 10 years is already very short. The disciples of the 6 sects have been deciphering the heavenly book for thousands of years. Until now, there are still many mysteries. Our sect's heavenly book has not been fully deciphered. In these 10 years, I can't just decipher the heavenly book of each sect and neglect my cultivation. Chapter 558. Li Mu was not stupid. If he could decipher the heavenly tomes of the 2 sects in 3 to 5 days, the southern and northern sects would turn their backs on him. Who could he reason with then? He only needed 10 years. In 10 years, he could tie the 5 sects together and create the greatest benefits. He could increase the strength of the Fulu school, the national strength of the Great Zhou, and the national strength of the Thousand Fox Country. Li Mu was confident that in 10 years, he would fight his way to Xuanzong, find Qing Qingzi, and let Xiaobai take revenge with his own hands. The 2 supreme elders of the southern and northern sects hesitated. Li Mu continued, "Of course, in these 10 years, at most every 6 months, I will decipher a part of the heavenly tomes and give them to your sections. To show my sincerity, after senior brother's dual cultivation ceremony, I will decipher a part of the heavenly tomes. You can take a look at it, and then make a decision." This was an offer they could not refuse. After thinking for a moment, they nodded at the same time and said, "Sorry to trouble you, martial nephew." Li Mu smiled and said, "Martial uncles, I have built a market in the divine capital of the Great Zhou." Before he could finish his words, the 2 elders had already understood and said, "Martial nephew, don't worry. I will send a message to the sects right away. The northern sects will move their weapon forging pavilion there. The southern sects will also open a body forging pavilion there." With the shops of the southern and northern sects, Rosy Lane did not lack anything. Fulu, elixirs, formations, magic weapons, body tempering, and any other resources cultivators wanted could be found there. The Xuanzong market, which was far away at the end of the world, could be closed from now on. After collecting the heavenly tomes of the 2 sects, Li Mu could not wait to find a Taoist palace to comprehend. As expected, the northern sect's heavenly tomes contained the art of refining artifacts. The southern sect's heavenly tomes contained the art of body tempering and body strengthening. The Spirit Array faction's heavenly tomes contained the complex art of array formations. Similarly, there were projections of ancient cultivators and giant beasts. The history recorded in the heavenly tomes of the 6 sects was the history of the battle between the ancient people and the giant beasts. Li Mu scrutinized the 3 pages of the heavenly book in his hand. At a certain moment, he suddenly realized that the edges of these pages were emitting an undetectable white light. He carefully observed for a while, and was surprised to find that the 3 pages were slowly connecting. As if he had thought of something, he took out the Dragon Clan's heavenly book and stacked the 4 pages together. The edges of the Dragon Clan's heavenly book began to emit a white light. These pages of the heavenly book seemed to want to be glued back together. Legend had it that the heavenly book was originally a book. In other words, all the pages of the book should have been one. If all the pages could be gathered, the complete heavenly book would appear in the world. Li Mu found Xianjizi again, and obtained the Fulu school's heavenly book from him. He also borrowed the Pill Cauldron sect's heavenly book from Wuchenzi. He had completely deciphered the heavenly books of these 2 sections. From now on, their existence was more of a symbolic function. Therefore, when he borrowed it from Wuchenzi, she did not mention anything about returning it. Finally, Li Mu came to the palace where Illusion Princess lived. Illusion Princess sat on the edge of the bed and patted the space beside her. she said with dissatisfaction. Why are you only here now? Li Mu walked to her side and did not sit down. He asked, did you bring the Demon Clan's and Fox Clan's heavenly books with you? Illusion Princess nodded and said, I did. She stretched out her hand and a white light flashed in her palm. 2 pages of the heavenly book appeared. Li Mu now had 8 pages of the heavenly book. The Dao sect had 5 pages, the Dragon Clan had 1 page, the Fox Clan had 1 page, and the Demon Clan had 1 page. He stacked the 8 pages of the heavenly book together. These heavenly books were gradually covered by a hazy white light. Li Mu touched the white light with his divine sense. Suddenly, a blurry image appeared in front of his eyes. He could only vaguely see that it seemed to be a door. This door was huge and too illusory. Li Mu could only see a very blurry door frame. He did not know what would happen if these heavenly books continued to fuse together. He could only forcefully separate them. Illusion Princess also retracted her divine sense and asked, what is that? Li Mu shook his head. This was also the first time he saw this. He looked at the few pages of the heavenly book in front of him, and tried to stack them one by one. He then realized that when he stacked more than 6 pages of the heavenly book, an illusory door would appear in front of him. When he stacked the 7th and 8th pages of the heavenly book, the door would become clearer. It was a pity that Li Mu did not have more heavenly books. Otherwise, he would want to see what would happen when more heavenly books fused together. Legend has it that the heavenly book had 24 pages. 8 of them were in Li Mu's hands. There were 16 pages left. One of them was in Xuanzong and the other 4 were in the 4 Buddhist sects. Li Mu guessed that the demon sect should have more than 1 page. As for the others, their whereabouts were unknown. He had already interpreted the Fox Clan and Demon Clan's heavenly books for Illusion Princess. Li Mu put away all the heavenly books and said to Illusion Princess, leave these 2 pages with me for now. Illusion Princess held his arm and said, what's mine is yours. If you want it, then take it. Then she looked at Li Mu and asked, was that Zhou Yi? Li Mu was shocked. How did you know? The Empress's transformation technique could not be seen through even by Saint Realm experts. Even Li Mu was fooled. How could Illusion Princess know the Empress's identity? Illusion Princess curled her lips and said, I feel annoyed when I see her. Who else could it be but Zhou Yi? As expected, a mountain cannot hold 2 tigers, especially 2 tigresses. Their intuition even made up for their lack of cultivation. Luckily, one of them was in the divine capital, and the other was in Thousand Fox Country. They did not meet often. Li Mu was relieved. Illusion Princess asked again, was the commotion just now also caused by Zhou Yi? Li Mu nodded and said, yes, she made a small breakthrough in her cultivation. Illusion Princess was shocked. She's already so strong. She still has a breakthrough? Her tone was filled with shock, unwillingness, envy and jealousy. Even if she was ahead of Zhou Yi in other aspects, the difference in cultivation would always be an insurmountable gap between them. Li Mu comforted her. You're already very strong. You don't have to compete with her everywhere. Illusion Princess snorted. You also think I'm not as good as her. This was the truth. Not to mention people of the same age, even in the 10 continents, the Empress was probably the strongest among all the females. This was the case in the past, and it was even more so after she had a small breakthrough. The phenomenon in the sky had disappeared. Li Mu said to Illusion Princess, stay here obediently. I'll go take a look. After Li Mu left, Illusion Lord walked in from outside. Illusion Princess snorted. Isn't it just the 7th realm? What's so great about it? Illusion Lord walked in from outside and said, don't worry. The Heavenly Fox bloodline in your body is very strong. Your cultivation will not be below hers in the future. Illusion Princess pursed her lips and said helplessly, if I'm not as good as her now, I'll be even worse in the future. Illusion Lord pondered for a moment and said softly, although the Demon Nation is small, its foundation is not weaker than the Zhou Nation. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fought with them for so many years. If she could transcend with her psychokinesis, my daughter can too. However, just our clan alone is not enough. We have to unite the other 4 clans. Li Mu returned to the palace where the Empress was and kept the Dao Bell. The puzzled crowd gathered here. Zhou Yi waved her sleeves. and Li Mu and her disappeared from the palace. Dozens of miles away, the two of them appeared on the peak of another mountain. Li Mu made some calculations. The Empress' teleportation mystical power was not even as far as his shrinking Earth into inches. This meant that even if he couldn't defeat a transcendent realm opponent, if he wanted to escape, the opponent wouldn't be able to catch up to him. The prerequisite was that the opponent didn't confine the space in advance. Zoe lowered her head and looked at her feet. She asked softly, "Is what you said just now true?" Li Mu asked, "What?" Zoe glared at him and said angrily, "You said you wanted to watch the sunrise and sunset with me." Li Mu held her hand and placed it on his chest. He said, "If you don't believe me, you can feel it for yourself." Zoe placed her hand on Li Mu's chest and felt his heartbeat. After a moment of silence, she suddenly let out a long sigh and said, "If only you came to Fairy's capital a few years earlier." Li Mu thought for a moment. With her personality, if he came to Fairy's capital first and met her first, there wouldn't be Lu Hanyan, Li Qing, or Phantom Princess. Li Mu might have become the true empress of the Great Zhou. In this world, there were always gains and losses. He lost the position of empress and gained an entire forest. Zoe suddenly looked at Li Mu and said, "You can't tell anyone about this, including them and that fox." Li Mu knew that the empress was different from Phantom Princess. She had the dignity of being the empress of the Great Zhou. Although the people of the Great Zhou had a lot of support, she couldn't really come to the Li family and live under another woman. Although this gave him the feeling that he was having a secret relationship with the empress's words were an imperial edict. Li Mu still nodded and said, "As you wish." Then he asked, "Not even Ali and Mr. May?" Zoe said without hesitation, "No." Li Mu looked at her and used his gaze to promise her that he would keep this a secret. He even had to hide it from the people closest to her. This was a secret relationship. Although it felt a bit strange, thinking about it carefully, it was quite exciting. He let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. No matter what the process was, under his initiative, the Empress didn't back down this time. Although he was still under observation, Li Mu had full confidence in facing a Xiao Bai who had no experience in relationships. Zhou Yi's face revealed a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, she looked at Li Mu and said, "I want to ask you a question." Li Mu said, "Your Majesty, please ask." Zhou said, "If you had to choose between me and that fox, who would you choose?" Reality proved that women were self-taught when it came to certain things. This had nothing to do with experience but their nature. Li Mu shook his head and said, "How could there be such a choice? Your Majesty, your assumption is unreasonable." Zhou frowned and said, "How is it unreasonable? If both of us were in danger, and you could only save one, who would you choose?" Li Mu smiled and said, "Your Majesty, you must be joking. Your cultivation is already at the top of the continent. How could you be in danger? Who could threaten you? Even if you were in danger, it would be you who saved us. I'm saying if. But there's no if in this kind of impossible situation." Zhou took a deep breath and said, "What if I told you never to see that fox again?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "That's also impossible. Your Majesty is so gentle and considerate. How could you make such a request?" Zhou Yi's lips moved. In the end, she just waved her sleeves and said, "Just don't whisper sweet nothings in front of me." Several bells rang in the distance, indicating that the dual cultivation ceremony was about to begin. Li Mu and the Empress held hands and slowly flew toward Mount Baiyun. Although they could both return to the main peak in an instant, they both chose to fly, which was the slowest. Phantom Princess was bold and passionate about her feelings, while the Empress was much more shy and reserved. Even when holding hands, she kept a distance from Li Mu and did not have any unnecessary physical contact. Li Mu knew that his relationship with the Empress could not be rushed. From holding hands in dreams to holding hands in reality, it was already a huge leap. Every step after that had to be done step by step. As they gradually approached the ancestral court, the Empress changed into Mr. May's appearance in order to fool people. A stream of light flew past from behind, flew to the front, and suddenly turned back. Although the Empress let go of Li Mu's hand immediately, it was still seen by that person. Zhou Zhong stood in the air and looked at Li Mu and Mr. May. He said in shock, You. Li Mu's expression was normal. He asked, "What are you doing here?" Zhou Zhong did not continue this topic. He said, "Something happened in the Shen kingdom. I knew you would come here, so I came here to see Qing." Li Mu asked, "What happened in the Shen kingdom?" Zhou Zhong glanced at Mr. Mei in surprise. He said, "It's not that urgent. I won't disturb you. I'll find you later." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light again and disappeared. Li Mu watched him go inside. He murmured, "It's over. My innocence is ruined." Zhou Zhong knew Mr. Mei. He must have thought that Li Mu and Mr. Mei had some kind of ambiguous relationship, and wondered if his taste and preferences had changed. Zhou glanced at him and said, "What innocence do you have? Mei Wei doesn't care." Li Mu could not clear up this misunderstanding. It was better to see him and Mr. Mei than to see him and the Empress. Mr. Mei was one of the Empress's most trusted subordinates. It was natural for him to be the cover for her secret relationship. To avoid the previous embarrassment, Zhou kept a distance from Li Mu and flew slowly to the main peak. Li Mu followed behind him with a thoughtful look on his face. Since the Empress was going to change her appearance to Mr. Mei, she might as well change into Shangguanli. If people saw him holding hands with Ali, at least they would not suspect that his taste had changed. At this time Mr. Mei, who was far away in Chengdu, sneezed a few times. She put down the memorial in her hand and frowned. "Who is talking about me behind my back?" As soon as she finished speaking, Shangguanli, who was sitting opposite her, also started sneezing. Chapter 559. When they were about to arrive at the main peak, Li Mu flew back to the Empress and said, "Your Majesty, can I discuss something with you?" Zhou said indifferently, "What is it?" Li Mu looked at the face that belonged to Mr. Mei. He thought for a moment and said, "Next time when you want to change, can you change into Ali or Cheng Xian instead of Mr. Mei?" Zhou asked why. Li Mu explained, "After we return to Chengdu, if people keep seeing me with Mr. Mei, it will damage Sister Mei's innocence." Zhou asked, "Are Ali and Cheng Xian not innocent?" Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Cheng Xian is not even human. Why would she want to be innocent? Ali is so much younger than Sister Mei and is still in her prime. She won't have to worry about marriage in the future. Mr. Mei is different. She is so old. If there are any rumors about me, I'm afraid she won't be able to get married in this lifetime. Your Majesty, even if you don't think for me, you have to think for her. She treats me like a brother. I can't hurt her." Li Mu was sincere. Zhou thought about it carefully and felt that what he said made sense. So she said, "Then let's wait until we return to Chengdu." In the square in front of the palace on the main peak, the disciples of Fulu School were already setting up the place. There were thousands of tables in the square. In recent years, the only place that could compare to today's Fulu School was Xuanzong during the Taoism Exchange Conference. To a certain extent, even the Xuanzong Exchange Conference not long ago couldn't compare to today's dual cultivation ceremony. After all, there were indeed many cultivators present at the Xuanzong Exchange Conference. However, the Empress of Thousand Fox Country wasn't present, nor were the two transcendents from the Yao Nation. The other Taoist sects didn't send their sect masters or grand elders either. The Grand Supreme Elder of Fulu School had arrived, but he had gone to cause trouble in Xuanzong. He had almost destroyed Xuanzong's gate. Apart from Xuanzong, all the other Taoist sects sent at least one seventh realm expert to attend the Fulu School's dual cultivation ceremony. The Great Zhou Court and the Demon Nation also gave the Fulu School enough face. Those who didn't know better would think that Fulu School was the #1 Taoist sect. At the front of the square, Miao Xuanzi's expression was ugly. It was a stark contrast to the smiles on the faces of the people around him. Ever since they had a falling out with the Fulu School during the exchange conference, what happened next was completely out of their expectations. Xuanzong suddenly became the enemy of the continent. They were ostracized by the Great Zhou, discriminated by the Demon Nation, and alienated by their peers. They became a joke in everyone's eyes. The Grand Supreme Elders of the Fulu School and the other four sects sat at the front, facing the crowd. To their left and right were the sect masters, the Demon Nation experts, and the Demon Nation's queen. Although Phantom Princess's cultivation wasn't high, her status was revered. It could be said that apart from the empress who had hidden her identity, no one present could compare to her status. Although the demon nation was small, it could still be evenly matched with the Great Zhou for hundreds of years. As the empress, her position was even before Li Mu's. To be precise, she was right next to Li Mu. Similarly, the emissary of the Great Zhou court couldn't sit too far behind. Mr. Mei, who represented the empress and was actually the empress, sat on the other side of Li Mu. Li Mu was surrounded by them on both sides, and he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were third-generation disciples, so their seats were slightly behind Li Mu. However, they were only diagonally below Li Mu. Li Mu felt uncomfortable being stared at from all directions. Therefore, he didn't look at anyone and focused on drinking the spiritual wine on the table in front of him. On her left, Phantom Princess was restless. She stretched out a hand and drew circles on Li Mu's waist. Although her small movements were hidden, they couldn't escape the eyes of the transcending state experts present. The Grand Supreme Elders from other sects finally understood why the Fulu school and the Demon Nation were so close. It turned out that Ling Jizi had somehow hooked up with the Demon Nation's queen. The Demon Nation was a land of treasures. It was rich in spiritual herbs, whether it was refining pills or writing talismans. The various sects also needed the Demon Nation's resources. It seemed that the Fulu school wouldn't lack talisman liquid in the future. Phantom Princess's movements didn't escape the Empress's notice. Li Mu's waist was gently stroked, but the other side was in pain. Li Mu didn't get to enjoy the blessings of two lovers, but he got to experience the taste of ice and fire. He was in pain but happy at the same time. He endured until the end of the ceremony and could move freely. He immediately left his seat and went to Zhou Zhong's seat. He asked, "What happened in the northern state?" Zhou Zhong put down his wine cup and said, "Recently, people from the demonic path have been frequently active in the northern state. They have clashed with Sanga's subordinates many times. I don't know what they are planning." The demonic path again. Li Mu frowned slightly. Ever since he started cultivating, the demonic path had never stopped. Qian Huan, Chu Jiang of Gojouzian, and later Cui Ming, as well as the 10,000 illusions Lord of Heaven, and the 3 elders of the Netherworld who almost overturned the demon nation. The demonic path was known as the *T stirrer of the Zhu continent. They first stirred up trouble in the Great Zhou, then meddled with the demon nation, and now set their sights on the Shen nation. With Li Mu's hard work, he finally made the northern state a buffer zone between the Shen nation and the Great Zhou. Once the northern state fell, the situation on the southern border would return to how it was before. All his hard work for this would go down the drain. The enemy was in the dark, while they were in the light. Li Mu couldn't transfer more people over for the time being. The demon nation's current strength was just enough to protect itself. If he borrowed the demon nation's strength to stabilize the northern state, the demonic path might take advantage of the weakness to invade the demon nation. Moreover, the demon nation and the northern state were in the north and the south. It was difficult to provide support from a geographical point of view. Li Mu pondered for a long time and could only say, "Be vigilant for now. If you feel that something is wrong, immediately send a message to me." Zhou Zhong didn't say anything else. He suddenly asked, "Does Qing know about the matter between you and Mr. Mei?" Li Mu's face darkened. He said, "There's nothing between me and Mr. Mei." Zhou Zhong thought for a moment and asked, "You young people are so open now. Is holding hands no longer a big deal?" Li Mu now regretted not suggesting this to the Empress earlier. She didn't want to become Ali. It was fine if she became Cheng Xian. Now he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. After the ceremony, Zhou Zhong returned to the northern state. Phantom Princess was going back to the demon nation. The Empress and Cheng Xian were also going back to the divine capital. Li Mu was glad that all the women were gathered together this time. Although there were twists and turns, at least there was no danger. He also took the opportunity to improve his relationship with the Empress. It could be said that he profited from a disaster. Before Phantom Princess returned to the demon nation, she secretly gave Li Mu a look. When the Empress left with Cheng Xian, she also gave Li Mu a meaningful look. Li Mu now understood that the 9 words mantra was most useful to him. It wasn't the thunder technique or the trapping technique. It was the last technique, distance shrinking. This should be a technique that could only be used at the 8th level. This technique relied on the power of heaven and earth and consumed very little magic power. It allowed him to go back and forth between the divine capital and the demon nation several times in a day. In the morning, he walked hand in hand with the Empress in the Imperial Garden. At night, he hugged Phantom Princess to sleep. At noon, he could even go back to the Fulu school to eat lunch with Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. This was what Li Mu learned from Ao Qing's diary. At his level of cultivation, he could travel all over the 10 continents and 3 islands in a day. He often hung out with the 9-tailed fox in the morning, went to find the snake demon sisters in the afternoon, and flipped the seas with the dragon girl at night. The word sex ran through his life. However, Li Mu couldn't go find Phantom Princess and the Empress now. Li Mu promised Xianjizi before that he would use his identity as the future sect leader to truly plan for the sect's future. Now it was time for him to fulfill his promise. The most important aspect of a sect's rise was naturally the sect's strength. Fulu was a type of strength. However, the disciples' own cultivation was the true strength of a sect. The reason why Xuanzong was the Taoist sect's #1 sect was because the sect had many powerful cultivators. It suppressed the other 5 sections. If the Fulu school wanted to replace Xuanzong, there were at least 2 conditions. First, the sect had to have at least 1 8th level cultivator. Second, the sect's core strength had to be stronger than Xuanzong. Since he wanted to defeat Xuanzong, he first had to understand Xuanzong. In the main peak's palace, Li Mu asked Xianjizi, "How many 7th level cultivators does the sect have now?" Xianjizi said, "Including junior sister Jadesun, there are 5 now." Xuanzong also only had 5 7th level cultivators. It seemed like the Fulu school and Xuanzong were on par. However, the 2 Grand Supreme Elders were nearing the end of their lifespans. Xuanzong's 5 transcendents each had a lifespan of tens, or even hundreds of years. After a few years, Fulu school would only have 3 7th level cultivators. One of them was even shared with the Pill Cauldron sect. Li Mu asked again, "How many 6th level cultivators are there?" Xianjizi said, "Including you and Martial Uncle Fu Daozi 8. What about Xuanzong?" 23. What about the 5th level? 56. Xuanzong? There should be more than 200. 4th level. Our sect has more than 200. Xuanzong more than 1,000. Other than Xuanzong, the strength of the other sects was about the same. Li Mu knew that Xuanzong was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. Xuanzong's strength was almost comparable to the rest of the sects combined. If Fulu's Pill Cauldron sect and Spirit Formation sect were major sects, then Xuanzong was the only super major sect. Xianjizi answered Li Mu's question, then patted his shoulder and said, "The difference between our Fulu school and Xuanzong is not small. Senior brother's ability is limited. The heavy responsibility of revitalizing the sect will be handed to junior brother." Li Mu pondered for a long time. He looked at Xianjizi and said seriously, "Senior brother, I think you should find someone else to revitalize the sect." Xianjizi said leisurely, "Other than you, who else has this ability? You are a disciple of the Fulu school. Qing, and Hanyan are also disciples of the Fulu school. Do you have the heart to disappoint them?" Li Mu raised a finger and said, "I didn't expect senior brother to act so insidiously. You might as well change your Taoist name to Schemer." After knowing Xuanzong's strength, the burden of revitalizing the Fulu school was indeed much heavier than Li Mu expected. However, Li Mu was never one to back down in the face of difficulties. He glanced at Xianjizi and said, "I can revive the sect, but from now on, all of the sect's resources will be under my control, including the gifts you received during the dual cultivation ceremony." Xianjizi took off a thumb ring from his thumb and handed it to Li Mu. Li Mu scanned it with his divine sense. He saw mountains of spiritual medicines, spiritual jades, and all kinds of cultivation resources in the thumb ring. Thousands of cultivators attended Xianjizi's dual cultivation ceremony. They received many gifts. These things, in addition to the profits from the market, were enough to raise the overall strength of the Fulu school to a new level. In terms of high-level combat strength, Li Mu was temporarily unable to create a 7th realm cultivator. but there were more than 50 fifth realm cultivators in the sect. He should be able to find at least 10 who were only one step away from Dongxian. With these resources, Li Mu and the Empress could work together to refine some saint-level cultivation increasing pills. At the very least, they would be able to create a few more Dongxian cultivators. As for fifth realm cultivators, including those below the fifth realm, they could be created completely with pills. As long as they worked closely with the Danding sect, they would be able to produce a steady stream of pills for low-level disciples to increase their cultivation. Li Mu and the Danding sect's headmaster, Wu Chenzi, had a private conversation for several hours before Wu Chenzi left the Fulu school. When she left, she took a large amount of spiritual medicines with her. At the same time, all the disciples at the peak of every single realm in the Talisman sect were gathered together by the head seat. On the second day, all these disciples entered into closed-door cultivation and didn't leave, and they adjusted their states to their best so that they could make preparations for breaking through in the near future. After the headmaster's dual cultivation ceremony, the atmosphere in the entire Fulu school became tense. Xuanzong. In the highest Taoist palace, Miao Xuanzi's face darkened as he reported to Dao Chengzi. Master, for some reason, the Yao nation is also on good terms with the Fulu school. On the day of Xianjizi's dual cultivation ceremony, 2 seventh realm Yao kings came to congratulate him. The Danding sect, the spiritual formation sect, and the northern and southern sects also sent their grand supreme elders. Now many cultivators are saying that the Fulu school is the top Taoist sect. The Fulu school, the top Taoist sect? Dao Qingzi's mouth twitched. He said calmly, "All these years, Xuanzong has been living in the East Sea. It seems that many people have forgotten about our existence." Miao Xuanzi thought for a moment and said, "Master, it'll be your 150th birthday in a month. Why don't you invite the cultivators of the Zhu continent to your birthday? Let them see the strength of our Xuanzong and who is the top Taoist sect." For the 150th birthday of the Xuanzong Grand Supreme Elder, invitations were sent to all the sects and families of the Zhu continent. These forces were not as powerful as the Fulu school, so they did not dare to offend Xuanzong. Anyone who received an invitation traveled thousands of miles to the East Sea. They thought that the birthday of the Xuanzong Grand Supreme Elder would be grander than the Fulu school's dual cultivation ceremony. However, when they arrived at the East Sea, they realized that was not the case. No one from the Great Zhou court came. No one from the Yao nation of Shang province came. The other 5 Taoist sects only sent a 6th realm first seat symbolically. They did not even send a 7th realm cultivator. The cultivators who had just attended the Fulu school's dual cultivation ceremony could not help but feel that the so-called top Taoist sect was just SOSO. It was easy to tell who was the top Taoist sect, Xuanzong or Fulu school, from the attitudes of the other 4 sections. In a Taoist palace in Xuanzong, the expressions of the elders were not good. The Grand Supreme Elder's birthday celebration was meant to showcase Xuanzong's strength and influence. They thought that since the other 4 sects had paid so much attention to the Fulu school last time, they would not neglect Xuanzong this time. However, who would have thought that the difference between their attitudes toward the Fulu school and Xuanzong would be so great? In this case, was Xuanzong not asking to be humiliated? Miao Xuanzi said angrily. The Danding sect, the spiritual array sect, the South sect, and the North sect. What are they trying to do? How dare they humiliate our Xuanzong? On the main seat, Dao Qingzi's face showed deep fear. He said in a low voice, "There must be a reason for the North and South sects to do this. What benefits did the Fulu school give them to make them break off their relationship with Xuanzong?" Chapter 560. South Sect. An inner sect elder came to a Dao palace and bowed. "Sect Master, Grand Elder, Elder Miao Xuanzi of Xuanzong has come to our sect. He said he has something important to discuss and wants to see the sect master." Xuanzong's Grand Elder's birthday celebration had just ended. The 4 sects did not send any transcendent powerhouses to the East Sea to congratulate him, causing Xuanzong to once again lose face in front of the cultivators of the Zhu continent. Miao Xuanzi must have come for this matter. The Southern sect had sent a Grand Supreme Elder to the Talisman Puppet sect's sect master Xianjizi's dual cultivation ceremony. The Southern sect had sent a Grand Supreme Elder to the Profound sect's Grand Supreme Elder's 150th birthday. However, The southern sect had only sent a first seat. If they couldn't give them a suitable reason, they would probably offend the profound sect. However, at this moment, South Sect's sect master and grand elder had no time to pay attention to Miao Xuanzi. They all stared at a jade slip floating in the void with a strange light in their eyes. It's really a new supernatural power. 300 years ago, a senior in the sect only comprehended part of this supernatural power. Ling Jizi actually completed it. As expected, it's really the heart of 7 orifices. The rise of South Sect is just around the corner. Half an hour ago, Hian Jinko of Fulu School sent a jade slip. After reading the contents of the jade slip, the 3 transcendent powerhouses of South Sect could not help but be moved. This jade slip recorded the contents of South Sect's heavenly scripture. What they comprehended from the heavenly scripture was recorded in this jade slip. What they did not comprehend from the heavenly scripture was recorded in this jade slip. This was enough to show that Ling Jizi had the ability to decipher the heavenly scripture. Although 10 years was a long time, it was nothing compared to the rise of South Sect. After South Sect's sect master calmed down, he said to the Taoist priest, "Tell Miao Xuanzi that I and the 2 grand elders are in seclusion to comprehend the supernatural power. Let Headling Wuzi receive us." To be honest, Xuanzong's strength was well known. Perhaps only the 5 sects combined would have the qualifications to compete with Xuanzong. The South Sect originally didn't want to offend Xuanzong again and again for the sake of Fulu School, but who told the Fulu School to give them too much? The 6 sects were all Taoist sections. One made them work like cattle and horses, while the other gave them a chance to rise. No matter how stupid they were, they should know which side to stand on. In a certain hall of the South Sect, Miao Xuanzi had just learned the news that the South Sect leader and supreme elder were in seclusion. He had just come from the Northern Sect. Not long ago, the Northern Sect had told him the same thing. This meant that the North and South sects did not want to see him at all. Miao Xuanzi had already felt the seriousness of the situation. He did not even feel angry in his heart. Instead, he flew in the direction of the Eastern Sea with a heavy heart. Shizhuan's guess should be correct. The Fulu School must have given these sects great benefits. How great would the benefits be for them to choose to oppose Xuanzong? Miao Xuanzi vaguely felt that Xuanzong had missed a great opportunity. Eastern Sea Xuanzong. In recent days, the atmosphere of the entire Xuanzong had continued to be gloomy. No one had expected that the Taoist exchange meeting would become a turning point for Xuanzong's luck. Before the exchange meeting, Xuanzong, as the #1 sect of Taoism, had limitless glory. After the exchange meeting, Xuanzong was hated by everyone and could only stay in the Eastern Sea. The disciples of Xuanzong were too ashamed to walk around outside. Many people were dissatisfied with the decision of the upper echelons of the sect, but they could not change anything. Out of trust in Tianjizi, they hid all their doubts in the bottom of their hearts. In a space of the flask heaven, Tianjizi held a turtle shell in both hands and shook it gently. There was a clattering sound from the turtle shell. Not long after, a few copper coins were thrown out of it. Miao Yunzi sat cross-legged on the side and asked, "Uncle Master, how's the divination?" Tianjizi said leisurely, "It's 5% more. The probability of the cultivation world resisting the catastrophe has increased by 5%? Miao Yunzi's face was filled with shock. He muttered, "It seems that this 5% change should be the reason why the other 4 sects broke off relations with Xuanzong." "Uncle Master, you're right." The old man did not speak. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Miao Yunzi said nervously, "Uncle Master, you." Tianjizi casually wiped away the blood and casually said, "Don't worry, this old man won't die for a while, and I can't die. If this old man dies, then the 10 continents will lose even half of their vitality." Great Zhou, Divine Capital. In the past 2 years, Divine Capital had become much quieter. A few years ago, the new and old parties fought openly and secretly, stirring up the entire Divine Capital. The people had no way to make a living. Now the Shao royal family had declined. Not only did they have no right to speak in the imperial court, even the powerhouses guarding the ancestral shrine in the palace were chased out of the palace. Whether it was the people or the officials, they were well aware of a certain matter. That was the Shao royal family, who had controlled Great Zhou for hundreds of years, was probably going to lose the imperial power forever. The old party had no chance at all. It should have been the new party's victory, but the Zhou family and its wings were also constantly losing power. In the imperial court, led by Zhang Chun, most of the officials were loyal to the empress. The original supporters of the two parties had all cut ties with them. The biggest contributor to Divine Capital's current situation was, of course, Lord Li Mu. He was the empress's most trusted official, the guardian of the people. He had swept away most of the internal and external troubles for the Great Zhou. He was using practical actions to fulfill the oath he made in his early years. He set his heart for heaven and earth, set his life for the people, inherited the lost knowledge of the past saints, and established peace for all ages. In the hearts of the people, Lord Li could be said to be a perfect person, apart from being a little lecherous. In recent days, there were rumors in Divine Capital that someone had seen Lord Li and Her Majesty's personal female official, Shangguan Li, having a private meeting by the river. Their behavior was very intimate. These rumors had even spread to the palace, and even the palace maids were talking about it. Lord Li is an important official of the imperial court, and Commander Shangguan is also one of Her Majesty's most trusted guards. Isn't it normal for them to discuss national affairs together? Forget it. I would believe it if it were someone else discussing national affairs, but Lord Li and Lord Shangguan are together all day long. Maybe they'll fall in love with each other over time. Who wouldn't like a man like Lord Li? I see Lord Li every day too. Why didn't he fall in love with me over time? In the imperial palace, a few palace maids in the corner of the corridor whispered. Naturally, it could not escape the ears of Mr. Mei and Shangguan Li. In Changle Palace, Mr. Mei stood beside Shangguan Li and asked nosily, Ali, when did you get together with Li Mu? You didn't even tell me. That's so mean. Shangguan Li's face was livid. She gritted her teeth and said, What are they looking at? When did I get together with Li Mu by the river? Mr. Mei murmured, If it's not you, then it must look like you. Li Mu is really too much. The real Ali is right next to him, but he has to find an imposter. The palace maids outside had no idea what was going on. They continued to talk. It's not strange that Lord Li is with Commander Shangguan. If he's with Mr. Mei, please don't. This will ruin Lord Li's image in my eyes. Why don't you think Mr. Mei is so old? Why isn't he married yet? Besides Shangguan Li, Mr. Mei's face was also livid. Several palace maids on duty near Changle Palace were punished to do laundry in the laundry department, because they were negligent in their duties. Mr. Mei was still angry. He said angrily, Why should I be a good match for you? My image will be ruined. She couldn't calm down. The sky above Fairy's capital changed again. It wasn't the first time this phenomenon had happened. Even the people of Fairy's capital were used to it. Naturally, the two of them didn't make a fuss. The shadow of a bell flew into the dark clouds. The dark clouds quickly dissipated. Soon Li Mu and the Empress walked out from the back of the palace. With Li Mu's current cultivation base, he had no problem writing and refining low-grade heaven-level talismans and pills. As for middle-grade heaven-level, high-grade and saint-level talismans, because they exceeded the upper limit of Li Mu's magic power, he could only cooperate with the Empress. In Changle Palace, Shangguan Li looked at Li Mu with hostility. Mr. Mei looked at Li Mu with hostility. Li Mu looked at them and asked curiously, Why? Did I offend you? Mr. Mei said, Someone said that they saw you and Ali having a private meeting by the river. Li Mu felt guilty. He said, That's just a rumor. You can ask Ali if you don't believe me. We've never been alone. Mr. Mei asked, Then why would there be such a rumor? Li Mu shook his head. How would I know? Oh right, His Majesty and I have something for you. He threw 2 jade bottles to Mr. Mei and Shangguan Li. These are saint-level breakthrough pills. Your powers are already at the peak of the creation realm. Try and see if you can break through to Dongxian. Saint-level pills that could help people break through to the 5th level were extremely precious. Mr. Mei was shocked. These are for us? You don't want them? Li Mu glanced at her. If you don't want them, I'll give them to someone else. Before he finished, the jade bottles in Mr. Mei and Shangguan Li's hands disappeared. Li Mu gave the low-grade pills to the Danding sect to make. He and the Empress made the saint-level and saint-level pills themselves. This time, Li Mu and the Empress used more than a month to make 4 saint-level breakthrough pills for the creation realm. Some of the materials used were from the Great Zhou treasury, and some were from the Fulu school. For the sake of fairness, 2 of the 4 pills were given to the imperial court, and 2 to the Fulu school. Lord Mei and Shangguanli were undoubtedly the most suitable candidates for the 2 pills of the imperial court, considering their status, experience, and how much they were favored. The courtiers would not have any objections to such an arrangement. As for the other 2 pills, Li Mu planned to take them back to the Fulu school, and give them to Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. The imperial court and the school would each provide half of the materials for making the pills, and half of the pills. This arrangement was fair and reasonable. The 2 Taishang elders had planned to pass on their powers to them before their lifespans were completely exhausted. Theoretically speaking, they were also the first in line to take the pills. When the time came, the 2 Taishang elders could pass on their powers to other disciples. Li Mu considered whether or not to let Wanwan and Xiaobai also enter the Fulu school. Using the school's resources on the Fulu school's disciples was reasonable. This would prevent people from saying that he was abusing his power for personal gain in the future. When they returned to Mount Baiyun, Li Mu took Wanwan and Xiaobai with him. He let Wanwan become a disciple of Yu Zhenzi, and Xiaobai become a disciple of Dan Yangzi. From now on, they were all 3rd-generation disciples of the Fulu school. They were only disciples of the 2 heads in name. Their specific cultivation was still under Li Mu's guidance. Xian Jizi had no objections to Li Mu giving the 2 mirror-breaking pills to Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. The 2 of them had already gone into seclusion to adjust their transcendence energy, and were preparing to take the pills to break through their cultivation. With nothing to do, Li Mu returned to Yangqiu County. He originally wanted to find Zhang Shan for a drink or 2, but 2 years ago, Zhang Shan had moved out of Yangqiu County and bought a residence in the Shendu. He was usually not in the Shendu, but rather in the Great Zhou to expand his business. Half a year ago, he had already opened a shop in the state of Yong. Li Mu made another trip to the Jinshan Temple. The abbot of the Jinshan Temple had already changed. Xuandu and the original abbot had already left for the ancestral court of the Xian sect. Li Mu finally arrived at the Bay of Clear Water. The small house by the water was still there, and the furnishings inside hadn't changed in the slightest. However, there was no one there. Ever since she had left without saying goodbye, Li Mu hadn't heard from Su He again. At that time, Li Mu didn't completely understand her feelings. If he had the chance to do it all over again, he would have kept her by his side no matter what. Returning to the small courtyard he had once lived in, he felt the powerful transcendence energy in his body, and thought back to everything he had experienced in the past few years. In just a few years, he had gone from a lowly bailiff of Yangqiu County to a powerful official of the Great Zhou, the future headmaster of the Fulu school, and the state preceptor of the Yao Kingdom. Li Mu lay on the bed, his hands behind his head. He felt as if he was in a dream. Not a sound could be heard beside him, except for the sound of insects. In a rare moment, Li Mu forgot everything. Lying on the wooden bed, he had a dream. In his dream, he saw a golden door. Li Mu wanted to touch it, but he couldn't get close. It was only a few hundred steps, but he walked for an entire night. It was like a distant snowy mountain. It seemed to be right in front of him, but when he tried to get closer, he discovered that the path was endless. Even when he woke up, Li Mu was still reminiscing about this dream. In his dream, he desperately wanted to pass through that door, but he couldn't even get close. That feeling of helplessness made him feel incomparable despair. Li Mu took out the heavenly book in his hand and stacked it on top of each other. Using his divine sense, he saw a door that was exactly the same as the one in his dream. Seeing this door in reality, Li Mu also wanted to go through it to find out what was inside. However, this door wasn't real. If he wanted to understand its mysteries, he would probably have to gather more heavenly tomes. Speaking of the other heavenly tomes, the first one that Li Mu thought of was naturally Xuanzong. Unfortunately, he and Xuanzong had already become enemies. Xuanzong wouldn't give the heavenly tomes to Li Mu for free, and Li Mu wouldn't help them decipher the heavenly tomes. This was no different from helping their enemy. Other than Xuanzong's page, only the 4 Buddhist sects were confirmed to have the heavenly tomes. Among the 4 Buddhist sects, 3 of them were in the Shen nation. Li Mu didn't have any relationship with them. It could even be said that there was some friction between them. He probably couldn't borrow the heavenly tomes, nor could he use them to decipher the heavenly tomes in exchange. After all, the 3 sects belonged to the enemy nation. In Li Mu's heart, their position wasn't much higher than Xuanzong's. The only heavenly tomes he could come into contact with were in the Heart sect. Although the Heart sect was also a Buddhist sect, it was a local Buddhist sect in the Great Zhou. It also cooperated with the imperial court. Moreover, Xuandu was in the Heart sect. It was very possible to make a deal with the Heart sect. After making a quick decision, Li Mu walked into the courtyard. With a step, his figure disappeared. Chapter 561. Great Zhou, Nanyang County. The ancestral court of the Heart sect, one of the 4 Buddhist sects, was located in Nanyang County. The Heart sect recruited believers here. After hundreds of years, almost everyone in Nanyang County worshipped Buddha. There were more than 100 temples in Nanyang County alone. Tiantai Mountain, which was located in the center of Nanyang County, was where the ancestral court of the Heart sect was located. It was also the sacred ground in the hearts of the Great Zhou Buddhist believers. Tiantai Mountain would often have a Buddhist glow. No demons or ghosts dared to cause trouble nearby. This made the Heart sect even more revered by the people. Every day, there would be an endless stream of people coming to worship them. On this day, there was a spatial fluctuation at the foot of Tiantai Mountain. A figure appeared out of thin air. There were many people on the mountain path. Most of them were filled with reverence as they went up the mountain to worship. No one noticed that there was an additional person behind the crowd. Li Mu followed behind these Buddhist believers and slowly walked up the mountain. Although the Heart sect's strength was far inferior to the various Taoist sects, in this small Nanyang County, the Heart sect's influence was greater than the imperial courts. The population of Nanyang County was one of the top 36 counties. However, the amount of psychokinesis contributed by the state temple was one of the lowest. It was not that the people of Nanyang County were living in an abyss of suffering. Instead, they contributed most of their psychokinesis to the Heart sect. They all relied on the people's psychokinesis. This was a conflict between the Buddhist sects and the imperial court. Therefore, the Great Zhou court would never allow the Buddhist sects to expand without limit. The Heart sect's influence was only in Nanyang County. Outside of Nanyang County, there were very few temples in the Heart sect. The crowd discussed softly as they walked up the steps. Once one gets old, one's body won't be able to take it anymore. It would be great if I could ask for some medicine on this trip up the mountain. I'm here to fulfill a vow. Last year, I went up the mountain to worship the Bodhisattva. This year, my daughter-in-law gave birth to a chubby boy. Is it that effective? Then I'll have to pray too. A young man. What are you here to pray for? Someone asked him. Li Mu smiled and said, to pray for marriage. The warm-hearted auntie reminded him. If you pray for marriage and children, you have to pray to the Bodhisattva. Remember not to pray to the wrong person. After chatting for a while, Li Mu became familiar with this group of people. They chatted and laughed all the way up the mountain, and came to a temple. The ancestral court of the Xian clan seemed to be a slightly extravagant temple. Compared to the other sects, it was slightly shabby. However, this was not the case. This temple was only used to receive ordinary believers. Above the concealment array above everyone's head, there were several huge mountain peaks floating. There were pavilions and towers on the mountain peaks. There were also countless relief sculptures of Buddha. Buddha light flashed, and there were sounds of Sanskrit chants. At the bottom of the mountain, there was a mountain gate. 2 young monks stood guard there, looking at the crowd below. However, the crowd below could not see them. One of the little monks seemed to have noticed something and said in surprise, Hui Kong, look at that person below. Is he looking at us? The other little monk didn't even look. He shook his head and said, how is that possible? Without level 5 cultivation, one cannot see through the array. How can he be in the Dharma plane? The little monk said, but he was really looking at me. He even smiled at me. Li Mu stood at the back of the crowd. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the 2 little monks. This young man was still below a moment ago. In the next moment, he passed through the array and appeared in front of them. The little monk was shocked and said with a trembling voice, Who are you? What do you want? Li Mu couldn't help but touch his bald head and said, Don't worry. I'm here to look for someone. Is Master Xuandu here? Uncle Xuandu? Hearing that he was here to look for Uncle Xuandu, the little monk was relieved. He said, Sir, please wait here for a while. I'll help you pass on the message. The little monk with level 3 cultivation flew to the mountain peak above. Not long later, a golden light shot down from above and landed heavily beside Li Mu. A handsome monk looked at Li Mu and said happily, Third brother, why are you here? Li Mu smiled at him and said, Second brother, long time no see. Xuandu gave Li Mu a big bear hug. Li Mu said, Congratulations, second brother. After not seeing you for a few years, your cultivation has improved again. You're already at the peak of level 5. Xuandu smiled and said, Congratulations too, third brother. You've advanced so quickly. He looked at Li Mu with a hint of shock in his eyes. He realized that he couldn't see through Li Mu's cultivation. When they first met, he was still a mortal. A small vengeful spirit could take his life. But after a few years, he couldn't even see through Li Mu's cultivation. For this to happen, it was either that he had a powerful treasure that could hide his aura, or that his cultivation was already above his. Xuandu's common sense told him that it was the former. But he still asked, What's your cultivation now? Li Mu pinched his thumb and index finger and said, Just a little higher than you. Xuandu was stunned. After a long time he muttered, Even if you had a fortuitous encounter, your cultivation shouldn't have improved so quickly. It seems like you've encountered a great opportunity. Li Mu smiled and said, Let's not talk about this. I came to the Heart Sect this time not only to see second brother, but also for an important matter. Li Mu came here to get the heavenly book of the Heart Sect. Although he was the future head of the Fulu school, and one of the leaders of the Tao sect, it didn't seem good for him to come and interpret the heavenly book for the Buddhists. But there were few free meals in the world. If he didn't pay a price, the Heart Sect wouldn't give him the heavenly book. After Xuandu heard Li Mu's words, he hesitated and said, The heavenly book is the most important treasure of our sect. It's related to the inheritance of the sect. I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to ask the elders first. Li Mu smiled and said, It doesn't matter. I can wait for the elders' reply first. To completely interpret the heavenly book, for any sect that possessed the heavenly book, it was a major matter that couldn't be ignored. After Xuandu heard Li Mu's intention, he immediately reported to the elders. Heart Sect, the Great Hall of Light. There were bursts of discussions. Heart of 7 orifices? There is indeed a rumor that those who possess the heart of 7 orifices can understand the entire content of the heavenly book. But rumors are only rumors. I have never seen such a physique. I'm afraid someone is using this as a pretense to deceive the heavenly book. Such a technique is too clumsy. The heavenly book was the most precious treasure of the Heart Sect. Of course, it couldn't be easily given away. A middle-aged monk thought for a while, looked at Xuandu and asked, Your friend, what is his name? Xuandu said, Uncle Puji, his name is Li Mu. Puji's gaze was deep as he said, According to what I know, the Ling Jizi of the Fulu school of the Tao sect is called Li Mu. Recently, the other 4 sects of the Tao sect, for the sake of the Fulu school, have offended the number 1 sect, Xuanzong. This matter is extremely unusual. It seems that the 4 sects must have received the promise of the Fulu school to interpret the heavenly book. Ling Jizi possessing the heart of 7 orifices, there is a 90% chance that it is true. There is such a thing. If that's the case, then isn't this Xuanzong's opportunity? But he is a person of the Tao sect. Why would he help our Xuanzong? Could there be some conspiracy behind this? A few elders of the Heart Sect revealed a hesitant expression. On one hand, this was the Heart Sect's opportunity. On the other hand, this matter was very risky. If the heavenly book was lost, it would cause an unbearable loss to the Heart Sect. In the end, an old monk stroked his snow-white long beard and said, Although the Tao sect is not our enemy, the Heart Sect's most precious treasure cannot be given to the Tao sect. Our esteemed guest has come from afar. Xuandu, treat him well. There is no need to mention the heavenly book anymore. When the Xuanzong elders heard this, they did not say anything else. The one who spoke was Elder Puxiang. His cultivation had reached the peak of Dongxian. When the Venerable One was in seclusion, Elder Puxiang was in charge of all matters of the heart sect. Even the heavenly book of the sect was under his control. When everyone was silent, only Elder Puji stood out and said slowly, "I think that this is an opportunity that our heart sect cannot miss. We cannot give up on the great opportunity of the heart sect's rise just because the person with the heart of 7 orifices has the identity of the Tao sect." He walked to the front of the crowd and analyzed. As everyone knows, ever since the Xuanzong exchange, the Tao sect that was originally one has begun to split. Fulu school has roped in the other 4 sects, most likely through the heavenly book. Xuanzong's strength is too strong. Even if the other 5 sects join forces, they would not be able to shake him. At this time, Fulu school must be anxious to find allies. If not, he would not have come to the heart sect. He came here to gain new allies and has no other intentions. If the heart sect is suspicious and fearful of him, we will miss this great opportunity. Elder Puji did not stop and continued. Now, the reality of the cultivation world is that with Ling Jizi with the heart of 7 orifices, the heavenly books of the 6 sects of the Tao sect will be completely deciphered except for Xuanzong. The 5 sects will usher in a period of rapid development. The battle between the sects is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall behind. If the heart sect continues to stick to the old ways, I'm afraid there will be no chance for a comeback. Elder Puji's words made the elders fall into deep thought. He knew the situation of the cultivation world like the back of his hand. His analysis was also reasonable. The heart sect's rejection of the Fulu school's Ling Jizi's suggestion would not be wrong in the short term. However, in the long term, it would be destroying the sect's future. Since ancient times, the decline of many sects in the world of cultivation was not because they did something wrong, but because they did nothing. In the cultivation world, there were hundreds of schools of thought contending. When Tao sect and Buddhism flourished, those schools did nothing wrong and gradually disappeared in the long river of history. Once Tao sect flourished again, the space left for Buddhism to develop would become smaller and smaller. Elder Puxiang, who was in charge of the heart sect, was obviously moved by Elder Puji's words. After thinking for a long time, he said, "Xuandu, invite Ling Jizi over." Under Xuandu's lead, Li Mu came to a large hall. The first thing he saw were a few shiny bald heads. The strength of the heart sect could not be compared to the other Tao sects. They only had one person in the 7th realm. At this moment, the 4 monks in front of Li Mu were all in the 6th realm. Li Mu put his palms together and said, "Greetings, elders." When they saw Li Mu, the few elders of the heart sect felt waves in their hearts. Could the gap between Buddhism and Tao be so great? A young disciple of the Fulu school actually had a cultivation level that did not lose to theirs. The young man in front of them not only had unfathomable mana, the few Buddhist powerhouses who specialized in physical cultivation could also feel an incomparably powerful physical strength from him. It was hard to imagine that a cultivator of Tao sect could have a physical body that did not lose to a 6th realm Buddhist powerhouse. Clearly, he was a dual cultivator of energy and body. Moreover, he had cultivated both his mana and body to the 6th realm. Elder Puji put his palms together and praised. Heroes indeed come from the young. With Ling Jizi, it is only a matter of time before the Fulu school surpasses Xuanzong. Li Mu clasped his fists and said, "Elder Puji, you flatter me, you flatter me." When he came, Xuandu had already told him that the heart sect did not agree with him interpreting the heavenly tomes. It was Elder Puji's strong argument that made them change their mind. Not only was this monk aware of many major events that happened in the cultivation world, but his insight was also very sharp. Even Xuanzong did not know that Li Mu was interpreting the heavenly tomes for the other sections. Yet, he was able to guess the truth of the matter just based on Xuandu's words. At this moment, another old monk walked forward and said, "Ling Jizi is willing to interpret the heavenly tomes for the heart sect." This old monk is extremely grateful. Li Mu was very clear that he had delivered himself to Xianzong's doorstep and let them take advantage of him. Any normal monk would suspect that he had ulterior motives. He did not bother to be courteous with the old monk and said, "To be honest, I came this time to form a good relationship with the heart sect." Xuanzong of Taoism has gone too far. One day, the Fulu school will definitely denounce it. Today, I am helping the Heart sect to interpret the heavenly tomes. I hope that one day, the Heart sect can join the other sects to denounce this unrighteous sect. Xuanzong and the other elders looked at Puji. Elder Puji had guessed correctly. Ling Jizi's goal was indeed to form an alliance with the Heart sect. Elder Puxiang thought for a moment and said, "You should know that Xuanzong is not only the #1 sect of Taoism, but also the #1 sect in the world. Within Xuanzong, there is an 8th realm powerhouse. If there is no 8th realm powerhouse, there is no way to fight against them." Li Mu said, "Elder, don't worry. If we are not fully prepared, we will not act rashly." Elder Puxiang thought for a long time and finally nodded and said, "I heard that you have the heart of 7 orifices. Can you show it to me?" Since they were here to interpret the heavenly tomes, Li Mu naturally had to show it. Otherwise, these old monks would think that he was taking advantage of the situation. He thought for a moment and said to Taoist priest Puxiang, "Can I take a look at the heavenly tomes of your sect?" Elder Puxiang stretched out his hand, and a page appeared in his palm. If Ling Jizi really had the heart of 7 orifices, then the heavenly tomes were meant for him to comprehend. There was no harm in letting him take a look. If Ling Jizi did not have the heart of 7 orifices, and came here to find an excuse to comprehend the heavenly tomes, he would not be able to comprehend anything in a short period of time. Moreover, the Heart sect would not suffer any losses. Li Mu closed his eyes and scanned the heavenly tomes with his spiritual sense. After a long time, he opened his eyes. After forming a seal, he slowly extended his finger. In the void, a golden finger condensed. An elder exclaimed, "Great Nirvana finger!" This great Nirvana finger was a divine ability from the Heart sect's heavenly tomes. Li Mu changed his hand seal and pressed down with his palm. Another golden palm appeared in the main hall. Prajna palm. They watched as Li Mu executed the second Buddhist divine ability. This level of divine ability was only passed down to the core disciples of the Heart sect. Normally, outsiders would not be able to understand it. However, this did not exclude the possibility of an accident. However, the divine abilities that Li Mu used afterward were things that even they had never seen before. These divine abilities were very powerful. When executed, there was a Buddhist light that appeared. It was definitely from the heavenly tomes. However, they had never seen it before. If it was not him comprehending it on the spot, then what was it? After executing a few divine abilities consecutively, Li Mu's face turned pale. His body swayed and he shook his head. "No, comprehending the heavenly tomes is too taxing on the mind. I can only comprehend this much this time. I'm afraid I will need half a month before I can recover my mind and comprehend it a second time." Elder Puxiang smiled and said, "There's no hurry. You can stay in the Heart sect for a long time. I'll let Xuandu prepare a room for you." Li Mu shook his head and said, "I'm an official of the Great Zhou. I have to manage the Fulu school and interpret the heavenly tomes for the other 4 sections. I'm afraid I can't stay here for a long time. If the elders trust me, you can temporarily hand the heavenly tomes to me like the other Dao sections. I'll take some time to slowly interpret it. Every once in a while, I'll report back to your sect." The Heart sect had never handed the heavenly tomes to an outsider. Elder Puxiang hesitated and said, "This we still have to discuss. Xuandu, bring Ling Jizi around the sect." Xuandu brought Li Mu out. A Taoist priest said, "I'm afraid it's not good to hand the heavenly tomes to an outsider. What if something goes wrong?" At this moment, Elder Puji walked up and said, "When Ling Jizi was in the 5th realm, he already had the power to transcend. Now that he's in the 6th realm, I'm afraid only those in the 8th realm can stop him. If there's really an 8th realm cultivator who wants the heavenly tomes, what's the difference if the heavenly tomes are with him or with us?" Puji's analysis was very reasonable. After a discussion, Elder Puxiang nodded and said, "What we can think of, the other 4 Dao sects can also think of. Since they can trust Ling Jizi, why can't we? Puji, go and ask Ling Jizi to come back." Puji nodded and turned to walk out of the hall. The moment he stepped out of the hall, a faint light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 562. In terms of deciphering the heavenly book, Li Mu had already formed a monopoly. In the end, the heart sect agreed to his request to take the heavenly book away. In order to show enough sincerity, Li Mu first helped them decipher a portion of the heavenly book to dispel some of their doubts and worries. Only then did he prepare to leave. Before he opened his mouth, Elder Puji said, "You have done a great favor for the heart sect. Why don't you stay here for a few more days and let us play host to you?" If he could not wait to leave after taking the heavenly book, it would be easy for others to think that he was running away with the treasure. After careful consideration, Li Mu decided to stay here for a few days. Taking advantage of these few days, Li Mu studied the heart sect's heavenly book in detail. The heart sect's heavenly book was divided into two parts. One part was the Buddhist scriptures, which were equivalent to the Taoist Heart Sutra to guide the cultivation of qi. The other part was various Buddhist supernatural powers. Taoism had countless spells. Taoism cultivators used the mana in their bodies to the extreme. Buddhism, on the other hand, developed the body. Buddhism's supernatural powers were mostly related to the body. Their bodies were no weaker than Dharma treasures. Combined with their physical supernatural powers, their combat strength was not to be underestimated. Li Mu was a dual cultivator. After receiving Ao Qing's inheritance, his physical body reached the sixth realm. He could cultivate most of the supernatural powers in the heavenly book. In this page of the heavenly book, Li Mu did not see any strange beasts. Among the heavenly books that he had, not all of them had such records. When he placed the 9th page of the heavenly book on top of the other 8 pages, the golden door became a little clearer. He now had 9 pages of the heavenly book in his hand. He needed to gather 15 more pages before he could make the complete heavenly book appear. There was still a long way to go in the future. The heavenly book was undoubtedly the most mysterious treasure in the world. Every page was a priceless treasure. After collecting all the heavenly books, what secrets could be uncovered? What was behind the golden door? These were constantly tugging at Li Mu's heartstrings. After staying in the heart sect for 7 days, Li Mu proposed to leave. Several elders personally sent Li Mu out of the mountain gate. Elder Pu Xiang looked at Li Mu and solemnly said, "I'll leave the heavenly book to you, Ling Jizi." Li Mu nodded and said, "Don't worry, Elder. In 10 years at most, I will return the heavenly book intact." Similarly, Elder Pu Xiang promised Li Mu, "If there comes a day when Taoism denounces Xuanzong, the heart sect will also lend a helping hand." With his ability to decipher the tomes of arcane, Li Mu had become a social butterfly in the cultivation world. Regardless of whether it was Buddhism or Taoism, as long as they had the tomes of arcane, they would need his help. After leaving the heart sect, Li Mu headed north. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing should have already taken the realm-breaking pill. Li Mu planned to wait for them to come out of seclusion at Baiyun Mountain. After flying away from Mount Tiantai, Li Mu stopped flying in the air. He took a step and his body disappeared on the spot. Far away in the sky, 3 shadows suddenly appeared from the void. One of them exclaimed, shrinking the ground into an inch. Could this person be a path integration realm elite? Another person said flatly, "That's impossible. At his age, even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it's impossible for him to cultivate to the 8th realm. This is an ancient Tao technique that has been lost for a long time. He actually knows the ancient Tao technique. This person has a huge secret." The last person pondered and said, "If he's a path integration realm elite, he would have discovered us long ago. The last time I saw him, he was only at the 5th realm. Now his cultivation is at most Dongxian. He has the heavenly book of the 5 sects of Taoism and the heart sect of Buddhism. If we can capture him, we will have made a huge contribution. We don't have time to waste on you. Chase." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them spread out and stood in a triangle. They quickly formed seals with their hands and stretched out their hands at the same time. A thick black gas was released from each of their palms. The black gas connected and formed a huge black triangle. Within the black triangle, there was a violent spatial fluctuation. Swoosh. After a strange sound, the black triangle disappeared. At the same time, the 3 shadows also disappeared. The void returned to calmness. 100 miles ahead, Li Mu's body appeared from the void. He lifted his foot and was about to use shrinking the ground into an inch again. In the sky in front of him, there was a sudden change. A huge triangular black vortex suddenly appeared. In the next moment, 3 figures walked out of the vortex. The 3 of them did not conceal their powerful aura. An extremely strong sense of oppression rushed toward him. Li Mu was shocked. Where did these 3 Transcendence Realm elites come from? But soon he sensed a familiar aura from one of them. It was the aura of the Demon Sect Elder, who had joined forces with the Green Wolf King in the Demon Nation. Li Mu blurted out, "The 3 Elders of Yu and Ming." The 3 Elders of Yu and Ming were the 3 Transcendence Realm elites sent by the Demon Sect to guard the Zhu continent. Over the years, they had stirred up trouble all over the Zhu continent. They had stirred up trouble in the Great Zhou, the Demon Nation and the southern countries. The 3 of them usually hid behind the scenes and rarely appeared. The last time they appeared together was when they besieged the Lord of Illusions. Could it be that they came for him this time? Li Mu did not have time to think. He could deal with 1 Transcendence Realm elite, but there was no way he could win against 3 at the same time. He formed a seal with one hand in his sleeve, and took a step forward. However, his body remained in the same place. Li Mu's expression turned serious. This space was confined by someone. The Demon Sect Elder who had met Li Mu twice looked at him and said indifferently, "For you, the 3 of us have been waiting here for 6 days. How can we let you leave so easily?" Li Mu's expression changed slightly. He was indeed the target of the 3 Elders of Yu and Ming. In the Demon Nation, he had ruined the Demon Sect's plan and severely injured one of the 3 Elders of Yu and Ming. The Demon Sect had never given him such treatment. This time, the 3 Elders of Yu and Ming must have come for some important reason. The Heavenly Book. In just a moment, Li Mu figured out the crux of the matter. They did not come earlier or later. They just had to come when he obtained the Heart Sect's Heavenly Book. Their target was the Heart Sect's Heavenly Book. Perhaps it was not only the Heart Sect's Heavenly Book. Only Xuandu and a few elders of the Heart Sect knew that he had taken the Heart Sect's Heavenly Book. The 3 Elders of Yu and Ming were lying in ambush outside Tiantai Mountain 6 days ago. This meant that someone had leaked the news to them immediately. This person could not be Xuandu. In other words, there was a traitor among the 6th Realm Elders of the Heart Sect. Puji's face flashed across Li Mu's mind. No wonder he had been facilitating the cooperation between Li Mu and the Heart Sect. He also tried his best to persuade the people of the Heart Sect to let him take the Heavenly Book away from the Heart Sect. Only when the Heavenly Book left the Heart Sect would the Demon Sect have a chance to seize it. Li Mu slowly looked at the 3 of them and asked, "Is Puji one of your people?" That Demon Sect Elder said faintly, "I still have to thank you." Puji had been hiding in the Heart Sect for 50 years, and did not have a chance to take the Heavenly Book away. If it wasn't for you, I don't know when he would be able to control the Heart Sect and obtain the Heavenly Book. Li Mu's heart trembled. For the Heart Sect's Heavenly Book, the Demon Sect actually sent someone to spy in the Heart Sect for 50 years. That was close to 60 years. Furthermore, that person had climbed to such an important position. What exactly were they scheming? If it was the supernatural powers of the Buddha sect, it would not be justified. With Puji's current position, even if he could not control the Heavenly Book, the supernatural powers of the Heart Sect would be at his fingertips. The Demon Sect's long-term plan made Li Mu even more convinced that the Heavenly Book contained a huge secret. An elder said in a deep voice, "Meng-san, why are you talking nonsense with him? Hurry up and kill this person. Take the Heavenly Book and prevent new problems from arising." Just as he was about to move, Meng-san stretched out his hand and stopped him. He transmitted his voice. "Have you forgotten what Puji said? This person has the heart of 7 orifices, and can decipher the Heavenly Book. It's best if we can use such a person. If we kill him and the higher-ups find out, I'm afraid we will be punished and blamed." After that elder thought about it, he retreated. Meng-san was right. If what Puji said was true, then this person's value was more important than 1 or 2 Heavenly Books. It would be a pity to kill such a person. Even if they wanted to kill him, it was not up to them to decide. At this moment, Meng-san looked at Li Mu and said slowly, "Today you can't escape even if you have wings. You are a smart person. I'll give you 2 choices. Either you die, or you hand over all the Heavenly Books and join us. You have 15 minutes to think about it." Li Mu asked faintly. What's in it for me to join you? Meng Sen raised his eyebrows and asked. What do you want? Strength status. Li Mu glanced at him and said. What you said I already have. Meng San thought for a while and said. I know you like women. With your ability, join us. You can choose any woman on the continent. Who do you like? The sage sect will capture them for you. Li Mu said coldly. Women will only affect my cultivation speed. If you want to move me, it's not enough. Meng San thought for a while and said. What if we can increase your lifespan by 60 years? Li Mu said. You should know that the 7th realm is not difficult for me. Meng San shook his head and said. It's not what you think. What I mean is that you can have a maximum lifespan of 30 years as a Dongxian. If you can break through, your lifespan will reach 40 years. He looked at Li Mu and said in a tempting tone. What do you think? We cultivators fight against the heavens and ourselves. What we seek is immortality. Every year we live is a greater chance of immortality. I don't mind telling you that the real way to immortality is hidden in the tomes of arcane. Join us. With the strength of the devil's doctrine and your ability to decipher the tomes of arcane, perhaps one day, you will be able to decipher the great path of immortality. The expressions of the other two old men changed as they shouted sternly. Meng San. Meng San stretched out his hand and said. It's fine. This is not an absolute secret. What can you do if you tell him? Li Mu was shocked. The demon sect actually had such a heaven-defying technique that could prolong a cultivator's lifespan. And it was not a short one like the Tianji talisman. It could prolong a Dongxian cultivator's lifespan by 60 years. How much could this increase the chance of breaking through to the 7th realm? If the two elders had 60 more years of lifespan, even if they couldn't reach the 8th realm, they could still protect the Fulu school for another 60 years. This was something Li Mu didn't even dare to think about before. Moreover, the great way of immortality mentioned by the elders of the demon sect. Which cultivator could resist this temptation? Immortality, the ultimate pursuit of human cultivation, was hidden in the heavenly books? Judging from the three elders of Yu and Ming's reaction, his words were most likely true. No wonder the demon sect had dominated the 10 continents for tens of thousands of years. Who knew how many heaven-defying techniques they had and what they were plotting? He had obtained too much information today. Li Mu took a deep breath and said, Let me think about it. Meng San floated in the air and said indifferently, You have less than half an hour. Li Mu stood in place, his expression changing. He seemed to be making a difficult choice. Prolong his lifespan by 60 years was a great temptation. Li Mu was even more tempted by eternal life. However, joining the demon sect was impossible. He could only listen to half of what the demon sect said. It was true that they could prolong his lifespan. However, if he joined the demon sect, he would most likely be used as a machine to decipher the heavenly books. He would probably lose his freedom. Of course, he would not let go of this opportunity. Not to mention eternal life, Li Mu would not let go of the opportunity to prolong the elder's lifespan by 60 years. He had already secretly sent a message to the Empress. What he needed to do now was to stall for time. There were no secrets between him and the Empress. He had already taught the Empress the 9 words mantra. With her cultivation, she could use the earth-shrinking technique to cross hundreds of miles with a single step. Including the time between casting the technique, she should have taken less than half an hour to reach here. Even if he only caught one of the 3 elders of Yu and Ming, it would be an extremely important harvest. Demon sect elites of this level would definitely know more secrets. Half an hour passed quickly. Meng Sen asked Li Mu, Have you thought about it? Li Mu said, How can 15 minutes be enough for such an important matter? Give me another hour. Meng San's expression darkened. Stalling for time is useless. No one can save you today. The 3 elders of Yu and Ming had come personally to capture a 6th-level junior. It was indeed very difficult for them to fail. Unless several transcendence cultivators or a path integration cultivator came. Even if the possibility was very small, they did not want any accidents to happen. An elder said, No need to talk nonsense with him. Take him back. There will be plenty of time for him to slowly think about it. After saying that, he directly reached out to grab Li Mu. The elder's hand became incomparably huge. Li Mu's body was also imprisoned by the power of heaven and earth. He could only watch as the hand reached out to grab him. With a thought, the power of heaven and earth around him dissipated. His body also regained its freedom. Then he formed a seal with his left hand and pointed forward with his right. A golden finger met the giant hand. When the two collided, the finger directly collapsed. The giant hand only paused for a moment before grabbing Li Mu without losing its momentum. Just as the hand was a few feet away from Li Mu did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and attacked the giant hand. The elder who attacked sneered with disdain. "You overestimate yourself." However, in the next moment, a ray of green light suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Li Mu held the spear in his hand. The tip of the spear glowed with green light as it viciously stabbed into the giant hand. Boom! After a deafening sound, the elder retreated a few steps. His hand also rapidly shrank. His face was gloomy as he looked at the bloody hole in his palm with a bewildered expression. Chapter 563. As a 7th realm cultivator, Ming-Yi was in disbelief. This person was only Dongxian, but he could hurt him. What kind of Dharma treasure was his spear? At this moment, Ming-san reminded him, "Be careful. This person's supernatural powers are strange. Even Xuanzong's Dao Qingzi was hurt by him. Don't be careless and treat him like a 7th realm cultivator." Li Mu held the spear in his hand. The weapon of a 9th realm dragon king was indeed extraordinary. If he had used the Qingxian sword just now, he probably wouldn't have been able to break through the demon sect elder's defense. After hitting the target, Li Mu formed another seal. The spear left his hand and pierced towards the elder. With his 6th realm cultivation, he was extremely fast on his weapon. Countless spear shadows appeared in the void. However, as the spear shadows pierced towards the demon sect elder, his body also became illusory. Countless shadows appeared around him. Li Mu's attack couldn't touch him at all. This person's cultivation was much higher than the Green Wolf King. Every time, he could predict Li Mu's attack and make preparations beforehand. Li Mu couldn't do anything about this. After all, a transcendent realm cultivator was on another level. This kind of supernatural power was almost always effective against cultivators with lower cultivation. To cross the gap between the middle realm and the upper realm, one needed to catch the opponent off guard. Just like the intellectual sword when he hurt Dao Qingzi and the first spear just now, Li Mu reached out. The spear flew back into his hand and he stabbed it in the air. Ming-Yi waved his sleeve. A black lotus platform flew out from his sleeve and smashed towards Li Mu. Suddenly, the person in front of him changed. From Li Mu to Ming-san. Nightmare 3, who was watching the battle from the side, had just reacted when a black lotus throne came crashing down on him. He hurriedly put up a mana shield, but it only managed to stop the lotus throne for a moment before it shattered into pieces. The lotus platform didn't slow down. It smashed into him. Ming-san flew back 100 feet and spat out blood. His aura instantly weakened. Pei-san suddenly appeared where that person was and took his attack. Pei-Yi's eyes widened in an instant, and then his pupils contracted. Behind him, where Ming-san had been, a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly came. He couldn't dodge in time, and his waist was pierced by a spear. A blinding green light exploded from the spear, bringing with it a destructive force as it exploded inside his body. Ming-Yi's body turned into a cloud of black mist and instantly appeared 1,000 feet away, condensing his body once again. There was a ball of black gas wriggling around his abdomen. His aura was not as strong as before. He stared at Li Mu. Li Mu didn't have it easy either. Earlier, he had expended a small portion of the mana in his body to forcefully perform shadow shift with one of the 3 elders of the netherworld, catching them off guard and injuring them at the same time. At this moment, Li Mu stood in the void with his spear. 2 of the 3 elders of the netherworld were weak, while the others' eyes were filled with disbelief. The 3 of them had roamed the Zhu continent for so many years. When had they ever suffered such a great loss? And it was at the hands of a cultivator from Dongxian. Where did he get such a treasure? And where did he learn such a strange ability? The 3 of them looked at each other. The tacit understanding they had formed over a long time allowed them to connect their minds in an instant. At the same time, they shot out a ray of black light towards Li Mu. The space was sealed. The three elders of the netherworld blocked Li Mu's path of retreat from 3 different directions, leaving him no room to retreat. With his cultivation, facing 3 transcendents head-on was no different from seeking death. Just as Li Mu was about to summon the Tao Bell and prepare to resist for a while, the space in front of him rippled and a figure appeared. The Empress must have just left the court. She was wearing a dragon robe and a phoenix crown. As she appeared, the 3 rays of black light were annihilated. The 3 elders of the netherworld gathered together again with a shocked expression. Ming San even blurted out, "The Empress of the Great Zhou." Feeling the aura of the woman opposite him was stronger than before, Ming San wanted to retreat. However, he didn't want to let go of this rare opportunity. He shouted, "No matter how strong she is, she's only at the 7th level. Let's attack together." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw Ming Er's figure opposite him. And at Ming Er's original position, there was a powerful aura that made his hair stand on end. Recalling Li Mu's strange divine ability just now, Ming San's expression changed greatly. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. A tyrannical magic power swept across, and his body and primordial spirit were both severely injured. Li Mu didn't miss this opportunity. He stabbed forward with his spear. Ming Er, who was teleported over by the Empress, was pierced through by the spear. The strength of the Empress of the Great Zhou was beyond his imagination. Ming San didn't dare to stay any longer. He immediately said, "Let's go." A ball of black light burst out of the 3's bodies at the same time. Then they disappeared into thin air. When they reappeared, they were already gathered together. Their palms were connected. A black light flashed, and they actually disappeared into thin air. Only a spatial fluctuation was left behind. Li Mu hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, don't let them escape." Zhou Yi appeared beside him. He closed his eyes and opened them again. He said, "It's a long-distance teleportation formation. They're no longer in Zhuzhou. We can't catch up with them." Although Li Mu felt it was a pity, capturing a 7th level alive was already an extremely difficult task. Moreover, there were 3 of them. He didn't delay and immediately said, "I need to go to Xianzong immediately." At the same time, on Tiantai Mountain, in the concealment formation, a golden light suddenly flew out from one of the meditation rooms. It quickly flew towards Xianzong's ancestral court. A few elders noticed this and couldn't help but wonder. Junior Puji is in such a hurry. Where are you going? Just as the golden light was about to disappear into the horizon, a green light suddenly appeared. The green light and the golden light collided and exploded with a violent wave of mana. Not long after, a figure flew over from afar. Li Mu carried Puji, who was tied up by the immortal binding rope, and landed on a mountain peak of Xianzong. A few elders flew over. Elder Pu Xiang looked at Li Mu and then looked at Puji, who was in his hands. He said in shock, "Ling Jizi, this is..." Li Mu casually threw Puji on the ground and said, "Elder Pu Xiang, you should ask him properly." After a while, the few elders of Xianzong were all shocked and exclaimed, "What? Senior Puji is a spy from the demon sect? How is this possible? Did Ling Jizi make a mistake somewhere?" Li Mu said indifferently, "This is what the elders of the demon sect admitted personally. If you don't believe it, then there must be other traitors in Xianzong. Otherwise, how could I be attacked by 3 7th realm elders of the demon sect when I just left Xianzong?" One of the elders said in disbelief, 3 7th realm elders of the demon sect can already fight Xianzong. How did Ling Jizi escape from their hands? Li Mu looked at them and said, "If I didn't have some ability, how would I dare to carry the heavenly tomes of the various sects and walk around?" Pu Xiang looked at Puji and asked in a low voice, "Puji, is what Ling Jizi said true?" Puji raised his head and looked at Li Mu indifferently. He slowly said, "To be able to defeat the 3 elders, no wonder you dared to bring so many tomes with you. This poor monk has underestimated you. This poor monk has nothing to say." After Puji finished speaking, the few elders of Xianzong were shocked. "Senior Puji, you really? I don't believe it. Why did you do this? How can you face our brothers and sisters? How can you face Buddha?" Puji put his palms together and said in a low voice, "Since the mission has failed, you don't have to say any more. I grew up in Zone and returned to Zone. Ba. After chanting the name of Buddha, he lowered his head. At the same time, the aura on his body disappeared completely. Elder Puxiang looked sad. He put his palms together and said in a low voice, Ba. Ba. All the elders chanted the name of Buddha at the same time. Soon, the bell rang in the ancestral court of Zone. Li Mu didn't expect Puji to be so decisive and pass away just like that. He gave up his cultivation and life. Maybe 60 years of practicing Buddhism changed his temperament. Or maybe he expected the outcome of his identity being exposed and made him make such a decisive decision. He wanted to get some information about the demon sect from Puji, but now he could only give up. When he left Zone, Li Mu had a lot on his mind. For thousands of years, the demon sect and the righteous sect had been opposing each other. The 6 Taoist sects, including the Fulu school, had all been attacked by the demon sect. Even Xuanzong was no exception. Li Mu used to think that this was just a battle between the righteous and the evil sect. Now it seemed that the demon sect's ultimate goal might be the heavenly book. There were so many sects in the Zhu continent. They didn't pick on the small ones, but went against the 6 Taoist sects. To a certain extent, it also confirmed Li Mu's guess. There was no doubt that from now on he would officially enter the demon sect's sight and become their #1 target. After all, compared to attacking a big sect, it was easier to capture a small 6th realm cultivator. To a certain extent, the demon sect was also Li Mu's #1 target. The demon sect's method of prolonging life and the secret of longevity also deeply attracted him. After leaving Tiantai Mountain, the space around him fluctuated and the Empress appeared. Li Mu pondered for a moment and took out all the heavenly books. He said, "Your Majesty, you can keep these heavenly books." Zhou said lightly, "I don't need these things." Li Mu explained, "The demon sect now knows that I have several pages of the heavenly book. They will probably send experts to find me in the future. You can keep the heavenly books. Even if I fall into the hands of the demon sect in the future, they won't get the heavenly books." Zhou said without thinking, "I don't want them." Li Mu was stunned and asked, "Why?" Zhou glanced at him and said, "Since you know that if you fall into the hands of the demon sect, they will get the heavenly books, then don't get caught by them. Think before you do anything." Li Mu felt warmth in his heart and didn't insist. The two flew side by side, and the back of their hands accidentally touched. Li Mu took the opportunity to hold her hand. Zhou resisted a few times and let him hold her hand. At the same time, above the South Sea, the sea and the sky were connected and boundless. At a certain moment, a black whirlpool suddenly appeared above the sea. 3 figures staggered out of the whirlpool. The 3 elders of Yu and Ming were already injured. In order to escape from the Empress of the Great Zhou, they used the secret technique of the demon sect. They were teleported thousands of miles away, and their magic power was almost exhausted. They floated in the void and panted heavily. Ming Yi and Ming Er's bodies that were pierced by Li Mu's spear couldn't heal themselves. They could only use a cloud of black fog to temporarily seal their wounds. Ming San said with lingering fear, "It hasn't been long and that woman has become stronger again." Ming Yi used one hand to cover his wound and said in a low voice, "With that woman interfering, I'm afraid Puji is doomed. Our 50 years of planning in the heart sect have gone down the drain." Ming Er said, "It's not like we didn't gain anything. Although Puji's position in the heart sect is high, we don't know how many decades it will take for him to control the heavenly books. Now we already know that the heavenly books of all the sects are with that person. As long as we capture him, we can get a few pages of the heavenly books at the same time." Ming Sen shook his head and said, "You saw it too. It's easier said than done to capture him. It's impossible with just us. Why don't we report this to the 3rd elder? With this person's importance, the 3rd elder might take action personally." The 3 of them discussed and reached an agreement on this matter. They continued to fly south. In the depths of the South Sea, there was an island shrouded in black fog. The sky in the nearby sea region was clear and boundless. Only the sky above this island was covered in dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the clouds. The entire island was shrouded in a thick black fog that emitted a strange aura. The vegetation on the few small islands nearby had long withered. There was no sign of life. The bottom of the sea was dead silent. Regardless of whether it was the fish or the marine creatures in the sea, they didn't dare to get close to the island. 3 figures flew over from afar and flew straight into the black fog. Within the black fog, there was an extremely dense spiritual energy. There were many buildings on the island and countless figures. Seeing the Yu and Ming elders, the figures on the island all bowed and greeted them. The 3 of them flew into a tall tower. In the small building at the top of the tower, there was a stone coffin. The Yu and Ming elders stood in front of the coffin and bowed. Greetings to the 3rd elder. An old voice came from the coffin. Who hurt you? It was difficult to say that they were hurt by a Dongxian cultivator. Mingyi said, we met the Empress of the Great Zhou in the Zhu continent. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that I found out that the heavenly tomes of the 5 Taoist sects and the heart sect of Buddhism are in the hands of one person. Creak. After an ear-piercing screech, the lid of the stone coffin opened. A skeleton-like figure sat up and asked, you brought him here? The Yu and Ming elders looked embarrassed. Mingyi said, this person's supernatural powers are strange. He also has a great treasure and the protection of the Empress of the Great Zhou. We couldn't catch him. If the 3rd elder makes a move, we'll definitely be able to capture him. At that time, we'll at least get the 6 pages of the heavenly tomes. 2 gloomy flames appeared in the eyes of the old man, who was so old that only his skin was left sticking to his bones. He said calmly, as long as Tianjizi is alive, I can't set foot on the Zhu continent. Who is this person you're talking about? Mingyi formed a seal with his hands. An image appeared in the void before him. In the image was the scene where the 3 of them intercepted Li Mu. The old man looked at the young man in the image with gloomy flames in his eyes. When he saw Mingyi reach out to grab Li Mu, but his palm was pierced by the latter's spear, the gloomy flames in his eyes suddenly extinguished. He blurted out, Ao Qing. Chapter 564. Ao Qing. The 3 elders of Yu and Ming had never heard of this name. Ming-san explained, 3rd elder, this person's name is Li Mu. He's a disciple of the Fulu school. At this moment, the fire in the eyes of the skeleton-like elder lit up again. He whispered to himself, did that lascivious dragon also pass on its memories? This is going to be troublesome. He looked at the 3 elders of Yu and Ming and asked, is this person extremely lecherous and has countless beauties as his companions? Ming-san bowed and said, 3rd elder's foresight is divine. This person is indeed extremely lecherous and has many beauties as his companions. Not only did he have an affair with the Queen of Thousand Fox Country, but he also had an affair with the Empress of the Great Zhou. The elder continued to ask, are there snakes, dragons, foxes, and ghostly cultivators by his side at the same time? Ming-san nodded and said, according to our intelligence, there are 2 fox women and a pair of snake demon sisters who are related to him. As for ghostly cultivators, we haven't found any. The elder in the stone coffin exhaled and whispered, it really is him. No wonder you 3 returned in defeat. That lascivious dragon had already touched that realm. The 3 elders of Yu and Ming were confused by the elder's words. Ming-san asked tentatively, 3rd elder, what should we do next? The elder was silent for a long time before saying, no matter who it is that has survived until now, they have to start from the beginning every time they reincarnate. His cultivation is only at the 6th realm, but his supernatural powers and battle experience are far superior to yours. If the 3 of you work together, it won't be difficult to capture him. After another moment of silence, he continued to ask, is there any news of the White Emperor? Mingyi shook his head and said, no. After the Demon Emperor's cave disappeared, the White Emperor's demonic corpse also seemed to have disappeared into thin air. We can't find it anymore. The elder calculated with his fingers and said, then there's no need to search anymore. You guys are no longer his match. Continue to search for other heavenly tomes and pay attention to Yong. 3 streams of light flew out of the tower. The 3 elders of Yu and Ming looked down at the figures below. The young disciples of the sage sect who had been nurtured from a young age had already entered the 5th realm of cultivation before or after turning 20. Any one of them would be a top genius on the continent. However, in front of this monster-like young man, The light of the genius disciples of the sage sect seemed so dim. At the top of the tower, the old man sat in his coffin and looked into the distance. He said in a low voice, "The situation has changed again." He stretched out his hand, and a gray ball of light appeared in his palm. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Shui Yun, come and see me." The voice spread out from the tower. A young man who was cultivating in one of the buildings on the island immediately ended his cultivation and flew towards the tower. Everyone on the island looked at the stream of light with envy. The third ancestor has awakened. Third ancestor has summoned Shui Yun again. I wonder what benefits he'll get this time. The body of blood and Yin is so good. It's only been a few years, but his cultivation has already been pushed to the peak of the 5th level. I'm afraid he'll reach the 6th level soon. The young man flew into the tower and knelt down on both knees. He said respectfully, "Greetings, third ancestor." The old man sat in the coffin and asked, "How is your blood fiend demonic art?" The young man said, "I've already reached the peak of the 5th level. I encountered a bottleneck a month ago and couldn't break through. I was just about to ask third ancestor." The old man flew out of the coffin and came before him. He said, "The blood fiend demonic art is a top cultivation technique. There are 9 levels and each level corresponds to a realm. You can only begin to cultivate the 6th level when your cultivation has broken through to the Dongxian." He waved his sleeve, and a blood-red pill appeared before the young man. He looked at the young man and said, "Take this. I'll protect you and help you to reach the 6th level." The young man was pleasantly surprised. Ever since he entered the sect had piled countless resources on him, turning him from a wandering beggar into a powerful cultivator. He could destroy mountains and fill seas with a wave of his hand. He took a deep breath and said, "In the future, I'll climb a mountain of swords and dive into a sea of fire for the sage sect. I won't hesitate to die 1,000 times." The old man said calmly, "Begin." The young man took the pill and slowly put it into his mouth. A powerful spiritual energy surged through his limbs and bones, causing the veins on his exposed skin to bulge. There were even traces of blood slowly seeping out. The old man pressed a hand on his head, and another powerful spiritual energy surged in. The violent spiritual energy suddenly calmed down, and the young man's aura continued to rise. After an unknown period of time, his aura increased several times in an instant, and then it calmed down. The old man slowly withdrew his hand. The young man sat cross-legged on the ground with a dull expression. His eyes were blank. The old man stretched out his hand, and a gray ball of light appeared in his hand. He pressed the ball of light on the young man's head. The ball of light quickly entered, and the young man's eyes gradually lit up. He looked down at his hand, then frowned and asked, "Who am I?" The skinny old man said, "You're the 4th ancestor of the sage sect, Blood River." The young man was silent. He closed his eyes as if digesting the memories. After a while, he opened his eyes again, and there was a hint of vicissitudes in them. He said calmly, "This body is only at the 6th realm. It's not time for me to awaken yet." The skinny old man said, "It's indeed not the time, but the situation in the Zoo continent has changed, and I have to wake you up in advance. Now, at least 6 pages of the Heavenly Book are in the hands of a 6th realm cultivator. I'm being watched, and I can't set foot on the Zoo continent. If you can capture him, you'll succeed." The young man asked, "Who is it?" The old man waved his sleeve, and a figure holding a spear appeared in the void. "Aoqing." The young man's expression changed drastically, and fear came from the depths of his soul. He said in shock, "He's still here too." The old man said, "What are you afraid of? Even if someone inherited his memories, he's only at the 6th realm now. You should quickly advance to the 7th realm, capture him, and take revenge. Won't that be easy?" The young man's expression was uncertain. Aoqing's terror was still so clear even after countless reincarnations of his memories. Not long after, Shui Yun flew out of the tower while the people on the island waited in confusion. The aura on his body was completely different from before. This aura, Shui Yun, he's already at the 6th realm? He's only been in the sect for a few years. This speed is really enviable. Everyone looked envious. They wanted to reach out and greet Shui Yun, but Shui Yun ignored them and flew straight away from the island. Many people looked indignant. And they thought to themselves, what's there to be proud of? He's just relying on the third patriarch's love. Without the sex resources, he's nothing. If those resources were given to me, I would have reached the sixth realm long ago. At the bottom of the South Sea, Zhou let Li Mu hold her hand. She looked at the schools of fish swimming among the corals, and the jellyfish of various colors dancing under the waves. It was very dreamy. After bringing Wanwan and the others to swim in the East Sea, Li Mu realized that the bottom of the sea was an extremely romantic place. He must bring others here in the future. Under Zhou Yi's mature appearance was a young girl's heart. The young girl had no resistance to this dreamy scene at all. In this kind of romantic scene, it was naturally suitable to do some romantic things. Li Mu's hand, which was originally holding her hand, was gently placed on her waist. Zhou Yi was completely unaware of this. It was as if she had also become a fish in the sea, swimming freely with Li Mu at the bottom of the sea. Li Mu used to hate being underwater. Under the situation where his magic power was suppressed, this made him feel very insecure. Now he had the idea of building a cave abode underwater. Every year he would bring them here to avoid the summer heat and have a vacation. It would be fun of its own. Speaking of the cave abode, Li Mu suddenly thought of something. He held the Empress's soft and slender waist with one hand, and a jade slip appeared in his other hand. This was a treasure map he got from Sang-gu. The location was in the South Sea, but it was in the deeper parts of the sea. Li Mu didn't have the ability to explore in the past. This time it was a good opportunity to check it out. The two of them traveled all the way to the deep sea. The sea was full of danger, mainly from the water tribe and some sea beasts. The water tribe was the overlords of the water. It was not difficult for them to kill humans in the water. In comparison, the sea beasts were more difficult to deal with. They were some primitive beasts. Their intelligence was not high, but they were very strong. They would attack all creatures that invaded their territory. Even if they were facing beings that were much stronger than them, they would still dare to take the initiative to attack. Li Mu and the Empress swam all the way here, and they saw a giant tortoise that was as large as a mountain, a strange fish with 3 heads, and a cuttlefish that was over 300 meters long. If Li Mu hadn't received Ao Qing's inheritance, with his cultivation level of level 6, it would have been difficult for him to deal with these things. For ordinary human cultivators, the deeper the sea, the greater the suppression on their cultivation. But for these sea beasts, the deep sea was their home ground. With Sang-gu's cultivation, he could still swim freely in the shallow sea. But once he went deep into the sea, there was a high possibility that he would not be able to return. Boom! Li Mu once again raised his spear and repelled a huge squid. That sea beast also knew that the human in front of it was not to be trifled with. After spitting out a mouthful of ink, it fled. Li Mu propped up a water screen beside the Empress and himself. When the ink dissipated, what appeared in front of them was an undulating underwater mountain range. The location recorded on the treasure map was here. Li Mu could tell at a glance that there was a formation set up in this mountain range. The formation was mainly for protection. Generally speaking, cultivators would set up such a protective formation in their cave abodes or sections. In other words, Sang-gu's treasure map pointed to a cave abode at the bottom of the sea. Humans would not build caverns at the bottom of the sea. The caverns here should belong to the Water Clan, or the Dragon Clan. The formations in the mountains were not very powerful. Most of the formations would run out of spiritual qi in a short period of time without the maintenance of cultivators. This formation was no exception. Even if it cleverly used the mountain range as its foundation, the spirit qi contained in the mountain range would dissipate with the passage of time. Even if Li Mu did not do anything, this formation would completely lose its effect in 100 years. Li Mu easily broke the formation that was on the verge of losing its effect. Under the formation, there was a huge palace made of coral. On the coral square in front of the palace, there was a skeleton lying. As the formation was broken, a weak wave of spirit qi swept over, and the dragon skeleton also turned into ashes. This was a cave abode of the dragon tribe, and also his tomb. Li Mu and the dragon tribe were somewhat related. He gathered the ashes scattered in the square, and buried them in the center of the square. Then he cut a piece of coral and made a wordless tombstone for him. Then he and the Empress began to search the cave abode. The dragon tribe had two most important natures: lust and greed. It was difficult for them to reproduce with their own kind. They would leave their bloodline everywhere and create many new species with countless races. At the same time, they also liked to collect treasures. Most adult dragons were very rich. Even if they died, they would choose to sleep with their treasures. Li Mu now suspected that the story about the dragon tribe being very rich was made up by someone. Chang Xian was so poor that she was the only one left. Aoqing also did not have many treasures. This nameless dragon tribe's cave abode was also empty. Could it be that someone had already been here before Li Mu? Li Mu looked carefully and did not find any traces of someone having been here. There was also a certain possibility that he had placed the treasures in the flask heaven space. Generally speaking, when a powerhouse of the upper realm died, the flask heaven space opened by them would stay in place and move with the fluctuations of space. Li Mu could take a gamble. He took out the long spear, and after circulating his spirit qi, he stabbed it into the void above his head. Where the tip of the spear passed, a gap appeared in the void. Through the gap, another space could be faintly seen. Li Mu held the Empress' hand, and their figures disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in a dead silent space. This space was much smaller than the Demon Emperor's space. It was about the same size as the space that Li Mu was pulled into by the old man in Xuanzong. It could be seen that this dragon tribe powerhouse's cultivation was at the 8th realm when he was alive. On the ground of the space, there were piles of spirit jades scattered, but they had all lost their spirit qi. The spirit jades in the flask heaven space could not be preserved for a long time. In order to maintain the vitality of the space, it needed the nourishment of spirit qi. When the owner of the space was alive, they could absorb spirit qi from the outside world. When the owner of the space died, it could only consume the spirit qi inside. Spirit jades, pills, and magic treasures. Without any protective measures, the spirit qi within them would gradually dissipate, and they would become useless. Li Mu looked at the spirit jades and magic treasures that had lost their spirit qi, and his heart was filled with endless regret. The spirit jades would shatter with a touch, and the magic treasures could only be reforged. Li Mu did not waste any of these magic treasures and put them away. The materials used to forge magic treasures were still useful. When he put away a bow, Li Mu's hand movements paused. This bow actually contained a strand of spirit qi, which formed a sharp contrast with the other magic treasures that had lost their spirit qi. Bark-shaped magic treasures were very rare in the cultivation world. Li Mu casually pulled the bowstring, and his expression suddenly changed. At this moment, more than half of the magic power in his body was sucked away by the bow. The bow in his hand shone with a golden light, and an illusory arrow condensed on it. Not only that, but Li Mu's magic power was also continuously being sucked into the bow. Zhou felt the destructive power in the arrow, and immediately said, "Let go." Li Mu let go of the bowstring, and a golden light shot out, directly penetrating the barrier of the flask heaven space. A black hole appeared on the spatial barrier, and it was still expanding rapidly. Zhou grabbed Li Mu's wrist and said, "This space is about to collapse, let's go." In the next moment, the two of them teleported out and appeared in the sky above the sea. Li Mu heaved a sigh of relief. The collapse of the flask heaven space was no small matter. If they were swept into the spatial turbulence, he and the Empress would be a pair of miserable lovebirds today. He looked down, and a huge whirlpool appeared on the originally calm sea. The whirlpool was dozens of miles in diameter, and countless fish and prawns were swallowed up. The magic power in his body was less than 10%, and he felt a deep emptiness. Li Mu looked at the bow in his hand. The bow was no longer shining with golden light, and it had returned to its original state. There were 2 words carved on it in the dragon language, and it seemed to be the name of the bow. Li Mu identified it and whispered, "Shooting the sun." Chapter 565. Li Mu had never seen such a powerful magic weapon in the sky before. This was definitely not something that could be created with the current level of refining. It was not even recorded in the Heavenly Book of the North Sect. The power of this magic treasure was even above Aoqing's spear. Of course, this bow also consumed a lot of magic power. With Li Mu's magic power, he could not draw the bow a second time. Even the arrow just now was not at full power. Under the Empress's reminder, Li Mu cut off his magic power in advance. The bow was named Sun Shooting. The power of this bow lived up to its name. This was originally something that Li Mu and the Empress found to do out of boredom when they were roaming the bottom of the sea. They did not expect that the ordinary jade scroll that they got from Sengu would have such a great harvest. With Ao Qing's spear nearby and the sun shooting bow far away, Li Mu was confident that he could kill one of the three elders of Yu and Ming. The collapse of the flask space at the bottom of the sea formed a turbulent whirlpool. It took a long time for it to dissipate. It was not easy for the Empress to come out. She was in the mood for fun. Coincidentally, Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were in seclusion. Li Mu did not have anything important to do, so he took her around. This place was not far from the South County, and was also very close to the north. Zhou Zhong once said that there were traces of the demon sex activities in the north. Li Mu wanted to find out more about it. North Mount Jin. As soon as the two figures landed, a figure flew out from one of the halls. Zhou Zhong looked at Li Mu and the Empress, who had turned into Shangguan Li, and asked, "Why are Lord Li and Commander Shangguan here?" Li Mu said, "You said a few days ago that there were people from the demon sect in the north. How's the situation recently?" Zhou Zhong said, "It's not optimistic. Sengu and the others eliminated some of the demon sect spies in the north. The north is temporarily stable, but the Shen Kingdom's royal family in the central state has been moving frequently in the past few months. They seem to be planning something. I suspect that they have already joined forces with the three Buddhist sects. If the Shen Kingdom's royal family really joined forces with the three Buddhist sects, then the northern state would indeed be in trouble. The Shen nation was the birthplace of Buddhism. The Shen nation's royal family had always had close ties with Buddhism. The Nirvana sect, Suffering sect, and Mind sect were similar in strength to the Heart sect. Each sect had a seventh realm supremacy. If they joined forces, Zhou Zhong and Li Mu wouldn't be able to stop them with just the demon corpses left here. Since he was already here, he might as well resolve the northern state's crisis before leaving. Li Mu made a decision and said to Zhou Zhong, "We will stay here for a few days." Zhou Zhong nodded and said to Sengu, who had followed them out, "Prepare a room for Lord Li and Commander Shangguan." Li Mu coughed and said, "There are two of us." Zhou Zhong looked at him and asked, "Do you need two rooms?" Li Mu said, "Of course, we're not in that kind of relationship. However, it's best if the two rooms are connected. I still have something important to discuss with Commander Shangguan." After all, he and the Empress had just broken through a thin layer of window paper. Their relationship had progressed from holding hands with great difficulty to hugging each other's waist. They were still far from living in the same room. After staying in his room for a while, Li Mu went to the Empress's room. The Empress was cultivating cross-legged on the bed. Li Mu sat at the table and looked at her with one hand propping up his cheek. Zhou Yi's face gradually turned red. Then she opened her eyes and asked angrily, "Have you seen enough?" Li Mu smiled at her and said, "I'll never see enough." Zhou Yi glanced at him and asked, "Did you often use such words to deceive other women in the past?" Li Mu said, "I swear this is the first time." Li Mu really hadn't experienced much about love. With Lu Hanyan, it was like yin and yang attracting each other. Before they had even expressed their feelings, they were already inseparable from each other, and wanted nothing more than to accompany each other day and night. With Li Qing, he had gone through many trials and tribulations. Everything was understood without words. With Phantom Princess, this was a shame that Li Mu didn't want to mention. His experience with the Empress was something he had never experienced before. It was like a man and a woman who had just experienced the first awakening of love, tentatively getting close. The process in between was sweet and warm. Zhou Yi lowered her head and said, "Don't look anymore. You're making it impossible for me to cultivate in peace." The Empress was still too shy. If it were Phantom Princess, she would have already pounced on him or entangled Li Mu on the bed. Li Mu turned around and stopped looking at her. He thought about the northern state. Actually, from the bottom of his heart, he rather hoped that the three Buddhist sects would support the royal family of the Shen Kingdom and cause trouble for the northern state. This way, he would have a reason to obtain the heavenly tomes of the three sections. The three sects were enemy forces. Li Mu couldn't make deals with them. However, they didn't provoke him. He couldn't use force either. This was bullying. In the next few days, Li Mu first did some research. Although the northern state was already independent, the thoughts and habits of the people at the bottom of the Shin kingdom couldn't be changed overnight. Until now, there were still riots at the bottom of the northern state. The division of ranks and the ideology of men being superior to women were deeply engraved in their genes. This was a good thing for Zhou. In such a country, re-establishing order could maximize the benefits of legalism. Li Mu saw Zhou once and felt that he had become stronger. If the entire Shin kingdom was under his control, transcendence might not be the end of his cultivation. Although legalism was a small group, if they had a suitable cultivation environment, their cultivation speed would be very shocking. At the entrance of a palace in Mount Jin, Wei Peng stood behind Zhou. He looked at the two rooms opposite him and shook his head. Why bother? Just prepare one room for them. They're together all day anyway. Zhou put his hands behind his back and said, maybe they have a lot of national affairs to discuss. In the room, after a few days of getting along with each other, the relationship between Li Mu and the Empress finally progressed further. The two sat by the bed and looked at each other. Li Mu pursed his lips. Zhou blushed and then slowly closed her eyes. Li Mu took a deep breath and slowly approached her. Just as their lips were about to touch, Zhou Yi's eyes suddenly opened. Li Mu's movements stopped abruptly. He panicked for a moment. The next moment, he raised his head and looked through the window into the distance. A black line appeared in the horizon at the end of his line of sight. At the same time, Zhou, who was standing in front of a palace, also flew up. At the border of the northern state, countless figures flew over. In the room, Zhou Yi's body disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in the air. A few black lines appeared on Li Mu's forehead. He and the Empress had been together day and night, and had cultivated their feelings for each other for several days. It had not been easy for him to pry open the Empress's heart. Just now he had only been 0.01 centimeters away from the Empress's lips. Then, he was interrupted by these damned people. Li Mu looked at the horizon. Anger burned in his heart. In the sky, hundreds of figures flew over. Their target was Mount Jin. At the very front of the crowd was a bald man with countless blood-red runes drawn on his head. He looked a little demonic as he reclined on a white jade chair. On his left and right there were two women in his arms. The bald man's hands roamed over the two women's bodies. A young man in luxurious robes stood respectfully behind him. He said in a flattering voice, once we exterminate the rebels of the northern state, we will choose even more beauties for the imperial preceptor. At the front of the crowd were 3 old monks. The 3 of them stood on lotus platforms with their eyes closed. It was as if they did not want to see the lewd scene on the chair. These people were extremely fast. They soon approached Mount Jin. Sengu was already floating in the air. When he saw the 3 old monks from afar, his expression changed drastically. He said in horror, 3 supremacies. The battle had not started, but he was already in despair. The Shin Kingdom's imperial family had actually invited 3 supremacies, 3 7th realm Buddhist powerhouses. In addition, there was the powerhouse on the white jade chair whose aura was not inferior to the 3 supremacies. His life was going to end today. After careful observation, he recognized that the man on the chair was the great elder of the demon Dao's Hahuan sect. The Hahuan sect was notorious in the southern states. The Shin Kingdom's imperial family had actually invited him. The bald man lay lazily on the chair and looked down. He did not care about Zhou, Sengu, and the others at all. However, when he glanced at the other young lady, his eyes suddenly lit up. He violently pushed the 2 women beside him away and flew straight to the young woman. His voice echoed in everyone's ears. What a beautiful woman. Why don't you follow me? At this moment, the space beside the young woman fluctuated. A young man appeared. The young man's expression was very ugly. A simple bow appeared in his hand. He pulled the bowstring and shot an arrow. A golden arrow pierced through the air and left a black mark in the void. It was the mark of space collapsing. The bald man did not even have time to think before the arrow pierced through his body. Boom! His body exploded. His limbs flew everywhere and were swallowed by a black hole that appeared where he was. An extremely illusory shadow tried to break free from the black hole, but was still mercilessly swallowed. No. In the void, only an extremely unwilling roar was left. The black hole gradually disappeared. The bald man's figure also completely disappeared as if he had never appeared. After killing the enemy with one arrow, Li Mu's magic power was completely drained. Even his physical strength was exhausted. He fell powerlessly into the void and landed in a soft and fragrant embrace. Chapter 566. Heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. Not long ago, the northern state declared independence. The Shun Emperor ignored the objections of his ministers and appointed the Hahuan sect's Grand Elder as the Shin nation's state advisor. After that, this person personally went to the ancestral court of the three sections. Although no one knew what happened, the three sects that watched the northern state declare independence suddenly agreed to help the royal family suppress the rebellion, and the three supremacies came together. They thought that this was a battle without suspense. Who would have thought that before the battle officially started, the Hahuan sect's Grand Elder was killed by an arrow? Even his essence spirit was not left behind. On the Lotus platform, the three supremacies' faces were full of shock. The Shen Emperor's eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe what he just saw. Someone as strong as the state advisor was gone just like that? After a brief moment of silence, a monstrous uproar broke out. The state advisor was killed. What Dharma treasure is that? Retreat, retreat quickly. The first to react were the three supremacies. Although they didn't say a word, a golden light appeared under their feet. They drove the Lotus platform and shot into the distance. If that bow could kill the Hahuan sect's Grand Elder, it could also kill them. But someone didn't want them to do so. Zhou Zhong took a step forward and appeared in front of one of the supremacies. He said calmly, "Since you're already here, don't be in a hurry to leave." The other supremacies was just about to escape when a strong suction force burst out from behind and sucked his body back. At the end of the suction force was a figure emitting demonic aura and corpse aura. No one stopped the last supremacies. He disappeared into the sky in an instant. Li Mu wasn't in a hurry. The monk can run away, but the temple can't. Unless he left the Shen nation, Li Mu would find him sooner or later. He lay in the Empress' arms and the scene from his dream reappeared. At this moment, he could use the mantra to recover his Dharma power, but there was no need to. Zhou knew that Li Mu could quickly recover his Dharma power, but she pretended to forget. The two of them hugged quietly like this, completely ignoring the anxious battle around them. Although Zhou Zhong was strong, he wasn't at the seventh realm. It was already rare for him to be able to fight a Buddhist supremacies to a standstill with his unique skills. That demonic corpse's opponent was a similarly powerful seventh realm cultivator. It did not gain any advantage at all. When the imperial advisor was shot to death, the cultivators of the Shun kingdom behind him panicked. Now that even the venerables had fled without fighting, there was no point for them to stay here. After coming to their senses, they immediately scattered in all directions. But at this moment, a giant bell descended from the sky, enveloping all of them. Countless people attacked the bell, but they could only make it tremble slightly. The young emperor of the Shin kingdom had a dull expression on his face. This was just a personal expedition without any suspense. He had never imagined that the powerful imperial advisor and the three venerables would end up with one dead and one escaping. The other two couldn't escape even if they wanted to. The expression on Senga's face was also very sluggish, but after the sluggishness, it was ecstasy. If they could kill an expert of the Hahuan sect with one arrow, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the Shin nation. Li Mu's expression was calm. He didn't feel proud because of such a battle result. His opponent was never the Shen nation, nor was it the Hahuan sect of the demonic way. It was Xuanzong. If he couldn't even deal with such a small matter, how could he fight against the number one sect in the world? After cuddling with the Empress for a while, Li Mu was too embarrassed to lie in her arms. He slapped his forehead and said, "I forgot that I can quickly recover my spiritual power." He formed a hand seal and said the word, Jia softly. Endless power of heaven and earth surged in, and his spiritual power quickly recovered by half. With the Jia mantra, Li Mu only needed a short time to recover his spiritual power to shoot arrow after arrow. The power of the sun-shooting bow was stronger than he imagined. The Hahuan sect's great elder was a level 7 cultivator just like the Lord of Illusions. Yet, he was unable to defend against an arrow shot with all his might. Although this arrow would have drained the spiritual energy of a normal level 6 cultivator, and caused them to lose their ability to fight, it was not a loss to exchange for the death of a high-level cultivator. The demonic corpse that was fighting against a venerable was already showing signs of defeat. Li Mu drew the bow and poured in 10% of his spiritual power. Another arrow condensed on the bow and pointed at the venerable. This venerable of the Nirvana sect had already suppressed the demonic corpse. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. He turned around and saw a golden arrow aimed at him. The scene of the Hahuan sect's great elder being swallowed by the black hole lingered in his mind. This arrow could really threaten his life. The venerable's expression changed. He could only raise his hands and place them flat in front of his chest to show his surrender. The young man didn't shoot that arrow. He was giving him a chance to surrender. Li Mu saw the venerable make a gesture of surrender and point the arrow at the other venerable. Without much hesitation, the old monk made the same choice as the previous venerable. After the sun-shooting bow's arrow was condensed, it couldn't be retracted. Li Mu aimed it at the sky above his head and released it. A golden light shot into the sky and finally disappeared. This time, 4 7th-level cultivators came from the Shen Nation. 1 was dead, 1 escaped, and 2 were captured. The remaining cultivators of the Shen Nation's defense army couldn't pose any threat at all. They were trapped in the Dao Bell and were still crazily attacking. Li Mu ignored them for the time being. Once his spiritual power was exhausted, they would be obedient. With the sun-shooting bow in hand, he looked at the 2 venerables who had given up resisting and said calmly, "Hand over your soul blood." The 2 venerables never thought that there would be a time when they would hand over their soul blood. Against an expert of the same level, they still had the strength to fight. However, that bow was so terrifying that it made them despair. The Hahuan sect's grand elder threatened them with the demonic path. The 3 sects knew how terrifying the demonic path was and had no choice but to interfere in the northern states' affairs. In the end, they had no one to blame but themselves for ending up like this. After a while, Li Mu put away the 2 drops of soul blood and said to Zhou Zhong, "One escaped. Take them with you." Just now, the venerable from the Yen sect had escaped. Zhou Zhong took the demon corpse and the other 2 venerables to the Yen sect's ancestral court. Li Mu floated in the air and carefully examined the bow in his hand. This bow gave him a great surprise today. At the same time, deep in the South Sea, on an island shrouded in ghostly fog, the stone coffin at the top of the tower suddenly opened. A skinny old man flew out of the coffin and said angrily, "Hahuan is dead." A red-robed young man sitting cross-legged in the tower opened his eyes. His eyes were blood-red. He said in a low voice, "Who is it that can make even his essence spirit unable to escape?" The skinny old man said coldly, "I'll go and see for myself." He took a step and was already outside the tower. When he lifted his foot again, he appeared on the sea 100 miles away. Not long after, the space on the shore of the South Sea fluctuated, and the skinny old man's figure appeared. He had just lifted his foot, but was unable to take a step forward. On the beach not far ahead stood an old man. The old man was stooped and his face was full of spots. He did not have many strands of hair, and looked like he was about to die. However, it made the 3rd forefather of the demon sect tremble in his hollow eyes. "Tianjizi," he looked at the old man and slowly spat out a few words from his throat. The old man also looked at him and said, "Go back." The 3rd forefather retracted his leg that had already stepped forward. He looked at the old man and suddenly smiled. "So what if you can calculate my movements? How can a mortal like you pry into the mysteries of heaven? You frequently pry into things you shouldn't be prying into. You don't have many years left in your lifespan, do you?" The old man said faintly, "At least before this old man dies, you can't set foot in the ancestral province." The 3rd forefather of the demon sect looked gloomy in the face of his old rival. He asked, "It's been so many years. What have you been holding on to?" The old man looked at him and asked back, "It's been 10,000 years. You didn't hesitate to pass down your memories from generation to generation, and scourge the Zoo continent for 10,000 years. What is it for?" The third forefather of the demon sect looked very serious. He said in a deep voice, "We're looking for a way out. We're looking for the door that was closed by your ancestors for their own selfish interests." The old man was silent for a moment and asked, "What if it's not a way out but a dead end behind the door?" The third forefather of the demon sect's eyes flickered. He said, "We'll only know what's behind the door after we open it." Chapter 567. Not long after Zhou Zhong left with the demon corpse and the two subservient supremacies, he returned. The other two sects had already submitted. The supremacy of the Yen sect did not put up much resistance, and handed over his soul blood. At this moment, the three of them were filled with regret. They did not expect their opponents to be so powerful. They also did not expect the Hahuan sect's first elder to be so weak. In order to protect themselves, they could only hand over their soul blood. If they had known this would happen, they would have let Beibang be free. In a hall on Mount Jingang, Li Mu looked at the three old monks and said lightly, "Hand over your sect's heavenly book." After a short silence, the three of them shook their heads at the same time. An old monk said, "The heavenly book is no longer in our sect." Li Mu's face darkened. He said coldly, "Do I look like I'm easy to fool?" The old monk put his palms together and said, "I swear on the name of Buddha that our sect's heavenly book was taken away by the demon sect 100 years ago. This is also the reason why Nirvana sect has been declining over the past 100 years. The other two old monks also said, "Our heavenly book was also taken away by the demon sect 100 years ago." Li Mu frowned. He vaguely felt that these three old monks were not lying. The heavenly book was very important. Li Mu naturally would not believe them so easily. He asked Sang Gu to lead people to investigate the three sections. He actually found out that the three Buddhist sects of the Shen nation had not had a disciple comprehending the heavenly book for 100 years. After careful investigation, he found out more secrets. More than 100 years ago, the three Buddhist sects were attacked by the devil sect at the same time. In the end, the Buddhist sects were defeated. Although the three sects were saved in the end, their heavenly tomes were taken away. To be precise, the powerhouses of the three Buddhist sects had used the heavenly books to exchange for the inheritance of their sections. Li Mu could not help but recall that for thousands of years, the Lu school had been attacked by the demon sect several times. However, with the help of the Dao Bell and the other sects, they had successfully repelled the demon sect powerhouses each time. The other sects, including Xuanzong, had the same experience. The Buddhist sect was weaker than the Taoist sect, and could not resist the invasion of the devil path. It was no wonder that in the past 100 years, the mainland's Buddhist sects were not as good as before. If not for the fact that the ancestral court of the Heart sect was in the Great Zhou, they would probably end up in the same situation as these three sections. In short, Li Mu would not be able to obtain the heavenly book from them. Since then, of the confirmed Heavenly Sutra pages on the continent, 1 page was in Xuanzong's hands, 9 pages were in Li Mu's hands, and the remaining 14 pages were likely controlled by the demonic path. Wanting to obtain them wouldn't be easy. Li Mu temporarily stopped thinking about the heavenly book. This time, the Shen Kingdom's emperor had personally led the expedition. He had also brought a group of personal guards and the Shen Kingdom's nobles. All of them had been imprisoned in the Dao Bell. At this moment, they had already given up resisting and completely accepted their fate. If Li Mu was willing, he could incorporate the Shen nation into the Great Zhou territory in a very short period of time. But he had no intention of doing so. The two nations had different races, different systems, and different beliefs. Even if he conquered the Shen nation, there wouldn't be many benefits. Instead, it would bury a huge hidden danger for the future. Moreover, the imperial court was already unable to manage the 36 counties of the Great Zhou. If they added the Shen nation, they might not be able to manage it. Yesterday, a tsunami had occurred in the South Sea without warning. Several states near the sea had suffered varying degrees of flooding. If the Shen nation became a part of the Great Zhou, such matters of comforting the people and providing disaster relief would become part of the Great Zhou's responsibility. If the Shen nation was in trouble, the Great Zhou would have to waste money and manpower. Even if the imperial court agreed, the people might not agree. It was better to hand the Shen nation over to Zhou Zhong. He could use the Shen nation to advance. and the great Zhou would no longer have to worry about the south. It could be said to be the best of both worlds. Li Mu also planned to build state temples in the various states of the Shen nation. There were many people in the Shen nation. Even if each person's psyche power was very small, when gathered together, it would be very considerate. Connecting these state temples with the great Zhou's ancestral temple could accelerate the formation of the emperor's qi. However, the more than 20 states of the Shen nation had always been independent. It would not be easy to complete this plan. For a long time to come, what they needed to do was to subdue the various states. With Zhou Zhong's current power, it was only a matter of time before he completely integrated the Shen nation. The situation of the Shen nation had been settled. There was no need for Li Mu and the Empress to stay here. He used a sound-transmitting ritual implement to ask Xianjizi. The two women were still in seclusion. The time it took for high-level cultivators to break through to the next realm varied from person to person. There was no pattern to it. Some people's fateful encounters would allow them to break through to the next realm in an instant. Some people needed days, months, or even years. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing should not need that long. Judging from the effects of the pills they had taken, it would take them at most 3 months to completely refine the effects of the pills. When he and the Empress returned to Chengdu, Shangguanli had already successfully broken through to the next realm. Mr. Mei was still in seclusion. The saint-level pills could only greatly increase the probability of breaking through to the next realm. Whether or not the cultivator could break through to the next realm depended on themselves. Without Mr. Mei, Li Mu and the Empress were of course more at ease. They could draw together in Chang'e Palace. In the name of discussing state affairs, they could dismiss the guards and maids, stroll in the imperial garden and admire the flowers. Or they could change their appearances and eat a bowl of noodles at a roadside noodle stall, fly a kite together, and watch the sunrise and sunset together. However, Shangguanli's existence often disturbed their plans to spend time together. Because Cheng Xian was always with the Empress, she had already been sent to a few dry counties to make rain. She would not be back for at least half a month. Shangguanli was the Empress's personal female official. She should be by the Empress's side all the time. Once or twice was enough to send her away, but if it happened too many times, it was inevitable that the Empress would become suspicious. Li Mu was already regretting it. If he had known earlier, he would have cut corners in her pill. If the effect of the pill was not so good, she might still be in seclusion now instead of being the third wheel between the two of them. In Chang'e Palace, Li Mu was reading a booklet. Zhou Yi was drawing. Shangguanli stood behind her, waiting for orders. Li Mu and Zhou Yi looked at each other, and instantly understood each other's intentions. Zhou Yi coughed softly and said, "Ali, go to the National Treasury and check if there are any more pills, Fulu, and the like. If there are not enough, let the Ministry of Revenue go to the shops of the various sects to buy more." A trace of doubt appeared in Shangguanli's eyes. These small matters were all handled by specialized officials. There was no need for her to go at all. Moreover, the Empress had never liked these complicated affairs of state. Why was she so concerned about these matters recently? The day before yesterday, she had gone to the Department of Worship to supervise the offerings. Yesterday, she had gone to the Ministry of Revenue to check the accounts. Today, she had gone to the National Treasury to check the inventory. Why did she feel that the Empress was intentionally sending her away? At this time, Zhou Yi said to Li Mu, "You've been reading the booklets for a long time. After you finish reading these, go back and rest." Li Mu nodded and said, "Yes." This was the secret code that the Empress and he had agreed on. The meaning of this sentence was that Li Mu should go back first, and that the two of them would meet at the Li residence in a moment. If it was just sending away Shangguanli and leaving Li Mu in Chang'e Palace, the purpose would be too obvious. This way, Ali would not have any suspicions. Shangguanli also agreed and walked out of Chang'e Palace with a belly full of doubts. Li Mu looked through a few booklets. Seeing that Shangguanli had already walked far away, he exchanged a look with the Empress and also directly left the palace. He first bought a fish and some fresh vegetables at the market and cooked with the Empress. It was also a different kind of sweetness and romance. When he returned home, Li Mu pushed open the door and saw that there was already a figure standing in the courtyard. Towards these kinds of things, she was always more impatient than he was. He walked over and hugged the empress who had turned into Shangguanli from behind. He asked, "What do you want to eat today?" The delicate body in his arms trembled. Soon after, he was blasted away by a tyrannical transcendence energy. Shangguanli retreated a few steps and looked at Li Mu with shame and anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "What are you doing?" Li Mu looked at her in shock and muttered, "You." Shangguanli crossed her arms in front of her chest and said angrily, "Are you crazy?" Li Mu instantly realized and immediately said, "Sorry, I mistook you for someone else." As his voice fell, the space in the Li residence fluctuated and another Shangguanli appeared in the courtyard. The two Shangguanli looked at each other. One was shocked and the other was flustered. Chapter 568. Shangguanli came to the Li mansion to ask Li Mu if he felt that Her Majesty was a little strange recently, but she didn't expect to see such a scene. She stood behind Li Mu. After the shock, she said angrily, "Who are you?" Zhou Yi went through the initial panic, but soon calmed down and returned to her original appearance. Seeing the familiar figure, Shangguanli trembled and said in disbelief, "Your Majesty." She was full of doubts. She didn't understand why Her Majesty would change into her appearance and come to the Li mansion, until she remembered a rumor in Chengdu these days. It was a rumor that Li Mu and the Empress' personal maid were strolling hand in hand. Only now did she finally realize that it wasn't a rumor. Zhou Yi walked to the door of the study and said, "Ali, come in with me." Shangguanli glanced at Li Mu and walked into the study in a panic. After a long time, she came out of the study, looked at Li Mu again, and then strode out of the Li mansion. Zhou Yi walked to the yard and said, "It's fine if Ali knows. She won't tell anyone." As she spoke, she sighed softly in her heart. In the past, she always hid it, worried that it would be discovered. Out of helplessness, she felt a little better after telling Ali about it. In the future, she didn't have to hide these things in her heart, but could share them with someone. Li Mu also felt that this was a good thing. At least he didn't have to hide from Ali in the future. However, he always felt that since Li Mu knew about this, the way Ali looked at him was a little strange, as if Li Mu had stolen something important from her. Li Mu could understand her on this point. After all, as the Empress' personal maid, she was the only one who was favored. Now that the Empress's favor was given to him, it was inevitable that she felt disappointed. Just like Li Mu didn't want her to compete with him for favor in the past. Since leaving the Zhou family, the Empress had no relatives. Ali and Mr. Mei were the closest people to her, just like her family. And the Empress's family was his family. Li Mu also didn't want Ali to be sad because she was neglected, so when he brought breakfast of love for the Empress, he would also bring a portion for her. Occasionally, he would prepare a small gift for the Empress so that he wouldn't forget her. Finally, one day, Shangguanli no longer looked at Li Mu as if something important had been taken away. However, her gaze became very vigilant. She gritted her teeth and said to Li Mu, "Let me tell you, don't even think about having any ideas about me. I don't like men." Li Mu understood what she meant and frowned. "What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person?" Shangguanli looked at him indifferently and asked, "Isn't that so?" Li Mu couldn't refute. In order to show that he didn't have any other thoughts about her, he stretched out his hand and said, "Then give me back what I gave you." Shangguanli was stunned and asked, "How can there be someone like you?" Li Mu shrugged and said, "I'm just proving to you that I don't have any other thoughts about you." Shangguanli gritted her teeth and took off a hairpin from her hair. She also took off 2 delicate earrings and put them heavily in Li Mu's hand. She asked, "Is this enough?" These women's accessories were given to her by Li Mu when he gave the Empress gifts. Li Mu put them away and said, "You also ate my breakfast many times." Shangguanli's face darkened and said, "I will give it back to you." Li Mu continued, "You also took my breakthrough pill." Shangguanli said angrily, "That was given to me by Her Majesty." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "All right, that doesn't count." Shangguanli left in a huff. Not far away, Zhang Chun and Prince Shou, who were leaning on the white jade railing in front of the square, shook their heads at the same time. Zhang Chun said with a face full of indignation, "How can someone like Lord Li be surrounded by beauties?" King Shou glanced at him and said, "You don't understand. This is called doing the opposite. It's an even more brilliant method." I think Commander Shangguan will fall soon. Zhang Chun shook his head again and sighed. He is still too young. He doesn't know how good a woman is and mistook a girl for a treasure. Isn't Commander Mei more charming than Commander Shangguan? Early in the morning when he was reading through the reports, Li Mu didn't see Shangguan Li. Some women were beautiful and had beautiful thoughts. Li Mu couldn't even take care of his own family matters, so how could he have any thoughts about her? He was reading a few reports when suddenly, footsteps came from outside the hall. Shangguan Li walked in with a bowl in her hand. She put the bowl in front of Li Mu and said, "This is back to you." Li Mu looked at the black thing in the bowl and raised his head to look at her and asked, "Is this what I gave you? Even if I gave it to Qing Xian wouldn't eat it." Shangguan Li took a look at the bowl, picked it up and left silently. Not long after, a busy figure appeared in the imperial kitchen. The imperial chefs didn't know what was going on. Commander Shangguan, who was of noble status, actually began to practice her cooking skills. This caused countless people to speculate. Many people thought that she should have someone she liked. A gentleman would die for someone who understood him, and a woman would dress up for someone who liked her. It made sense that Commander Shangguan, who only knew how to fight and kill, would practice the skills that ordinary women should have for someone she liked. In the Changle Palace, Li Mu put down the report in his hand. He breathed out a mouthful of turbid air and stretched his body. Recently, all kinds of things were developing according to his plan. With the participation of the 5 Taoist sects and the aristocratic families of the southern countries, the operation of the Wishing Lane was completely on the right track. It became the largest cultivation market on the Zhu continent, attracting cultivators from all over the world. The imperial court profited greatly from the market. The treasury was quickly filled, and they could attract more and more powerful worshippers. There was also good news from Yingzhou. The Southern Army found several mineral veins in the miasma of Yingzhou, including a small spiritual jade mine. They didn't need much help from the imperial court. They could be self-sufficient and even subsidize the imperial court. In the Shun Kingdom, Zhou Zhong replaced the royal family of the Shun Kingdom with iron and blood. Aragu, who was born a pariah, became the nominal emperor of the Shin Kingdom. Although there was fierce opposition from the nobles, under the strong suppression of Sangu and the 3 sects, the voices of opposition in the country disappeared without a trace. As for the sects that actually controlled the various states, there were no top-level powerhouses in them. After several transcendent powerhouses came to visit, they could only choose to submit. In the imperial palace, in the ancestral temple of the Great Zhou, there was a bronze cauldron. Inside the cauldron, there was a thick golden line that extended to the giant cauldron in the center of the ancestral temple. The golden dragon in the giant cauldron was much stronger than when Li Mu first saw it. The golden light on its body was even more dazzling. Only the dozens of scales on its tail were slightly dimmer. When these scales completely turned from dark gold to gold, it would be the time when the Emperor Qi matured. Li Mu walked out of the ancestral temple. Before he reached the Changle Palace, there was a sudden surge of aura from one of the palaces in the palace. Li Mu looked at the palace, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. His figure flashed, and he was already in front of the palace. Mr. Mei walked out of the palace. His aura was restrained, and he looked a few years younger. Li Mu clasped his hands and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Sister Mei." The Empress and Shangguan Li appeared at the same time. Shangguan Li looked at Mr. Mei and couldn't help but walk forward. She pinched his face and exclaimed, "Why can you become younger after breaking through?" Chapter 569. It wasn't that Mr. Mei became younger when he broke through the realm. It was just that every time he broke through the realm, his body and primordial spirit would undergo a sublimation. In the process of breaking through, her skin became more delicate, so she looked younger. When Shangguan Li broke through, her body also underwent such changes. However, she was young, so the changes didn't seem to be big. Even Mr. Mei had broken through. He wondered how Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were doing in Mount Baiyun. Li Mu planned to ask Xianjizi, but the sound transmission magic instrument from Fulu School vibrated on its own. In the imperial kitchen, Shangguan Li was carefully boiling a bowl of soup. Mr. Mei walked in and asked, "Ali, what are you doing?" Shangguan Li added some spices and said angrily, "Can't you see? I'm spooning." Mr. May asked curiously. When did you become interested in these things? Shang Guanli said lightly, recently. Mr. May picked up a spoon and reached for the bowl. Shang Guanli hit the back of his hand. Shang Haili said, if you want to eat, make it yourself. It's not for you. Mr. May asked curiously. Then who is it for? Is it for His Majesty? Then she denied this conjecture. If it was given to His Majesty, Ali would definitely be happy, and not have this expression of someone who owed her a huge debt, as if she wanted to spit in the soup. She thought for a moment and asked suspiciously, is it for Li Mu? Shang Guanli hated Li Mu so much that her teeth itched. Not only did he take His Majesty away from her, but he also treated her like that. However, she couldn't tell Sister May about this, even if she was one of the closest people to her. Her expression was calm as she said indifferently, it's nothing. The reason why we were able to break through was because of him. I originally wanted to return the favor and thank him, but he didn't seem to lack anything, so I cooked for him as a token of my appreciation. Lord May thought for a moment before nodding. That makes sense. Then shouldn't I thank him as well? But how should I thank him? By the time Shang Guanli finished preparing the soup and arrived at Changle Palace with Mr. May, Li Mu had already left. Mr. May looked around, walked to the front of the hall, and whispered to Zhou Yi, Your Majesty, where is Li Mu? Zhou Yi's tone was somewhat resentful as he said, his wife has made a breakthrough in her cultivation and returned to Mount Baiyun. Mr. May looked at Queen in surprise. When Li Mu left Fairy's capital in the past, she was not happy, but she was more reluctant to part with him. This time, however, she was more upset. She was sure that something must have happened while she was in seclusion. When she was patrolling the palace with Shang Guanli, she asked, Did something happen between Your Majesty and Li Mu? Shang Guanli raised her eyebrows. She pretended to be calm and asked, What happened? Mr. May thought for a moment and said, I don't know why, but I feel that Your Majesty is a bit strange. Not only Your Majesty, but you are also very strange. Shang Guanli shook her head and said, You're being paranoid. You're overthinking it. Mount Baiyun. Li Mu had just received the news from Xianjizi and rushed back as soon as possible. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing successfully made a breakthrough in their cultivation on the same day, and entered the Dongxian realm. Within 10 years, the ancestral temple had produced 2 strands of Emperor's Qi. They had hopes of reaching the Transcendence realm. During this time, thanks to the endless supply of pills, many low-level disciples of the school had made breakthroughs in their cultivation. The overall strength of the Fulu school had quietly risen to a new level. Li Mu took them back to his ancestral home in Yangqiu County to stay for a few days and reminisce about the past. Then he took them to various parts of the Zhou continent. They left their traces in each of the 36 counties of the Great Zhou. They watched the sunrise in Yuntai County, watched the sunset in Hanyang County, skied on the snowy mountains in Jiangyin County, and rode horses on the grasslands in Yantai County. They experienced all the infinite sceneries of the Great Zhou. Eastern Yingzhou. On the east coast of Yingzhou, 3 streaks of light slowly flew over from the sea. These days, Li Mu took the 2 girls to experience the underwater world. They happened to be in Yingzhou, so they decided to go to Yingzhou to have a look. Although Yingzhou was large, it was not suitable for humans to live in. There were many monsters and poisonous insects. Apart from a few natives, there were no countries here. The headquarters of the Corpse sect and the research organization of the School of Moism led by Mo Li were both in the hinterland of Yingzhou. Li Mu and the other 2 descended from the sky. When they approached a seemingly ordinary mountain, a few thick pillars of white light suddenly flew out from the mountain. The white light was extremely fast and carried with it a destructive force. If a transcendent realm cultivator was hit by this attack, they would probably die on the spot. Li Mu waved his hand to dispel these attacks. A few people flew out from the mountain. Lordly. Stop the attack, it's Lordly. They flew to Li Mu and bowed. Greetings, Lordly. Li Mu landed in the middle of the mountain and saw a row of cannons extending outwards. The white light just now came from this row of cannons. Mo Li hurriedly walked over and cupped his fists towards Li Mu. This is a no-fly zone. These mechanisms have arrays that automatically sense mana fluctuations. Once they discover an intruder, they will attack. Please don't take offense, Lord Li. Li Mu waved his hand and said, It's fine. The Mahis clan was indeed a genius in the field of mechanisms. Using this artifact to guard the city was much more suitable than using humans. The formation would automatically sense the intruder and launch an indiscriminate attack. Even if it was unable to kill the intruder, it would be able to raise the alarm immediately. Although they could not threaten cultivators of the 5th realm and above, killing a 4th realm cultivator was only a matter of one cannon. If the army was equipped with these things on a large scale, they would become a nightmare for the low-level cultivators of the enemy forces. Li Mu said to Mo Li, What other mechanisms do you have? Let me see them. As the successor of the school of Moism, Mo Li knew the complete art of mechanisms. In the past, because he lacked manpower and financial resources, he could not display the school of Moism's mechanisms. Now that he had the support of the Great Zhou, he could turn many powerful mechanisms from blueprints into reality in a short time. The self-defense cannon that Li Mu had seen was only one of them. Referring to Li Mu's suggestion, he had also successfully developed another mechanism. This mechanism was very similar to modern tanks in appearance. There was a formation carved at the bottom, and it could be used on land and in the air. The entire mechanism was made from the hard materials used to forge artifacts. Although the cost of production was high, its defense was extremely strong. Even a 6th realm cultivator would not be able to break through it in a short time. As long as a 3rd realm cultivator controlled it simply and filled it with spiritual jades, it could become a killing machine. It only required one spiritual jade to kill low-level cultivators. It was also a fatal threat to 5th realm cultivators. Just from the price, the materials of a single mechanical tank could be used to forge many artifacts. If it were not for the Great Zhou's wealth, they would not be able to afford to mass-produce it. However, the advantages of this mechanism were also irreplaceable. It had the attack power of the 5th realm and above. As long as it had spiritual jades, it would never run out of mana. Its defense was extremely strong, and its attack power was extremely high. If there were tens of thousands of these mechanisms, they could raise a small country to the ground in an instant. They could also make Xuanzong disappear from the East Sea. Other than this kind of attack mechanism, the Mahis sect also had some small auxiliary mechanisms. Their voice transmission Dharma artifacts were unique. A mother box could have countless child boxes. The mother box could establish a connection with the child boxes. This way, Li Mu did not need to bring so many voice transmission Dharma artifacts. He only needed to hold a mother box, and he could easily communicate with the person who had the child boxes. Li Mu asked Mo Li to prepare dozens of child boxes for him. He gave one to Lu Hanyan and one to Li Qing. When he returned, he would give one each to Wanwan, Xiaobai, Sister Mei, and Ali. After that, he imprinted the Fulu formation, an artifact forging knowledge that Mo Li might use in a jade scroll. If he could comprehend it, there was still the possibility of improvement in the Mahis sect's mechanical arts. After leaving Yingzhou, Li Mu went to the fairies' capital with them. At the same time, in the demon nation of Life State, Hu Jiu led a few subordinates and floated on top of a mountain. She could not help but shiver when she saw the tragic situation below. In a cave abode on the mountain, a small demon clan was slaughtered. The demon nation was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. This kind of thing happened from time to time. However, since these small demon clans submitted to the Thousand Fox Nation, no matter how powerful the demon clans in the demon nation were, they did not dare to do anything to them. What was even more frightening was that this demon clan had died in a very strange way. There were no wounds on their bodies, but the blood in their bodies had been sucked dry. There was not a single drop left. They had all turned into dried corpses. There was still a look of horror on their faces. That was not all. Not only this small demon clan, there was not a single living thing within a 10-mile radius of the mountain. Whether it was the birds, the beasts, or the small demons in the mountain, they all seemed to have turned into mummified corpses at the same time. The mountain was dead silent. Hu Jiu and the other demons could even hear their own breathing. An extremely strange atmosphere was spreading among them. Chapter 570. In the past month, the entire Yao Nation was shrouded in a horrifying atmosphere. In the territories of Qianhu Nation, Tianlang Nation, Xian Snake Tribe, and Flying Bear Tribe, a number of shocking incidents happened. More than a dozen small and medium-sized Yao tribes were slaughtered overnight. These demon clan members had died a horrible death. All the blood in their bodies had been sucked dry, leaving behind only withered demon clan corpses. What was even more terrifying was that not only were the demon clan members slaughtered, but even the demon clan members nearby that did not have any intelligence were also sucked dry. This incident caused the entire Yao nation to panic. Tianhu Nation, in the cave abode on the highest peak. The Blue Wolf King's face was pale as he muttered, "Demonic path, it must be the demonic path. This is the method of the demonic path." That elder of the demonic path did the same to heal himself. The Lord of Illusions narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "The elders of the sage sect are inhumane. We can't let this go on. Absorbing so much blood essence at once. I'm afraid someone is using it to cultivate the demonic art. If we let him go, he will become stronger and more difficult to deal with." The Blue Wolf King said, "If it's really those people, we're no match for them. If we want to kill an elder of the sage sect, I'm afraid we'll have to call that bear and that snake together." The Lord of Illusions looked out of the cave abode and said, "Looks like it's time to go to Tianshan Mountain and the Snake Swamp." In the extreme north of the Yao Nation, on an ice field, the vast northern territory of the Shang continent was the territory of the Tianshan Bear tribe. The climate here was extremely cold, and the land was covered in snow all year round. Stepping into the northern ice field, all one could see was white. At this moment, there was a glaring red on one of the ice fields. A few white bears fell on the ice, their blood soaking a large area of the ice beneath them. The blood was still spreading in all directions, and the few white bears had long lost their vitality. A sinister human youth in a red robe floated in the air. Looking at the blood on the ice, he licked the blood at the corner of his mouth and whispered, "The blood of a familiar expert." He took a deep breath, and the blood under the ice gathered toward him, forming a river of blood that merged into his body. The young man shuddered. His aura grew stronger, and his face regained some color. The white bears on the ice had all turned into shriveled corpses. The young man looked at the abnormally strong corpse of a giant bear. With a wave of his hand, the bear corpse disappeared. He muttered, "When old Five wakes up, it wouldn't be a bad idea to refine her into a demonic corpse." After collecting the bear carcass, he was about to leave when a white light suddenly whizzed towards him from the north. The white light carried a powerful aura. Before it even arrived, an earth-shattering roar could be heard. "Who killed my son?" The young man looked in that direction, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "After killing the little one, the big one has come." He was only at the 6th level of cultivation, but he showed no fear in the face of an aura that was much more powerful than his own. A foul river of blood surged out from his body once more, blotting out the sky as it rushed towards the figure in the distance. The river of blood and the white light collided, and a powerful wave of mana exploded. The ice plains within a radius of dozens of miles immediately collapsed, forming countless icicles that pierced towards the red-robed young man. The icicles almost filled the void, and the young man had nowhere to hide. His body suddenly turned into a pool of blood, allowing the icicles to pass through him. Then he turned into a streak of blood light and merged into the river of blood in the distance. As the young man's body merged into the river of blood began to surge violently, as if it was boiling. In an instant, it enveloped the giant in the white light, forming a constantly shrinking ball of blood. The ball of blood scurried around in the air above the ice plains, and at the same time, it was also constantly shrinking. The surface of the ball of blood surged even more violently, and from within came roars of shock and panic. "What the hell are you?" Within the ball of blood, the young man's voice was sinister. "To be able to contribute blood essence to this lord, your death is not without value." With that, the ball of blood suddenly fell silent for a moment, and then it began to expand violently. In the end, it exploded with a bang, and a streak of white light escaped, shooting off into the distance. The young man returned to his original form, but his face was rather pale. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and said softly, "It's been too long since I've fought. I've underestimated these juniors." His aura was much weaker than before, so he did not continue to pursue. Instead, he turned into a streak of blood-red light and disappeared in the opposite direction of the white light. A day later, on Sky Mountain, within a huge ice cave, the Nine-Heaven Snake King stared at a burly man with a withered aura. He said in shock, "What? Even you were no match for that person?" The White Bear King still had lingering fear. He said, "If I hadn't self-destructed the artifact I'd nurtured for 60 years to escape, I probably would have died at the hands of that human." The Blue Wolf Demon King asked, "Which demonic Tao transcending elder injured you?" The White Bear King shook his head. He said, "Not a demonic elder. That person was only at the 6th level." The Blue Wolf King was in disbelief. He blurted out, "Impossible. How could a 6th level almost kill you? You think everyone is like that, Lord?" The White Bear King said seriously, "I'm sure he's only at the 6th level, but his divine art is too strange. I've never seen such a strange and terrifying divine art before. Where did this person come from? How come I've never heard of him before?" The Blue Wolf King asked suspiciously, "Is it not demonic?" "It's demonic." The Heaven Lord of Illusions was silent for a moment. He then said slowly, "I've read the history of the demon sect. Every few hundred or thousand years, a few powerful cultivators would suddenly appear in the demon sect. They were so powerful that they could kill and transcend through Dongxian. The divine art that the human bear mountain mentioned was also recorded in the ancient records. Every 300 or 400 years, a powerful cultivator would appear who was good at using blood arts. It's been more than 400 years since the last powerful cultivator died." The Nine-Heaven Snake King said, "If it's demonic, then things are even more troublesome. This person has the power to kill us now. When his demonic arts are perfected and his cultivation improves, even if we work together, we might not be his match. At that time, even if we don't go to him, he'll come to us." The powerful cultivators of the Demon Nation all had serious expressions. The Demon Nation had once been at odds with the Great Zhou, but only a portion of the demon forces were involved. The civil strife that followed was just a war between the Celestial Wolf tribe and the Thousand Fox tribe. However, the situation now was different. Small demon clans had been destroyed under the 4 major forces. The mastermind's hand had already reached out to the White Bear King. If they ignored it, this would become the greatest catastrophe in the Demon Nation in the past few hundred years. The Heaven Lord of Myriad Illusions swept his gaze across the crowd and said, "Everyone is well aware of the situation in the demon country. I hope that in the coming days, we can put aside our past grudges and join forces to deal with our common enemy." The White Bear King and the Nine-Heaven Snake King looked at each other and nodded slowly. Among the 4 great factions of the demonic kingdom, the Wolf Clan and the Fox Clan had somehow formed an alliance. Even though there had always been territorial disputes and conflicts of interest between them, for now, they had a common enemy. Furthermore, it was an extremely powerful enemy. They had to work together to survive the Demon Nation's crisis. After a short secret discussion, the 4 major forces of the Demon Nation officially formed an alliance. The Heaven Lord of Illusions looked at the weak White Bear King and took out a bottle of pills. He poured out a pill and threw it to the White Bear King, saying, "There might be a fierce battle ahead. Take this pill and your injuries will recover." As the Heaven Lord of Illusions opened the jade bottle, the other 3 demon kings immediately smelled a medicinal fragrance. Judging from the fragrance, this pill was definitely not an ordinary one. Pills that could be effective on 7th realms were already very precious. Furthermore, the demon race was not good at refining pills. Such pills were even harder to find in the Demon Nation. The Heaven Lord of Illusions actually had an entire bottle, which made the other demons envious. The White Bear King accepted the pill and cupped his fists, saying, "Thank you, Brother Illusions. I wonder how much this pill costs. I will pay you with spiritual jades." The Heaven Lord of Illusions waved his hand and said proudly, "It's just 1 pill. It's nothing. My son-in-law gave me several bottles. I won't be able to finish them all in a short time." The White Bear King said enviously, "Brother Illusions has found a good son-in-law. It's a pity that my daughters don't have this fate." The Green Wolf King glanced at him and said, "Forget about your daughters. They're all big and burly. Which human would like them? But those girls from the Jiotian clan know how to pester people. That man is very lecherous. Jiotian, you might as well." The Heaven Lord of Illusions' face darkened and said coldly, "Green Demon, I advise you to mind your own business. Chapter 571. Baiyan Mountain. Li Mu, Lu Hanyan, and Li Qing had just spent a beautiful and shameless time together. They stayed in Shendu for a few days before returning to the ancestral court. Some ancient lost cultivation techniques could be cultivated much faster than Taoism's guided qi refinement. Li Mu had already cultivated Ao Qing's secret dual cultivation technique for some time. Often, one night was equivalent to 10 days of qi refinement. Ao Qing was able to cultivate to the 9th realm because of his cultivation technique. It was also inseparable from his huge harem. This cultivation technique was originally very suitable for the dragon race. It could not only satisfy the dragon's lustful physiological needs, but it was also a top-notch cultivation technique. Speaking of which, it seemed like it was tailor-made for Li Mu. However, in these 2 days, Li Mu could cultivate qi refinement in an honest manner. After Lu Hanyan and Li Qing's cultivation broke through, their status was promoted from core disciples to first seats. In the 6 sects, any disciple whose cultivation reached Dongxian could occupy a peak independently and recruit disciples. Yuzhenzi had already transcended. Baiyan Mountain was left to Lu Hanyan to manage. Li Qing was the head disciple, and her cultivation had reached Dongxian. She also had the qualifications to open a peak. She was originally a disciple of Ziyun Peak. After her promotion, Ziyun Peak's first seat, Yuquanzi, relinquished his position and completely handed over Ziyun Peak to her. The Talisman Pai sect used to recruit disciples once every 4 years. After taking over the Talisman Pai sect, Li Mu changed this rule. The Talisman Pai sect and the Mysterious sect were on par with each other in terms of high-level combat strength. However, the gap between the two sects in terms of low-level disciples was too huge. If the Talisman Pai sect still used the previous rule, it was unknown when they would be able to catch up with the Mysterious sect. Fulu school didn't cooperate much with the imperial court in the past. It was difficult to recruit disciples from the common people. Currently, the Fulu school had already begun a deep cooperation with the imperial court. Some time ago, Li Mu had asked the empress to select people of suitable age and decent aptitude within the 36 counties, and then have the school contact their families. Being able to join such a cultivation sect was undoubtedly a good thing for ordinary people to completely change their fates. Not only would they be able to learn new skills, but their families would also not have to worry about food and clothing in the future. They might even be able to achieve meteoric success. Very few people would reject such an opportunity. Therefore, during this period of time, there were many new faces in White Cloud Mountain. These people were divided equally among the peaks, and were temporarily handed over to the young disciples. They would lead these new disciples onto the path of cultivation. After flying out of the White Cloud Peak, Li Mu arrived at the Purple Cloud Peak. 2 female disciples who were chatting immediately stood up straight, puffed out their chests, and said respectfully, "Greetings, Martial Uncle." Li Mu smiled at them and walked toward the Holy Ji Palace. When Li Mu entered the Holy Ji Palace, an older female disciple said to the younger one, "Martial Uncle Ling Jizi is the sect master's junior brother. According to seniority, we should address him as Martial Uncle. Don't get it wrong in the future." The younger female disciple was puzzled. "But I heard that Martial Uncle Ling Jizi is the Taoist companion of the head monk. If that's the case, we should address him as Martial Uncle." The older female disciple was stunned for a moment. Then she shook her head and said, "You don't have to worry about that. This is the sect. If you see him in the future, just address him as Martial Uncle." The female disciple who had just joined the sect thought for a moment and mumbled, "If that's the case, wouldn't the head monk have to address his Taoist companion as Martial Uncle? That's too strange." Before she could finish, her senior sister knocked her on the head. The older female disciple reprimanded her. "This is White Cloud Mountain, not the secular world. You have to treat the elders of the sect with respect. Don't talk about them casually." The younger female disciple nodded and walked away as if she had been taught a lesson. The older female disciple then mumbled softly, "It's a little strange to not talk about them." 3 days later, a figure flew out of White Cloud Mountain and headed towards the Life Continent's Fey Nation. Li Mu, who had changed his appearance, flew through the air at a steady pace. The current him was definitely a thorn in the side of the fiends. Even though his cultivation had reached Dongxian, he was still far from being invincible. Ignoring the fact that the fiends might have eighth realms, if the Yu and Ming elders were to block his path again, it would be difficult for him to deal with them alone. Therefore, before leaving the Fulu school, he changed his appearance and used a heaven-ranked Fulu to conceal his heavenly secrets. Even high-level experts would not be able to divine his whereabouts. It had been a long time since he saw Huanji. Li Qing and Lu Hanyan were busy with the sex matters, and did not have the time to bother with him. He decided to stay in the Fei Nation for a few days to prevent Huanji from feeling upset. After returning to the Fei Nation, Li Mu acutely sensed that the atmosphere was a little off. In the past, the Fei Nation was filled with demonic energy. Some greater demons did not even bother to conceal their auras. Their auras soared into the sky and could be sensed from far away. However, at this time, Li Mu was flying above the Fei Nation. All he could feel was a deathly stillness. There was not a single strand of demonic energy that soared into the sky. Some lesser demons were doing their best to conceal their demonic energy, and were hiding in their caves. The atmosphere was very strange. If there was only one place, then it would be fine. But after flying for 1,000 miles, he had encountered such strange situations all the way. He could not help but feel suspicious. A few hundred miles ahead was the Thousand Fox Nation. Li Mu wanted to increase his speed, but he suddenly sensed an abnormal aura. He sniffed and smelled a faint scent of blood. This blood aura was extremely faint, but it gave Li Mu a very uncomfortable feeling. He was bewildered as he followed the blood aura, and finally came to a valley. In the valley there was a blood lake. The blood lake was surging and countless dead demons were drowning in it. The water and blood in their bodies seemed to have been sucked dry, leaving only withered corpses floating in the blood lake. A young man in a blood-red robe sat cross-legged in the center of the blood lake. Wisps of blood mist rose from the blood lake, and were absorbed into his body. Heretical cultivation. This bloody purgatory scene made Li Mu's stomach churn. A thought immediately arose in his mind. There were countless paths of cultivation. There were righteous paths that relied on one's own efforts to cultivate. There were also evil paths that coveted shortcuts and harmed others to benefit oneself. Heretical cultivation was something that everyone had the right to punish. Although this was the Fei Nation, and this person was killing demons, this was already the territory of the Thousand Fox Nation. He was killing the demons under Phantom Princess and Li Mu. Just as Li Mu thought of this, the young man sitting cross-legged in the center of the blood lake seemed to have sensed the intruder. His closed eyes suddenly opened. Two beams of blood-red light shot out from his eyes and headed straight for Li Mu. Li Mu formed a seal with one hand, and a silver array appeared in front of him. In the next instant, the blood-red light shot onto the array. The array that Li Mu had formed at the last minute collapsed, and the two beams of blood-red light also dispersed. The young man in the center of the blood lake slowly stood up, and stared at Li Mu with a greedy gaze. He stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. His voice was soft and feminine. I didn't expect such a powerhouse to come to me. Li Mu looked at the blood-robed young man, and his gaze turned serious. This person's aura was around the middle stage of the sixth realm. However, the threat he posed was even greater than the Yu and Ming elders. What shocked him even more was that this person was about the same age as him, but his cultivation level was much higher than his. After all, Li Mu had relied on his own efforts to achieve his current cultivation level. The willpower of countless people in the divine capital, the inheritance of the Dragon King, and the countless opportunities he had encountered during his cultivation journey. How did this person, who was about the same age as him, cultivate to be able to suppress him in terms of cultivation level? The heretical cultivation clearly did not want to let Li Mu go. Before Li Mu could think further, the blood river in the valley had already surged up. The huge waves seemed to want to swallow Li Mu whole. Thousands of sword shadows appeared behind Li Mu and sank into the blood river. Then they exploded. Countless holes appeared in the blood river, but they gathered together in the next instant. The young man's eyes were filled with disdain. Li Mu frowned slightly. He had not fought with the heretical cultivation many times. These heretical supernatural powers were more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. With another thought, a gust of wind blew behind him. The gust of wind mixed with raindrops blew the blood river away. This time, it was the young man's turn to frown. He said in a low voice, "Call the wind and summon the rain. You, a human, know this supernatural power. Those old fogies of the dragon clan did not chase after you." As he muttered to himself, his figure disappeared from where he stood. A blood shadow went straight for Li Mu. The Qingxian sword in Li Mu's hand flashed with countless streaks of lightning as it slashed across the sky. The blood shadow was sliced into two halves before quickly fusing back together. The evil cultivator's hands turned into two blood blades as they slashed towards Li Mu. Golden light flashed on Li Mu's body and a golden armor appeared. The blood blades slashed at the golden armor. Li Mu's figure retreated quickly, and the blood shadow was also sent flying. In order to avoid exposing his identity, Li Mu did not use the protection of the Dao Bell, nor did he use Ao Qing's spear. He was confident that he could deal with any cultivator of the same level with his supernatural powers. The two figures had just separated when they charged at each other again. In the next 15 minutes, the sky was filled with the light of supernatural powers. Mountains collapsed one after another. Monsters and beasts within a radius of dozens of miles all fled. Another 15 minutes later, Li Mu floated in the void and looked at the blood shadow opposite him. His chest rose and fell slightly, but there was a huge wave of emotions in his heart. Sure enough, he could not underestimate anyone in the world. He had fought with the heretical cultivation for so long, but he had not gained the upper hand at all. Not only was this person's supernatural powers strange, causing him to almost lose several times, but what was even more strange was that this person's fighting experience was so rich that it was unbelievable. In close combat, Li Mu could only fight to a draw with him using the fighting formula. In terms of long-range combat, Li Mu had been suppressed from the very beginning. After fighting with this person for half an hour, Li Mu gained a lot of knowledge. Supernatural powers could be used and linked in such a way. Using two different kinds of supernatural powers at the same time, or in combination, had a completely different effect than using them separately. After fighting for a short while, Li Mu realized that this heretical cultivation's fighting experience was far from what he could compare to. If it were not for the fact that he could shrink the distance and move out of the range of the supernatural powers in an instant, he would have been defeated by this person at least 16 times in the fight just now. Li Mu was shocked, and the Blood River ancestor was even more terrified. He had tens of thousands of years of fighting experience, and it was not difficult for him to kill enemies of a higher realm. Yet he could not take down a 6th realm junior whose cultivation was lower than his. This person was not more than 30 years old, but his cultivation was Dongxian. His fighting experience was so rich that even he felt inferior. He even began to suspect that this person was also reincarnated with the memories of some old monster. Otherwise, the scene before him would be difficult to explain. However, if he was an old monster from thousands of years ago, how could his fighting experience be so rusty? It was unlikely that this kind of contradiction would appear on the same person. Both of them were shocked by each other's strength. They floated in the void hundreds of feet apart, not daring to move. Li Mu took a deep breath, and his gaze gradually returned to normal. Although this person's cultivation was only Dongxian, even a transcendent cultivator would not have an easy time against him. Today he could not let this heretical cultivation go. Otherwise, for the Yao nation and the Great Zhou, there would always be a huge hidden danger. He had to bring out some of his trump cards. Li Mu stretched out his hand, and with a flash of green light, a long spear appeared in his hand. The moment he saw the long spear, the evil youth could no longer maintain the calm expression on his face. His face was filled with extreme fear, and he cried out, "Sky-piercing spear! Why, you're Ao Qing." When Li Mu heard the name of the Dragon Clan's powerhouse from 8,000 years ago from the heretic practitioner's mouth, the calmness on his face was also broken. He said in shock, "How do you know Ao Qing? What exactly are you?" Chapter 572. Ao Qing had already been dead for 8,000 years. Even the dragon race had forgotten about him. Yet there was someone who could recognize his weapon and call out his name. As Li Mu thought about this, he felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't know that this spear was originally called Heavenbreaker. When he saw that iconic spear, fear surged from the depths of his memories, causing the nefarious youth to tremble. However, he soon realized something. As he looked at Li Mu, he was overjoyed. He blurted out, "So it's you." Li Mu became even more vigilant. He asked, "Do you know who I am?" The nefarious youth coldly snorted and said, "The future headmaster of the Fulu school, the favored minister of the Empress of the Great Zhou, the imperial advisor and empress of the Thousand Fox Nation. Li Mu, do you think you can hide from me just because you've become a bit uglier?" Li Mu's gaze turned cold. He didn't know anything about this person, but this person was able to accurately identify him. Even his secret relationship with Phantom Princess had been revealed. In this world, the only people who knew him better than he did were those from the demonic path. Li Mu looked at the youth and asked, "Which demonic path elder are you?" The youth stood in the air, his eyes locked onto Li Mu. He said, "Before answering you, should I call you Li Mu or Ao Qing?" Ao Qing had already been dead for almost 10,000 years. Li Mu didn't know why this youth would ask such a question. But the doubt hidden deep in his eyes couldn't escape the youth's notice. The nefarious youth revealed a look of understanding. He let out a sigh of relief and muttered, "It's not Ao Qing." The person in front of him gave him a very strange feeling. Li Mu had never encountered such an opponent before. He grasped his spear and thrust it forward. The void fluctuated and Li Mu's spear-wielding figure appeared behind the nefarious youth, thrusting his spear towards his back. The youth's body suddenly turned into a mass of blood. As the spear pierced through, a portion of the blood evaporated, but the youth's figure reformed not too far away. Azure light and blood shadows crisscrossed in the sky. Even with the sky-piercing spear in hand, Li Mu was still unable to gain the slightest advantage. At this moment, the mysteries in his heart were piling up one after another. Although the young man in front of him was young, his fighting experience was frighteningly rich. Moreover, he could recognize the powerhouse of the dragon clan from 8,000 years ago. Could he be an old monster from the ancient times? As soon as this idea appeared, it was rejected by Li Mu. No matter how strong a cultivator was, they couldn't escape the ravages of time and the sanctions of their lifespans. The old monsters of that time couldn't have lived until now. Furthermore, if this person was really an old monster that had lived since the antiquity age, he would not only have the cultivation of Dongxian. At this moment, Li Mu's first thought was Emperor Bai. Before his lifespan ended, he had extracted his memories and passed them on for 3,000 years. To a certain extent, his life had also been extended. If this person was a powerhouse from the same era as Ao Qing, he had extracted his memories and left them to fuse with another person or pass them on again and again, then everything that happened today could be explained, including the fact that he recognized the sky-piercing spear. His fighting experience was unbelievably rich. With nearly 10,000 years of accumulation, how could he not be rich? The sinister young man's hands turned into two blood blades and easily neutralized Li Mu's attack. With a faint smile on his face, he said, "I've searched high and low for something, only to find it without any effort. The successor of Ao Qing, it's fate that you'll die in my hands today. Hand over the tomes of arcane on you as soon as possible, and I'll give you a dignified death." Li Mu looked at him and said indifferently, "Even if you're an old monster from 10,000 years ago, you're only in the Dongxian realm now. You're not qualified to kill me now." The sinister young man grinned and said slowly, "Junior, you'll soon know whether I'm qualified or not." He threw out 4 black lotuses. The black lotuses flew in 4 directions and connected to each other with a black light, confining this space. Li Mu knew that this was to prevent him from escaping. This old monster was too strong and had too much experience. He was more difficult to deal with than anyone Li Mu had ever fought. By confining the space in advance, it meant that he was not afraid of any of Li Mu's trump cards. This was just to prevent him from escaping. Following the imprisonment of space, a curtain of blood rose from behind the evil-looking youth. The thick smell of blood was nauseating. At the same time, Li Mu discovered that the blood in the youth's body was showing signs of leaking out of his body. Li Mu originally thought that with his current strength, it would be easy for him to deal with a 6th realm heretical cultivation cultivator. However, there was a slight change in the situation now. If he really fought with him to the death, even if he could get rid of him, Li Mu would definitely be seriously injured, or even die together with him. He looked at the blood shadow that was attacking him again. Without hesitation, an ancient bow appeared in his hand. With the appearance of the sun-shooting bow, the blood shadow that was attacking him stopped abruptly. Then he heard a voice that was even more shocked and terrified than when he saw the sky-splitter spear. Sun-shooting bow. Why is Aoshian's sun-shooting bow in your hands too? The blood shadow quickly retreated when he saw the sun-shooting bow. However, before he could escape, he had to break free from the confinement of this space, which slowed him down for a moment. In just a moment, a golden arrow suddenly arrived, stirring up a burst of spatial turbulence. South Sea. On an island shrouded in black fog, at the top of the tower, a soul kneeled in front of a stone coffin and said respectfully, "Third ancestor, a month ago, for some reason, the soul page enshrined in the Hall of Souls suddenly vibrated non-stop. I felt that there might be a reason behind it, so I immediately came here to report." The ghostly fire in the eyes of the skinny old man that was as thin as a skeleton trembled. He immediately said Feng Yi. An old man that was waiting at the side immediately went forward and said, "Third ancestor, please give your orders." The skeletal old man said, "The soul page is a copy of the Ghost Dao Heavenly Book. The vibration of the soul page means that the Ghost Dao Heavenly Book is in the ghost realm of Yudu. I order you to immediately head to the ghost realm and bring that heavenly book back." Feng Yi bowed and said yes. After saying that, he looked at the soul shadow beside him and said, "King Qingguang, let's go." After they left, the lid of another stone coffin beside the skeletal old man suddenly opened, and a woman's voice came from within. "After 500 years, the Ghost Dao Heavenly Book has finally appeared. Aren't you going to make a trip personally?" The skeletal old man clutched his chest and said, "Tianjizi won't allow me to set foot on the continent. Although this person's Dao skills aren't strong, his arithmetic is one of the most difficult opponents I've met in the past few thousand years." The woman said leisurely, "All these years, many ninth realm cultivators have died in our hands. Now a mere eighth realm cultivator is enough to make you so fearful." The skeletal old man said indifferently, "Today is different from the past. In the past, it was easy to advance to the ninth realm. Now I've exhausted my lifespan and have only just stepped into the eighth realm. If I still can't find that door, in a few hundred years, when my lifespan is exhausted, I'm afraid I'll be stuck at the seventh realm." The woman thought about it and said, "It's a heavenly book after all. Send a message to Blood River." The skeletal old man said, "Blood River is in the demon country. He needs to transcend as soon as possible. As long as he succeeds in breaking through, he will be invincible below Dao integration. When that time comes, it will be the day we make a move on the Dao sect." The woman was silent for a moment before asking, "Will he encounter any accidents in the demon country alone? In these 10,000 years, memories have been passed down through reincarnation. Of the dozens of senior and junior brothers in the sect, only the few of us are left." The skeletal old man's voice was steady as he said, "Don't worry. With his current abilities, as long as he doesn't meet Tianjizi, he can deal with any situation. It won't be a big problem for him to be alone in the demon country." As his voice fell, a jade talisman hanging on the wall of the pagoda suddenly shattered. Chapter 573. In the Demon Nation, the nameless mountain range was silent. Li Mu held the sun-shooting bow in one hand and the sky-splitting spear in the other. He slowly descended from the void and frantically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy to recover his spiritual power. The sun-shooting bow had once killed the 7th realm Hahuan sect Grand Elder with a single arrow, causing his body and soul to be unable to escape. However, it was still unable to kill the evil youth with a single arrow. Of course, the price of receiving the arrow was the destruction of his physical body. His primordial spirit was severely injured and on the verge of dissipating. It was directly destroyed by Li Mu's next spear. In the void, countless light spots were slowly dissipating. Those were the primordial spirit and memory fragments of this person. Li Mu's palm released a suction force that sucked in the light spots. Eventually, they formed a light ball the size of a thumb. He scanned it with his spiritual consciousness, and then fell into a long period of contemplation. 4 ancestors of diabolism, Blood River. His guess was not wrong. The youth was indeed a 10,000-year-old monster. What was different from Emperor Bai was that he had passed down his memories over and over again. He had already passed down his memories dozens of times. Not only him, but there were also a few ancestors of diabolism who were using the same method to pass down their memories. 10,000 years ago, their cultivation had reached the 9th realm. When they started cultivating again, everything was familiar. As long as they had enough resources, they could cultivate to the upper 3 realms in a short period of time, or even return to the peak. Although Li Mu had always felt that such a reincarnation was actually not the original life, and that ancestor Blood River had already died 10,000 years ago. To the youth who only had Blood River's memories, he was Blood River. This philosophical question could not be answered in a short period of time. Of course, such a legacy was not without its risks. If one of the inheritors of their memories died unexpectedly, and their memories dissipated, they would no longer have the chance to pass down their memories. Just like Blood River today, he died under the sun-shooting bow and the sky-splitting spear. In the future, diabolism would no longer have ancestor Blood River. From Blood River's remnant memories, Li Mu learned that 10,000 years ago, there were dozens of diabolism people who used this method to pass down their memories. But now there were less than 10 people left. Most of the others had fallen at the hands of experts of a certain era. Among them, the owner of the sky-piercing spear, Ao Qing, and the owner of the sun-shooting bow, Ao Xian, had both killed such demonic inheritors before. That was why they were so terrified and shocked when they saw these 2 weapons at the Blood River. Li Mu was slightly moved. In fact, it wasn't just the demonic path. Righteous path cultivators could also use this method to continue their lineage. But on the other hand, in order to find the owner of the memories, one would have to erase their original memories. This was not something that the righteous path would do. On the other hand, memories could be passed on, but cultivation could not. Even if the previous owner was a cultivator at the 9th realm, and placed his memories on an infant, he would still have to start cultivating as a mortal. The process of cultivation was extremely dry and tedious. No matter how strong a person's mind was, it would still be very difficult for them to endure the torment over and over again. In Blood River's memories, there were several demonic path powerhouses who were unable to endure this endless torment, and committed suicide in the process of passing down their legacies. Thus, the powerhouses of the demonic path that were a step ahead of the others would look for some special physiques suitable for cultivation. They would spend a massive amount of resources to raise them to a certain level of cultivation, and then erase their memories. At this time they were the best memory hosts. Blood River's body was a genius with a special physique. It was very suitable for him to cultivate an ancient demonic art. Compared to the demonic path, the seniors of the righteous path would also choose to leave behind their memories before they died. But this was not for the sake of seizing the bodies of their juniors, but for them to comprehend and cultivate. Li Mu let out a light breath. Before Blood River died, his memories were already fragmented. What he could gather wasn't much. Besides this, he only knew that the demonic path had been willing to endure the loneliness of 10,000 years ago. Generation after generation of great perseverance powerhouses had reincarnated. The reason they did this was because they were looking for a door. A door. Li Mu recalled the illusory door that appeared after he overlapped the heavenly books. For the past 10,000 years, the demonic path had never stopped searching for the heavenly books. Could it be for this door? They had dominated the 10 continents for 10,000 years. The number of heavenly books in their hands was probably no less than Li Mu's. At this time, Li Mu was also certain that the demonic path did indeed have an 8th realm powerhouse. The demonic path Holy Sect's headquarters was in the depths of the South Sea. Although he wanted to attack the demonic path's headquarters and snatch back the heavenly books to see what was behind the door, he obviously didn't have the strength to do so. In this world, the only 2 known 8th realm powerhouses were his enemies. Li Mu sighed inwardly. He collected his thoughts and flew in the direction of the Thousand Fox Nation. At this time, above the South Sea, 2 old figures stood in the air. The flames in the skeletal old man's eyes flickered violently. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Divine Predictor, I won't set foot on the Zoo continent this time, but you still want to stop me?" Divine Predictor looked at him and calmly said, "If this old man doesn't die, don't even think about leaving the South Sea to harm the world." Not long after, huge waves rolled up above the South Sea. The fishermen on the coast all climbed up the mountains to hide. The aquatic creatures in the sea also swam deeper with all their might. Li Mu was completely unaware of all this. He descended from the sky and landed on the square in front of the Thousand Fox Nation's imperial palace. Then he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He sensed several extremely powerful demonic auras in the imperial palace. One of them was the Myriad Illusion Lord, another was the Blue Wolf King, and the other two were also Seventh Realm powerhouses. Moreover, the auras of these 4 demons were somewhat unstable. They were obviously injured. Li Mu didn't have time to pay attention to them. He looked ahead and saw a familiar aura quickly approaching him. In the Imperial Palace's main hall, the Blue Wolf King's face was still a little frightened. He said in a trembling voice, "What the hell is he?" Ever since the 4 great factions formed an alliance, the 4 Seventh Realm demons worked together to patrol the Yao Nation. They wanted to find the culprit behind the annihilation of countless demon tribes. However, they didn't expect that person to be able to play the 4 Seventh Realm demons like a fool with his 6th Realm cultivation. Once the 4 of them separated, he would definitely find them and defeat them one by one. Once the 4 of them gathered together, that person would avoid battle and turn to slaughter the small and medium-sized demon tribes. During this period, he was getting stronger almost every day. It wouldn't be long before he could completely threaten the 4 of them. The Nine Heavens Snake King thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "If it really doesn't work, we can only gather the 4 of us and guard the mountain gate." The White Bear King asked, "What about the small and medium-sized demon tribes other than the 4 clans?" The Nine Heavens Snake King shook his head and said, "We can't care about that now." The Myriad Illusion Lord, who hadn't spoken for a long time, said, "It's useless. You all can see that the demonic art he cultivates absorbs the essence and blood of others to become stronger. If we let him wreak havoc in the Yao Nation, it won't be long before we're no match for him even if we join forces." The current situation in the Yao Nation was still within their range of control. If they waited until the heretical cultivation grew to a certain level, it would be out of their control. The Green Wolf King hesitated for a long time and murmured, "Why don't we ask that lord for help?" Footsteps came from outside the hall. Illusion Princess walked in with Li Mu intimately. Li Mu looked at everyone and asked, "What are you all talking about?" The Myriad Illusion Lord coughed lightly and said, "My dear son-in-law, you may not know this, but recently, a vicious heretical cultivation appeared in the Yao Nation. The 4 of us joined forces but couldn't capture him." Li Mu was caught off guard when the Myriad Illusion Lord called him "my dear son-in-law." He had only been with Illusion Princess since he came to the Yao Nation. He didn't speak much with the Myriad Illusion Lord, and wasn't so familiar with him. However, in front of so many people, even if Li Mu didn't consider him, he had to consider Illusion Princess. Moreover, the Myriad Illusion Lord called him "my dear son-in-law" was based on the truth, so he tacitly agreed to it. He reached out his hand and gently touched the void. A shadow appeared in front of the Myriad Illusion Lord and the others. Li Mu asked, "Is it this person?" The Myriad Illusion Lord said in shock, "My dear son-in-law, you've seen him?" Li Mu nodded slightly and said casually, "On the way to the Yao Nation, I happened to see this heretical cultivation slaughtering innocent demons. I killed him in passing to prevent him from harming the Thousand Fox Nation in the future." Killed. In passing. The 4 demons in the hall, including the Myriad Illusion Lord, were all stunned. Although the heretical cultivation was only at the 6th realm, even they who were at the 7th realm had almost died in his hands. How could he be killed so easily? If Li Mu could kill that evil youth, wouldn't he have the ability to kill them as well? Li Mu continued. This person's cultivation wasn't high, but he was very strong. His mystique was strange, and his battle experience was also very rich. I was almost injured by him and spent a lot of effort to kill him. He had a high status in the demon sect. If he died in the Yao Nation, he might attract the revenge of the demon sect. You have to be careful in the Yao Nation. Illusion Princess had already hinted to him countless times. After reminding them, Li Mu and Illusion Princess walked out of the hall and went straight to the harem. Inside the hall, the Green Wolf King's mouth was wide open and didn't close for a long time. That person is really dead? That's impossible. He's only at the 6th realm. That person is invincible at the 6th realm. The Myriad Illusion Lord was the first to come back to his senses. He smiled and said to the others, "Since my son-in-law said he's dead, then he's dead. Compared to how he killed that person, what's more important is whether we can withstand the revenge of the demon sect." The original temporary alliance of the 4 races was to deal with that heretical cultivation. Now that he was dead, the alliance of the 4 races should be dissolved. However, the Myriad Illusion Lord's worries weren't unfounded. The Green Wolf King's life was still in the hands of others, so of course he didn't have any objections. The 9 Heaven Snake King and the White Bear King fell into a long silence. The Myriad Illusion Lord looked at them and continued, "Many things have happened in the Yao Nation in the past 2 years. I believe that you can see that only a unified Yao Nation can gather all forces and resist the calamity together." The 9 Heaven Snake King frowned and said, "You want us to bow down to your 1,000 Fox Nation?" The Myriad Illusion Lord shook his head and said, "We're not bowing down to you. The 4 races will unite, and our territories will remain unchanged. We'll use the power of the 4 races to unify the power of the entire Yao Nation. In the future, we'll discuss the matters of the Yao Nation together. Only the Black Snake Tribe and the Flying Bear Tribe couldn't fight against the Demon Sect. A complete unification of the Yao Nation's races was a good thing for everyone, especially with the 1,000 Fox Nation behind them. Relying on that man was equivalent to relying on the Great Zhou Court. The various Dao sects would instantly gain countless powerful allies. The 9 Heaven Snake King and the White Bear King looked at each other and quickly came to a decision. The 9 Heaven Snake King nodded and said, "The Myriad Illusion Lord's words make sense. With the enemy before us, it's time for the Yao Nation to be unified." The White Bear King also said, "I also agree with the unification." The Myriad Illusion Lord said meaningfully, "Since the Yao Nation is to be unified, we must choose a ruler. Who do you think is the most suitable person to take this position?" Although the Myriad Illusion Lord asked in a questioning tone, there was no choice in this matter. The 1,000 Fox Nation was currently the dominant power in the Yao Nation. Even if the Black Snake Tribe and the Flying Bear Tribe controlled the Yao Nation, they didn't have the strength to protect the Yao Nation. The entire Yao Nation was now tied to the 1,000 Fox Nation. To be more precise, it was tied to the man behind the Queen of the 1,000 Fox Nation, Phantom Princess. The 9 Heaven Snake King took a deep breath and said helplessly, "I think that niece Phantom Princess can take on this heavy responsibility." The Myriad Illusion Lord shook his head and said, "Her cultivation is too low. I'm afraid she can't take on this responsibility." The 9 Heaven Snake King cursed in his heart. The Myriad Illusion Lord had clearly dug a hole and was waiting for them to jump into it. However, they had no choice but to jump into it. He could only harden his heart and grit his teeth and said, "With the accumulation of our 4 tribes over the years, it shouldn't be difficult to push her to the 7th realm." The Myriad Illusion Lord looked troubled and said, "I'm sorry." The White Bear King also understood the meaning behind their words and said with a pained heart, "It should be so. The Queen of the Yao Nation can't lose to the Queen of the Great Zhou. I suggest that we merge the psychic spirits of the 4 tribes to help the Queen break through." Chapter 574. 1,000 Fox Nation's Main Hall. A golden fox spirit floated above the 10,000 Illusions Lord's head. A golden snake coiled around the 9 Heaven Snake King's arm. A golden wolf and a golden bear each crawled under the feet of the Blue Wolf King and the White Bear King. They weren't big, but they exuded a strange aura. The 4 psychokinesis spirits were quiet on the surface, but they were all looking at each other with greed in their eyes. The 4 demons left behind their psychokinesis spirits, looked at each other, and left the palace hall. The moment they stepped out of the hall, the 4 spirits finally couldn't hold back and pounced on each other. In the past, he spent most of his time with the Empress, Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. This was a little unfair to Illusion Princess, so Li Mu stayed in 1,000 Fox Nation for a while this time. Some strange things happen these days. In the past, 1,000 Fox Nation was mostly made up of foxes and small demon tribes that relied on the Fox tribe. It was rare to see the Wolf tribe, Snake tribe, Bear tribe, and other demon tribes. These tribes generally relied on the other 3 major demon tribes. However, in recent days, Li Mu often saw the Snake tribe, Bear tribe, and Wolf tribe wandering around the city. To be precise, it was the banshees of these tribes. When Li Mu accompanied Illusion Princess to play in the city, they would encounter a banshee every once in a while. They winked at him and made eyes at him. The beautiful snakes were fine, but the banshees of the bear tribe were all as strong as mountains. When they twisted their bodies, Li Mu was traumatized. Therefore, he simply didn't go out now. When he had nothing to do, he would study the Tao of dual cultivation with Illusion Princess and drink with Fox 6 and Fox 9. Life in the Yao Nation was so pleasant and comfortable. From Fox 6, Li Mu just learned that the Celestial Wolf Nation, the Black Snake Tribe, and the Flying Bear Tribe had decided to form a complete alliance with Thousand Fox Nation. In the future, Thousand Fox Nation would lead and the four tribes would discuss important matters together. In other words, Illusion Princess would not only be the queen of Thousand Fox Nation in the future, but also the queen of the Yao Nation. In terms of identity and status, she was already in the same position as the Empress. Although his strength was still slightly lacking, it was only temporary. The overall strength of the Yao Kingdom was not inferior to that of the Great Zhou. In fact, it was even superior. If the Yao Kingdom's queen was only at the 6th realm, she would be inferior to the Empress of the Great Zhou. Therefore, after the four clans discussed, they decided to use the power of the Yao Kingdom to push Huanji's cultivation to the 7th realm. Her method of promotion was the same as the Empress. The various clans of the Yao Nation had always been fighting over territories and small and medium-sized demon clans. A large part of the reason was their psychokinesis. If it was just the Thousand Fox Nation alone, it might take decades before a spirit of psychokinesis was born that could allow Phantom Princess to advance to the 7th realm. However, if the four clans worked together, they would be able to nurture a mature spirit of psychokinesis very quickly. Li Mu was happy to see the unification of the Yao Nation. Including the Yao Nation, the forces he could mobilize now were already very large, but he still lacked an 8th realm ally. When he had the confidence to resist Tianjizi, it would be time for him to return to Xuanzong. In addition, Li Mu also had some thoughts about the demon sect's heavenly tomes. The demon sect must know more about what was behind that door than he did. Those demon cultivators endured loneliness for 10,000 years in order to complete the heavenly tomes. There must be a huge secret hidden within. Li Mu digested Blood River's memories, trying to find some useful information from them. 10,000 years ago, there were many powerful cultivators on the mainland. Although 9th realm cultivators could not be said to be everywhere, it was not rare for more than 10 9th realm cultivators to appear on the mainland at the same time. Blood River had already reincarnated dozens of times. Every time he reincarnated, he would gain hundreds of years of memories. In these memory fragments, Li Mu saw that from 10,000 years ago, as time passed, there were fewer and fewer powerful cultivators on the mainland. Gradually, it was difficult for a 9th realm cultivator to appear. After Emperor Bai, no one else broke through this realm. Thus, 8th realm became the end of cultivation. Today, 3,000 years later, even 8th realm had become a bottleneck that was difficult to break through. No matter how amazing a genius was, they could only stop at 7th realm in their lifetime. Obviously, the spirit chi of heaven and earth was constantly decreasing, and this seemed to be the key to shackling the cultivation of cultivators. The spirit chi of heaven and earth that they relied on for survival seemed to be a non-renewable resource. At this rate, in a few thousand years, perhaps the entire world would no longer have spirit chi, and there would no longer be cultivators. If spirit chi of heaven and earth was really a non-renewable resource, then Li Mu could completely foresee the future of the cultivation world. In addition, Li Mu also found that Blood River was very afraid of Ao Xian. Although Ao Xian's cultivation was only at the peak of 8th realm, in his era, the peak of 8th realm was already the world's top cultivator. The sun-shooting bow in his hand was once a shadow of the demon sect. There were even several 8th realm cultivators who died under this bow. In Blood River's memory, he was extremely afraid of this bow. Li Mu took out the sun-shooting bow and stroked the patterns on the bow. These patterns were like runes, but Li Mu did not recognize any of them. Even in the heavenly tomes of the Fulu school, there were no related records. Not only that, after Li Mu comprehended the heavenly tomes of the northern sect, he did not know how this bow was made. Ao Qing's sky-piercing spear was made from a whole piece of meteoric iron. The material of this bow was a mystery, and so was the method of making it and the principle of drawing the bow. The current knowledge system of the cultivation world was unable to explain the existence of this bow. In Blood River's memory, Ao Xian was originally just an ordinary black dragon. One day he suddenly obtained this bow, and then began his path of becoming the continent's #1 cultivator. Li Mu looked at the bow for a long time, but still could not understand anything. He could only put it away for the time being. At this time, a spiritual snail in the sky suddenly vibrated. Tingxin and Inxin were in seclusion in the East Sea, so it could only be the Empress. Phantom Princess was called by the Lord of Illusions to discuss matters, so she was not by his side for the time being. Li Mu picked up the spiritual snail, and Zhou Yi's lazy voice came from it. "What are you doing?" Hearing her voice, Li Mu could imagine her leaning on the dragon throne in the Chang'e Palace. A smile appeared on his face, and he said, "I'm comprehending the heavenly tomes." In the past, Zhou Yi could always use the excuse of state affairs to talk to Li Mu endlessly. After the two of them really expressed their feelings, she was at a loss. After a long silence, she said, "Oh, then you continue to comprehend," Li Mu said, "but I want to talk to Her Majesty now." The Empress's heart was still too conservative. Li Mu knew that in their relationship, he had to maintain the initiative. As expected, after Li Mu took the initiative to express his feelings, she also let go of her reservations and took the initiative to talk to Li Mu about many interesting things in the palace. 2 hours passed quietly, and the Empress and Cheng Xian went for a walk in the Imperial Garden. Li Mu put away the spiritual snail, and Phantom Princess walked in from the outside. She pouted her red lips and complained, "You're still thinking about Zhou Yi here. When you were in the Great Zhou Shendu, why didn't you think of talking to me? And I even helped you look out for the heavenly tomes." Li Mu held her hand and let her sit on his lap. He said, "Didn't I come here whenever I was free? In the future, I will come here often to accompany you." Phantom Princess's beautiful eyes lit up, and she immediately said, "You promise?" Li Mu said seriously, "I promise." Although traveling between the Shendu and the Yao Kingdom was a bit tiring, for the sake of his own family's harmony, no matter how tiring it was nothing. After making Phantom Princess happy, Li Mu asked, "What did you say about the heavenly tomes?" Phantom Princess sat up straight and said, "Hulu's spy found out that the heavenly tomes have appeared in the Ghost region recently." Chapter 575. According to Li Mu's information, most of the 24 pages of heavenly books were in the hands of him and the demon sect. The demon sect had been plotting for 10,000 years in the 10 continents. Besides the 6 Taoist sects, almost all of the known heavenly books had been obtained by them. The Shen nation's 3 Buddhist sects had their heavenly books stolen long ago. The extinction of hundreds of sects in history seemed to have an inseparable relationship with the heavenly books being stolen by the demon sect. Li Mu had the heavenly books of the 5 Taoist sects, the monster race, the fox race, the dragon race, and the Buddhist heart sect. They had a total of 9 pages. The demon sect had 10,000 years of accumulation, so the number of pages in their hands was no less than his. He and the demon sect had nearly 20 pages of heavenly books. There were very few heavenly books in the outside world, and every page was something that had to be fought for. Li Mu was determined to obtain the page of heavenly book in the ghost realm. If Illusion Princess could obtain this information, then the demon sect must also know. Their sense of smell towards heavenly books was incomparably keen. Not long after Illusion Princess finished speaking, the Empress Spirit Snail vibrated again. Li Mu made a shoe gesture to Illusion Princess. After injecting magic power into the Spirit Snail, the Empress' voice immediately sounded. "The Ju Wei just sent back news that a heavenly book has appeared in the ghost realm. Ali has already brought people to investigate." Li Mu, "I already know. I'm preparing to set off for the ghost realm." Zhou Yi was silent for a moment. Then she asked, "How did you know? Were you with that vixen again?" Li Mu was stunned for a moment. In terms of the speed of news, even the Fulu school could not compare to a nation. To be able to receive news earlier than the Great Zhou court, it must be the demon nation that was closer to the ghost realm. Illusion Princess could no longer endure. She coldly snorted and said, "You only allow him to accompany you, not me. You're so overbearing. If you have the ability, then make him stay by your side forever. You seducing vixen." "Haha, I admit that I am a vixen. Someone is clearly the same as me, but she always thinks of herself as the empress. You. Am I wrong?" Seeing Phantom Princess and Queen quarrel with each other, Li Mu tried to talk them out of it several times but to no avail. He could only put on a serious face and shouted, "Are you guys done?" Huan Ji secretly looked at Li Mu. Seeing that he was really angry, she immediately lowered her head and stopped talking. On the other side of the spirit snail, the empress also fell silent. Li Mu continued, "One is the empress of the Great Zhou, and the other is the queen of the 10,000 demons. They don't even see each other, yet they're arguing with each other across the spiritual snail. What a scandal! Phantom Princess is not allowed to stir up trouble, and His Majesty is not allowed to target her. Otherwise, I'll return to Mount Baiyun and cultivate in seclusion." The first to admit defeat was Phantom Princess. She pulled Li Mu's sleeve and said in a low voice, "I was wrong. I won't talk about her like that in the future." Zhou Yi was silent for a while and also said in a low voice, at most, I won't call her a vixen anymore." The two of them, one was stronger than the other, and one had a higher status than the other. If Li Mu didn't show some of his authority as the head of the family, when Phantom Princess broke through, he wouldn't be able to control the family anymore. When the two of them were here, he had to be fair and impartial. After putting away the spiritual snail, he hugged Phantom Princess again and said, "I didn't mean to scold you. It's just that you're making things difficult for me. I never thought that the two of you could be like sisters, but don't always be at each other's throats and not give in." Phantom Princess snorted and said, "She was the one who said that to me first." Li Mu said, "She's petty. It's not the first time you know that. Just give in to her." Phantom Princess felt much better. She raised her head and asked, "Then tell me, am I more sensible than Zhou Yi?" Li Mu hurriedly said, Yes, you're the most sensible." Half a day later, after comforting Phantom Princess, Li Mu flew out of the Thousand Fox country. He took out the spiritual snail and injected his power into it. Soon the Empress's voice came from the other side. "Go accompany your 1,000 demon queen. Don't worry about me." Li Mu asked, "Your Majesty, are you still angry?" Zhou Yi said, "I'm not angry." Li Mu smiled and said, "I knew that your Majesty is the most open-minded. I just scolded Phantom Princess and told her to learn from your Majesty. Don't throw a tantrum and think about the big picture." Zhou Yi's tone became gentler. "You saw it too. She's the one who always goes against me." Li Mu said, "She grew up in the mountains and doesn't know the rules." "I'm sorry, your Majesty." Zhou Yi gave a light snort and said, "It's good that you know." The Empress was obviously no longer angry. Li Mu also let out a long sigh in his heart. He was more and more aware that there were too many women in the backyard, and each one of them was not a simple person. If he wanted to live a peaceful life, he had to learn how to talk to people and ghosts. When necessary, he had to learn how to talk to people and ghosts. This wasn't cheating, but a white lie. It was also a necessary skill for a lecherous person. After leaving the demon country, he made spiritual snail porridge with the Empress while flying south. The ghost region of Yudu was to the west of the Great Zhou and to the south of the demon country. It was a mysterious place shrouded in thick fog. Compared to the demon country, there were even fewer people in Yudu. Even human cultivators wouldn't go too deep. The entire Yudu was shrouded in thick fog. With the eyesight of a human, they couldn't even see their fingers when they stretched out their hands. Even cultivators of the three middle realms couldn't sense the situation 300 yards away. This fog wasn't ordinary either. It was filled with baleful aura. If a mortal came in contact with it, they would fall seriously ill or die suddenly. Cultivators couldn't replenish their spirit chi from it, so very few of them went deep into the ghost region. However, this was the sacred ground of ghost cultivators. Souls were originally of the Yin attribute, so there was an inexhaustible amount of baleful aura. To them, it was a natural place to cultivate. Great Zhou, Jiangyin County. To the west of Jiangyin County was the ghost region that the commoners feared. After passing through a bamboo forest shrouded in fog, one would reach the boundary of the ghost region. This place was known as the Forest of 10,000 Ghosts. It was a forbidden place in the hearts of the commoners, and they had to be careful when they went near it. Standing outside the forest, one could occasionally see wandering souls and ghosts. Due to the formation set up by the government outside the forest, the ghosts in the forest didn't dare to walk out of the bamboo forest. However, to cultivators, the Forest of 10,000 Ghosts was an excellent place to obtain soul energy. Soul condensation realm cultivators thirsted for soul energy. The simplest method, which was allowed by the imperial court, was to obtain soul energy by killing ghosts. There weren't many ghosts in the Great Zhou, and even if there were, they would hide everywhere. However, the ghost region didn't lack soul bodies. Therefore, cultivators would often enter the Forest of 10,000 Ghosts in groups of 3 to 5 to hunt the ghosts here. The Forest of 10,000 Ghosts was the outermost area of the ghost region. There weren't any powerful ghosts here, and most of them were some Een spirits that didn't have the power to resist, as well as a small number of vengeful spirits and evil spirits. As long as one didn't go too deep into the ghost region, there wouldn't be much danger. Outside the Forest of 10,000 Ghosts, there was a town. There were a few inns built in the town specifically for these cultivators to stay. Li Mu wasn't in a hurry to go deep into the ghost region. Instead, he found an inn to stay in. He planned to first investigate some information about the ghost region. Up until now, he knew very little about the ghost region. The Empress said that Shangguan Li had brought people to the ghost region. After Li Mu arrived here, he used a sound transmission magic tool to contact her, but he found that he couldn't reach her. He had wasted quite a bit of time on Huanji. It seemed that Shangguan Li had arrived here before him, and it was very likely that she had already entered the ghost region. Another mysterious thing about the ghost region was that the fog that filled the ghost region had a strange power. As long as one entered the ghost region, all kinds of sound transmission magic tools couldn't be used, and they couldn't be used for long-distance communication. Because cultivators were constantly coming and going, the town was bustling. Other than the inns, there were also shops that sold fulu, pills, and magic tools. Other than that, there were also shops that sold maps of the ghost region. Li Mu glanced at the fulu. They were all low-level auxiliary fulu, used to destroy evil and kill ghosts. Their quality was average, but they were enough to deal with low-level ghosts. What he was interested in was the map of the ghost region. However, when Li Mu used a few spirit jades to buy a map, he realized that the map only recorded a few areas at the edge of the ghost region. With the ghost region's uniqueness, without a complete map, even if he entered, he would be blind. Li Mu walked to the counter and asked the shopkeeper, "Do you have a map of the entire ghost region?" The shopkeeper shook his head and said, "How could a small shop have such a thing? But young man, I advise you to walk around outside. The ghost region is not a good place. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it is. Don't lose your life before you catch a ghost." Li Mu had originally planned to ask the Empress, but when he walked out of the shop, a fragrant wind suddenly blew past him. A female cultivator walked in front of him and asked, "Fellow cultivator, are you also planning to go deep into the ghost region?" Chapter 576. Li Mu looked at the young female cultivator in front of him, and did not say anything. The two of them did not know each other. She must have taken the initiative not to strike up a conversation. She must have other motives. As expected, seeing Li Mu's gaze, the female cultivator took the initiative to say, "I heard in the shop that you want a complete map of the ghost realm. I guess that you want to go deep into the ghost realm. Coincidentally, we also have the idea of going deep into the ghost realm to hunt ghosts. Why don't we travel together? The depths of the ghost realm are filled with danger. One more person means one more chance to protect ourselves." Behind the woman stood 3 cultivators, 2 men and 1 woman. The girl's cultivation level was just at the spirit condensation realm, while the 2 men had already stepped into the divine power realm. The woman who spoke to Li Mu was also at the divine power realm, the same cultivation level as Li Mu. After all, the ghost realm was not human territory. The complicated environment made the ghost realm even more dangerous than the demon kingdom. It was fine to hunt small ghosts in the 1,000 Ghost Forest. If they wanted to go deep into the ghost realm to hunt more powerful ghosts, cultivators had to travel together. In this town, there were cultivators looking for partners everywhere. The ghosts and wraiths in the Thousand Ghost Forest could no longer satisfy the needs of cultivators above the spirit condensation realm. What they wanted to hunt were ghosts in the spirit realm. Limu looked at the woman and asked, "Do you have a complete map of the ghost realm?" The woman nodded and then said, "However, with our strength we can only go 500 miles into the ghost realm at most. Any deeper, and it will be dangerous. I wonder if you are willing to travel with us. Whoever kills the ghosts along the way will have the soul power. If we work together to kill the ghosts, we will distribute it according to contribution." Shangguanli had entered the ghost realm first. If Li Mu wanted to get the map, he had to return to the divine capital. Since these people had the map, Li Mu did not want to trouble them. At most, he would help them in a while and treat it as a reward for obtaining the map. Under the woman's expectant gaze, Li Mu nodded and said, "All right, but can you let me take a look at the map of the ghost realm first?" The woman straightforwardly handed a jade slip to Li Mu. Li Mu pressed it against his forehead for a moment before returning it to her. He said, "Thank you." Then the woman introduced the other people to Li Mu. "My name is Wu Qian. This is fellow Taoist Zhang Man, fellow Taoist Ding Liang, and this is fellow Taoist Chen Ying. How should I address you?" Li Mu. Although he hadn't shown his true face yet, there were many people with the same name in the world, so he wasn't worried that others would suspect him. When the two male cultivators heard Li Mu's name, they didn't feel anything strange. However, the girl named Chen Ying's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she said, "It's the same name as my martial ancestor." Li Mu smiled and asked casually, "Little girl, which sect are you from?" The girl said, "I'm from the Divine Talisman sect." "What sect are you from?" When the girl reported her sect, Li Mu couldn't help but look at her twice. In addition to the ancestral court, the Fulu school had many outer sects, and the Divine Talisman sect was one of them. In this way, he could barely be considered a disciple of the Fulu school. Of course, Li Mu wouldn't reveal his identity. He said, "I don't belong to any sect. I'm just a rogue cultivator." After introducing themselves, Li Mu knew that among the four people, except for Chen Ying, who could barely be considered an outer sect disciple of the Fulu school, the other three were rogue cultivators. Therefore, they needed to take the risk and go to the ghost realm to obtain soul power resources. As for Chen Ying, she went down the mountain to gain experience. To have the cultivation of the spirit condensation realm at the age of 18 or 19, she could be considered a little talented. However, for such a young disciple, after breaking through, it was necessary to enter the world to temper herself. The five of them walked into the 100 Ghosts bamboo forest together. Wu Qian reminded them, "Everyone stay together. Don't get separated. It's fine here, but after going deep into the ghost realm, once you get separated, it'll be difficult to meet again." After walking into the bamboo forest, the surroundings began to be filled with a faint mist. This mist contained a strange power that even divine senses couldn't probe too far. For cultivators, divine senses were their eyes. With their divine senses suppressed, everyone lost their sense of security and became very vigilant. Occasionally, soul bodies would fly out of the mist. These souls were full of ruthlessness and didn't have intelligence. They only instinctively thirsted for human essence, blood, and yang qi. They were the targets of cultivators. As for those soul cultivators with intelligence, the cultivators who entered the ghost realm couldn't wait to avoid them. In a place like this, the strength that soul cultivators could unleash was far beyond their own strength. If they encountered soul cultivators, the prey and the hunter would often switch identities. Li Mu didn't really do anything along the way. The souls that pounced on them from the fog and attacked them were all dealt with by the other four people. In the beginning, the group only encountered wraiths and evil spirits. As they continued to go deeper into the fog, fourth realm vile souls gradually began to appear. At this time, everyone would often work together to kill them and divide the soul power equally. At a certain moment, the mist in front of them fluctuated again. Except for Li Mu, the others immediately raised their spirits. Soon, a few figures walked out of the mist. But this time, it wasn't ghosts that appeared from the mist, but humans. There were also 5 people on the opposite side. When Wu Qian and the others saw this, not only did they not relax, their expressions became even more nervous. The faces of the people on the opposite side also appeared vigilant at the same time. A few of them even held their weapons. The atmosphere between the two sides was very tense. Not long after, the 5 people walked to the left side of the mist, and their figures quickly disappeared. The 4 people beside Li Mu also breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Qian looked at Li Mu and asked, "Fellow Taoist Li, is this your first time in the ghost realm?" Li Mu nodded and said, "I've never been here before." "No wonder." Wu Qian shook her head and said, "Fellow Taoist Li, if you come to the ghost realm again in the future, you must remember that the most dangerous thing here is not the ghosts without intelligence, nor the powerful ghost cultivators, but the human cultivators like us. If you encounter them, you should hide if you can, but if you can't hide, you must not let your guard down." Li Mu cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for the reminder." Wu Qian saw that his expression was indifferent, as if he didn't take it to heart. Instead, her expression became more serious, and she continued, "Fellow Taoists Li may not know, but most of the cultivators who die in the ghost realm don't die at the hands of ghosts, but at the hands of their companions and other cultivators. There are no rules here. Things like killing and seizing treasures happen every day." Li Mu could be more serious and said, "I know." Wu Qian looked at the 3 people beside her and said, "But fellow Taoist Li, you don't have to worry. Addicts Zhang, fellow Taoist Ding, and sister Yingying, we have worked together many times. We originally had another companion, but he was in seclusion to break through the realm these days, so he didn't come with us. That's why we invited you." After encountering other cultivator teams nearby, they obviously became more united. They moved forward for dozens of miles and killed a few evil spirits and a fierce soul. When the 4 of them were happily splitting the soul power, Li Mu's eyebrows suddenly raised, and he inadvertently glanced in a certain direction. There was only thick fog in that direction, and nothing unusual. After a dozen breaths, Wu Qian and the other 2 male cultivators' expressions suddenly changed, and they looked in the direction Li Mu had just looked. A phantom rushed out of the thick fog and rushed straight at them. Feeling the powerful aura fluctuations on the phantom, their expressions changed at the same time. Not good. It's a 5th realm ghost. This is still the periphery. How can there be a ghost? Along the way, the most they had encountered were 4th realm vile souls. Ghosts were equivalent to 5th realm human cultivators. Although they did not have intelligence and could only move based on instinct, they were still not something a 4th realm cultivator could fight against. Wu Qian made a prompt decision and said immediately, "Everyone, stay calm and attack together. Take care of each other and don't get separated." At this moment, the importance of a team was reflected. A divinity realm cultivator would not be a match for a 5th realm ghost. However, for divinity realm cultivators and a spirit conduit realm cultivator could fight against a ghost without intelligence. Of course, the most important thing was that they had Li Mu. If not for Li Mu's secret methods, this ghost that suddenly appeared would have been a battle of life and death for them. They had never encountered a ghost since entering the ghost domain. The 4 of them were already extremely nervous, but as they fought, they realized that this ghost did not seem to be that powerful. Its attack power was not high, but its defense was very weak. It was beaten by their dermic arts until it roared non-stop. That's it. A 5th realm ghost is only SOSO. If we take its soul energy, we'll have struck it big this time. After realizing that this ghost's strength was only SOSO and that it had been suppressed from the start, the 4 of them were no longer nervous like before. Instead, they were excited and expectant. The light of dermic arts and dermic treasures intertwined even more intensely. If they could harvest this ghost, each of them would be able to get a huge amount of soul energy. Whether it was for cultivation or exchanging it for spiritual jades, this trip would not have been in vain. Although the specter did not have any intelligence, it was being beaten back by several weak existences, which made it even more irritable. It roared and sucked in all the yin qi within a radius of several miles into its mouth. Its body grew several times larger, and its aura immediately increased dramatically. The ghost's sudden change caused the smiles on their faces to disappear. Under that powerful aura, their hearts trembled with fear. At this moment, the ghost let out a wild roar and swooped down on the 4 of them. Li Mu stood behind the 4 of them and calmly glanced at the ghost. With just a glance, the ghost's body trembled and it suddenly ran back as if its life depended on it. Li Mu threw out a fulu. With a flash of lightning, the ghost was immediately heavily injured and fell to the ground, unable to float up again. Li Mu walked in front of them and said with a look of pity, "It's a pity that this high-grade fulu was gifted by Elder Zhang. He still has the strength to resist. Everyone, let's attack together." The four of them reacted, and were about to attack to completely disperse the ghost's soul body. Xiao! A green light flew out from the fog and pierced through the ghost's body. The ghost's soul body collapsed, leaving only pure soul energy. The figures that walked out of the fog condensed it into a soul ball. The face of the male cultivator named Zhang Man immediately darkened. He shouted, "What are you doing?" Among them, a young man glanced at him and said, "This ghost was killed by us. Why can't we take its soul energy?" Chun Yingying took a step forward and said angrily, "We were the ones who injured it first. You stole our prey." The young man sneered and said, "What a joke. The ghosts of the ghost realm don't have a master. They belong to whoever killed them. Do you think you can kill a ghost with just a few of you?" As soon as he finished speaking, a sneering voice came from behind Wu Qian. "Since when did the disciples of Xuanzong have to steal the soul energy of wandering cultivators? If this gets out, I'm afraid you'll become the laughingstock of the cultivation world. What do you think, Qing Xuanzi?" Among the several figures, the young man who had been silent all this time suddenly changed his expression. He stared at the young man opposite him and asked, "Who are you?" Li Mu walked out from behind Wu Qian and said lightly, "I'm just a wandering cultivator who can't stand what you're doing. Strange, Xuanzong is the world's #1 sect, a righteous sect. Why would you do this kind of robbery? You're one of the top 10 disciples of Xuanzong, but you're stealing the soul energy of wandering cultivators in the ghost realm. Do your elders know?"